Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing well. For those who follow on Restream, YouTube, Facebook, and for those who follow my showreel TikToks under ApeCS895, welcome to Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, everyone. Tonight, we have Open Mic Night. The topics we'll be talking about is Bulto negros, dark shadows, uh, the DDN. That's what will be on topic tonight, brothers and sisters. And I'm trying to state the topic of Bulto negro, dark shadows, and DDN. That's what I want to stay on topic on, is of what I placed up there. Trying to do something a little bit different, for those that have encounters with his dark shadow beings, Bulto negros, what we call them in Spanish, the Hat Man, and many other names, unclean spirits, DDN, disembodied spirits. So let me share this link out real quick. There we go. I'll share it out. How you doing, Sister Ivy Ramirez? How you doing, Dick Richards? I'm just here relaxing right now, trying to get in the mood. So how's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing great. Me, I'm thinking from now on, every time I do a open mic night, I want to stick to topic. I'm going to place something up there on the top and stick to the topic. So if anybody's got any stories or encounters dealing with Bulto negros, dark shadows, unclean spirits, dark spirits, whatever you want to call them, then you're more welcome to jump on and talk about this. And I'm trying to stick to topic from now on. That's what I'm trying to do. So let me drop a link here. And I'm going to drop the link and place it up on top. I think Tuesdays might be kind of slow, but we'll see. You know, we normally the late night crew. We're the ones that run late at night. No, sometimes I've run early. I've done early videos like around 9, and we've had a good outcome. You know, but I don't want to cross step on anybody's toes, so I do the night videos. Um, I ain't getting any younger, so I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. So I'm trying to stick to topic of Bulto negros, dark shadows, dark energies, unclean spirits, the DDN. I'm trying to stick to topic on what I'm placing up there tonight. You know, so what we can do uh, after the show for the next open mic night, we can come up with something, you know, something that somebody would like to talk about, and maybe we can make that an open mic night for that. But that's a topic for tonight. Bulto negros, which means dark shadows, uh, ugly spirits, you name it, because they take many manifestations. Matter of fact, they're all around here in Central Texas. This dark shadow beings. There, we got a brother Jack there.
Hello, bro.
Hello, bro. And my brother seen him. He's seen him out here where I live, because he sees the movement. He's seen him the little bit of time that he's come and visit me over here where I live. He's witnessed them himself.
Yeah.
How you doing, Scott Baker? Hey, brother, yeah, get your rest, man. Get your rest. You can always watch the replay. I know y'all having it hard over there in Canada and stuff. Y'all going through some things over there. It's not just in Canada. There's a lot of people going through things here in the United States also. A lot of people that have given up in life because they might have a negative attachments, or in which is making them give up in life. I guess, like, I mean, we see it happening. There's a lot of homeless people, but a lot of these things, man, is the things that I'm talking about. You know, Bulto dark shadows. You see them around the neighborhood. There was one day that I stepped outside the house, and I was going to my vehicle because I forgot to get my wallet out of the vehicle. As I'm walking, I seen somebody standing in the middle of the road. This is nighttime, so I go up towards my stepson's vehicle, and I see the dark shadow standing in the middle of the road. As he looks at me, he turns around and it moves real fast. But I was able to see its silhouette, how it looked and everything. But it was in disembodied form, you know. Some people might call it a phantom. I guess a phantom will fall in that category. A phantom would be something dark. Uh, what do you call them? Death, or soul reapers. You know, that they're dressed and sometimes in black, with a hood. You know, they got the skull face and stuff like that. But these things that I speak about, they're pure. They're just pure darkness. But you could see the difference of the darkness of the night compared to their darkness, in which they're darker than the night. which you're able to see a silhouette at nighttime. I know my brother, when he comes, he said, "How come every time I come to your house, for some reason, it's like darkness engulfs my vehicle and it's dark all around me. But when I look all the to the other places around the neighborhood, it's lighter." What do you think that would be, bro?
Yep, there's all the activity around here. There must be something, some kind of portal or something close by. Cause yeah, this spot right here is real dark. You go to another house, it's not as dark. Only right here for some reason.
How you doing, Claire Porter?
And then you have all this activity right outside. That's weird.
Oh yeah,
But
it's just in the neighborhoods, front of the house, backyard. This the things they live amongst us. You know, they're not in a parallel dimension or another dimension. They're here amongst us because just like it's written in the Bible that the vessel got destroyed, the bodies got destroyed, but their spirits, disembodied spirits, still remain here on Earth. So they're amongst us. There's dark shadow, unclean spirits, tornadoes, DDN, whatever you want to call them. They're amongst us, and in a sense of a way, they kind of have almost as much right as we do to be here because they couldn't go to heaven and they couldn't go to hell, so they're amongst us here on Earth, but in disembodied form. They can see every move that you or I make. The only way I'm able to see is because I have uh, a faith and believe and trust in Jesus Christ, and I'm able to see them how they move. My brother got to see them one day here, where one passed right beside him, and he said, "What the hell was that?" Something passed right beside me, at nighttime. And I said, "It's most likely a dark shadow spirit."
yep, when we came outside and it was real dark, and I was like, hold on a minute, something's up. And then we prayed, and then we saw the thing go from one tree away to away down the block. Remember? And that wasn't the only time. The other time, another time we saw the right in your front yard. It ran from the street to the tree you got in your yard. And sometimes they're different sizes.
Yeah, the DDN, like I said before, they're coming in different sizes. They're not all giants. They all come in different sizes. There's some that are small, and what they have is they're DDNs, but they're in disembodied form, which we call shadow figures, Bulto negros in Spanish, and we're able to see them. Sister Beyond the Box said, "I had that at my house, and I did a blessing and had them move on, and I haven't had any more problems." That's good that you could do that. Uh, I know where I used to live in Elms Grove, I did that numerous times, but I'm living in their territory, especially if it was native in their burial ground. So if their bodies are there in that land, so their spirits still remain in that land, and then that's why I think in the Elms Grove there was a lot of activity. I've done the same thing here, but we can get rid of one, but then another one might try to come and come to the area to the it manifests and Sometimes they come in twos and threes and fours and fives and different numbers, but they come and you're able to see them. That's especially if there's been spilled blood or there's a ritual that was done. Native just do rituals with circle formations where instead of dying in the enemy's hands, they will the head of the household would slit the wrist of all the family members while they were holding their hands in a circle formation. They would bleed out, and they would all die through sacrifice, through suicide. So when they would bleed out in that manner, then the one would rise. When the sun would rise in the morning, the one would rise from the center of that circle where they sacrificed themselves, which were the one was a dark a dark shadow figure considered to be kind of like a demigod. And when it would rise to the center from the spilled blood, the one had the ability to shapeshift from Mother Nature itself and from anything within Mother Nature. So if it could manifest to anything, then it could mimic whatever was within Mother Nature. So that's why there's a lot of activity in that nature within the woods, where a lot of people are confused, because they think it's a Bigfoot, they think it's a dog man, they think it's a Wendigo, they think it's a Mothman, a Goat Man, uh, Hellhounds, Hatman, Reapers, but it's all of the same. There's unclean spirits. Since it was human sacrifice, it's still considered to be demonic in nature, right? Because it's human sacrifice, so they manifest in that way. Yes, sister. Beyond the box, what I was told is not just Elms Grove. It's the land by the embark, the land that they're selling, that they're building stuff on, uh, the airport, and the golf course. Supposedly, all the land was native Indian burial ground, but most of Central Texas, that's what it was, a native land. So there's houses that are built on a native gravesite that they just build right over it. So that's why there's so much activity in Killeen, and also a lot of death. Where there's unclean spirits, they they enter people, and that's why Killeen is a dangerous place to live because there's a lot of killings. And if people have a spiritual opening, there's I call them DDNs, but we could call them native spirits, right? Of the Danko ones, they they possess people. I mean, as simple like as I can say it to you, that they're literally possessing people in the streets of Killeen and making them do things they don't even know what they did. And the city of Killeen is all about making money, so they're going to throw that person in jail. But instead of taking care of the problem of what's really existing, if they, I'm more sure they got a map of all the areas that used to be native Indian burial ground. If you look into the archives, you'll be able to know where these locations are. I found out some of these locations, and which Elms Grove was one of the locations, the airport in that area, and there's many others uh, that possibly native Indian burial grounds that they built over. There you go, beyond the box. Yes, the The golf course that's right there by Harker Heights is one of them. So it's open mic night. You know, the topic is Bulto negros, dark shadows, uh, DDN. You know, things of this nature that we're speaking about right now. My brother's seen some things there in Elms Grove. I'm going to place a link to see who wants to jump on for open mic night. And this is a topic here tonight. Try to stay to the topic. So I'm dropping a link. Whoever wants to join. Uh, my brother used to go to where I used to live because he said that he could feel something wasn't right. What were you sense of the area, brother?
I, I mean, I would be asleep, and then I would wake up, and then I would ask, because I would feel like something wasn't right. So I would ask God, God, what's wrong? What do you need me to do? And I could feel it like something wasn't right, that something's wrong. So I would get dressed and I would go in my truck and I would wind up at your house, and something was going on there, and so I would start praying. I would start saying the Our Father, and I would
Did you
start
see
praying.
did
And
you see any kind of movement when you would go there?
uh, I can't see what you see, only when they let me see. But I would hear where something would be running on the roof, and they would be running back and forth on your roof. So I would be there praying, and then I would be in my truck, but then I would get out of my truck and I would sit on your steps. Everybody in your house would be asleep because this would be in the middle of the night. And I would sit on your steps and I would turn my back to it and I would tell it, I'm not afraid. And I would keep praying, and then it would leave. And I could hear it on other roofs where would be leaving. But the house where I used to live, uh, that there was like a park across the street, and there was trees there. At night, I would see things there, dark shadows. I would see dark shadows there, and I would be wondering. I would be looking from my window, and I'd be like, "What the hell is that?" And I could see these dark shadows moving in and out of the trees, back and forth and back and forth. A lot of them, and there in that tree line. And I would be looking, but I wouldn't go to see what it was. I would see deer over there, but those weren't deer; they were dark shadows. And I always
So
wanted to go see, but I wouldn't go see because you know snakes, maybe. I don't know. I just didn't want to go see.
so the
If
where were they
nobody's
coming
in
from in the
danger
park?
from in the trees, there's trees, and then it goes down into like a cliff thing, and there's water down there. So that's where they were at, going in and out of the trees.
Did you ever see anything towards the swing sets or in the slides?
Yeah, one time when you told me at night that there was, I thought it was kids. I thought it was kids too that were over there playing it in the middle of the night. But I didn't go look like you did, and I didn't know that you were going through all this stuff at that time.
Yeah, I would keep a lot to myself. I wouldn't say nothing to anybody. No.
So I didn't even know, but God woke me up, and he that happened a couple of times. It wasn't just the one night. It happened a couple of times.
We got Sister Brenda. How you doing, Sister Brenda?
Hello, I'm doing
Si-
pretty good.
Sister Brenda's been in that location because she's got a friend that lives there in Elms Grove Estates.
No, she passed away.
What was your name?
Her first name was Lori. I'm trying to remember what her last name was. She lived on the very first street, right when you turn in behind the pizza
The pe-
place.
to the left?
Yeah.
It was a brown mobile home?
No, it was a gray and white one.
Gray and white one.
Yeah, she had an older daughter, couple grandkids that stayed there with her. Um,
Was she? Because I knew somebody who lived on the second home, and her daughter lived in another street. But so Lori lived further up then.
yeah, she lived 1, 2, 3. I think
Oh,
like the third or fourth one on the right hand side. When you made the left, she lived on the right, like the
do you
fourth, third, or
remember
fourth.
her last name? What was her last name?
I can find out. Watch. Hang on in 1 second.
Yeah.
Jack, what was Lori's last name? Your ex mother in law? Okay, Abe. Her last name was Quinn.
Quinn.
Yep.
I think I might know I might know who she is.
Yeah, my caregiver was married to her daughter, and her grandkids used to stay there, Dimitri and
Oh
Tatiana.
yeah, yeah. I know
Yeah.
I know
Yep.
Dimitri. I know Tatiana. I think Dimitri, may his soul rest in peace. He died in a car accident when
Yes,
he
he
was in high
did.
school.
Yeah,
He was
he just went to college. As a matter of fact, he was staying with Jack and I out in Salado when that happened. And I was so upset because I was working at the cab company, and I told him it was his 21st birthday. And I told him, if you drink, leave your car there and call me. If you can't get a hold of anybody else, I will send you a cab. You don't have to worry about paying for it. And even his father told him, if you drink, call us up. We'll come and get you. Well, he drank, and apparently he came home, but something turned him around to go back the other way. And he was speeding pretty fast, and he had a small sports car, and he hit a dip by the high school, and it flipped his car upside down. He landed on top of another car. His car broke in half. Um, it was pretty bad. Yeah, and Lori just passed away here, about 2 years ago?
which Lori was her mother,
No, Lori was the grandmother.
the
Well,
grandmother.
Lori was the mother too, because that was her name too. But Lori, her daughter's name was Lori Patton, and then she got remarried a couple times. I don't even remember where she landed. But the grandmother who owned the home, that was Lori Quinn.
Yeah, I remember Dimitri and Tatiana. They were kids
Yep.
when I moved in there. They were young, man. They were like my son's age, well, a little bit older than my son. They were my nephews and niece's age, and
Yeah.
uh, it was sad. I know Tatiana was sad, about her brother.
Yeah, she still lives out here in Killeen. She lives she her she married a guy in the military, and they bought a house, and she got diagnosed with some sort of leukemia, and
Oh,
she's gone through a bunch of treatments and stuff, but she's doing better. Um, so the only sad thing that she was really upset about was because when they started doing chemo, they had asked her if, she wanted them to take some of her eggs and freeze them so that, if she wanted to have a kid after she was cancer free, she could. She was real young and wasn't thinking about that. So, you know, but so now she can't really have any kids. But I did tell her, with her husband being in the military, they can adopt if they want to, so that's something that they think about, but she's got to get better first.
yeah,
Yeah, she went to school. She was a massage therapist when she started getting real sick. So she was doing pretty good.
yeah. They had it pretty rough. If I remember uh,
Yeah.
what they were saying, because I guess the mother was on the wrong path there for a little bit, or
Yep. And she took the kids and hid them from Jack for the longest time, and
yeah,
would tell the kids
uh,
he didn't want to see them. But They actually, Dimitri came to live with us before he finished school. And we were trying to see if Toddy wanted to, but she was too much like her mom. She wanted to stay with her grandma, so we couldn't make her. But yeah, Dimitri went to college out in San Antonio, and he had come down here for the Thanksgiving week for the break of school because his birthday is the 26th, 27th of November. So he had just turned 21, and none of us knew anything. I had gotten off of work and started, hey, I had gotten off of work and started cooking Thanksgiving dinner. And Jack called me from his work and said, hey, can you come and get me? I was like, okay, you're getting off work early? He said that his ex-wife and his daughter were just there. And then he told me what happened to Dimitri. I was like, oh my God. So I dropped everything, went and got him. And that kind of ruined Thanksgiving for us for quite a long time. Matter of fact, still, I don't think that we have made a Thanksgiving dinner since then. So,
Yeah, that was really messed up because I would always see Dimitri's. Well, I seen them growing up and all because they would come play basketball. I'll be playing basketball with them also. And my nephews at right there in front of our yard, and we'll go play at the park. Uh, but I remember when he was I think a senior. I would always give him advice and stuff like that. Uh, but he was, some of the kids that he was hanging around with were kind of like troublemakers.
yeah, a little bit, but he was a good kid.
So I would just tell him, hey, be careful.
Yeah.
I just give him advice, be careful, because one of the kids, I mean, I don't think it was hanging with him, but he knew him. One of those kids, he murdered murdered a couple, and he murdered two strippers.
Yeah.
He used to live in the mobile home park. It was a Puerto Rican kid.
Yep.
And they gave him like 75 years in prison or something like that.
75 to life. Yeah. Well, after 75 years, he could go up for parole.
Do you remember that incident?
Yes, I do.
That happened in the park. Well, they buried them in the open field near the airport. Two of the strippers, but the other couple, the owners of the black truck he was driving, they burned them. So yeah, it's one of those things that where we live, it didn't seem like it was a dangerous place, but it could be because people will come. I remember one time some people came and some kids that had guns looking for my nephews and stuff.
Oh, jeez.
They said they want to fight them, but they had guns on them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just biding my time here. Susie's got some people that are looking at her property, and as soon as she sells it, she already has the other property picked out. Houses are already built. We're gonna drag Steve down there, and it's out there in Mount Pleasant, Texas. So
yeah, I know where Mount Pleasant is.
Yeah, we're gonna go out there, and the property out there sits up on a hill. It's got a big indoor horse arena for her horses, and enough land for the cattle, and so we're all just gonna relocate up there. I need to get out to the country because I don't leave my house because this city. I leave my house, I'm always armed, and I don't care where I go, I'm always armed. And I hate the fact that I have to do that here. But this city's getting so bad,
You got the things that were already there on the land, which was the shapeshifter skinwalkers, shadow figures.
Right.
That was already on the land. Then you have all the other attachments that are coming from overseas from the soldiers. The Afghanistan, Iraq. You got the gen also coming from the attachments from over there that are getting on the soldiers because they don't teach the soldiers how to fight spiritually.
Right.
They got a chaplain that's non-denominational. So the chaplain is not going to say, "I tie by the rebuke in Jesus Christ's name." He's not
Right.
going to try to fight for anybody. The only thing he basically do is just to give people advice.
Well,
So
at
if the
least the army doesn't have Michael Aquino anymore. Because
Michael
that was,
Keaton.
yeah, he was one of the generals that they had, and he's the one who brought Satanism into the military. He was
So they
a
got rid of that. Where was he bringing Satanism to on Fort Hood?
well, yes, and he built and used to run the House of Set in Austin. There's a Satanic church in Austin.
Well, there's something I didn't know. When did this happen?
Oh God, it's been years. Like I think in the early '90s. Um, and he was in Fort Hood. He was at Cheyenne Mountain. He was at quite a few locations, and
And what was he in the military?
he was like a 3-4 star general, and he was over a lot of people, and he was a bad guy, and he finally passed away. He died.
I
Um,
can't.
no, they had. Well, we're not exactly sure. Somebody had said that he had astro traveled and somebody cut his silver cord. So he never woke back up.
But he never woke up.
Hmm. There was a few attempts on his life, but he was always one step ahead of everybody. Like he always knew that somebody was going to try to kill him. But he used to call himself Satan. And my friend Susie swears up and down that that's exactly who he was. So he was a horrible man, and his eyebrows looked like owls. Uh,
Do you have a picture of him?
um, I don't know if
Or
I can
do you think
look for that.
he had a Facebook or something?
I don't think he had a Facebook, but all you got to do is put in Michael Aquino.
Maybe you can Google
Yeah, let
if
me.
if you get a picture so I can see this guy. Maybe I might have bumped up. I know there was a lot of cult-like activity on Fort Hood in the '90s because that's when I was there. I mean, they had some crazy stuff happening right there by 21st Replacement by the gas station. There used to be some public restrooms.
Yeah,
They had that was it Hook and Tail or where they had a raid. They set it up because they heard there was activity happening in that restroom, and they caught a lot of high-ranking officials, doing things that wasn't supposed to be doing in there.
I wonder
Men.
if I can do this. Let me see if I can share a screen. Do, 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 do. Oh, he was lieutenant. He was a lieutenant.
Yeah. Let me see.
All right.
Okay.
See if you can pull it up because I shared it.
Wow. But those eyebrows are not military standard.
I told you he looks like he's got the owl tweak on his eyebrows. But yeah, he was never a good guy at all. And he's the one who brought a lot of Satanism into the military.
Was he in the cab? Where was he at? I see.
Hang on, and I'll be able to tell you. I've got his. Let's see. 1946 to September 2019, I guess, is when he died. Yeah, the temple is set. He was a high priest. He was in, let's see, San Francisco, California, Santa Barbara, California, Telegraph Hill, wherever that is. They said he was an Eagle Scout, apparently, when he was younger.
Mm-hmm.
ROTC. United States Army, United States Army's Reserve. He was all over our military. Let's see. Hey! No, you don't beat up on that cat. She's bigger than you are. What's the matter with you? Yeah. So 1980, he was in San Francisco. Trying to see when he came here. United States Department of State. So yeah,
But
he was head of a lot of different places.
he didn't pass away here in Texas, did he?
No. He was in New York, and he was also part of the Montauk program, and he did a lot of psyop for oh shoot, what's that one thing that Stargate? Just all kinds of. He was bad. God, he was bad.
Right there, seems like there's something behind him.
Well, also in this picture that I have down here, he was with Anton LaVey, and then he ended up meeting Anton LaVey's daughter, and Anton LaVey, who was also a Satanist, she left from her father's side and joined up with Michael Aquino. So, yeah. God, he was horrible. He was into black magic and all that stuff. Wow, what a wonderful guy.
Oh, I used to run into a lot of people like that in the military, like that guy right there.
Yeah, he's
Well, not into the persons that they're practicing the magic. I run into the demons in the military, where they will approach me and they will say certain things only I would know, and then they will laugh. They will talk to me in a different language, and I will go into prayer. I'll say the Our Father, and then they will flee. They will take off.
oh, see,
Uh,
now on this here it says that he died at 8:06 p.m. on September 1st, 2019 at 72 years old. And it says that he died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Huh. That's odd. But okay. So apparently that's how they're saying he died. I have questions. Lots of them. Yeah, not a good guy.
well, he's gone, but I wonder if anybody in his family followed suit of what he was doing.
Well, his wife does. I know she still practices, and the funny thing about her is she doesn't age at all. Like, they were the same age when they met each other, and then he died and she still looks young. So I know what that tells me.
What is that?
She really doing some hocus pocus witchcraft to keep her own young looks. Yeah. Wow. Let's see, now my uncle in the military, my uncle knew him. And my uncle is also a 33-degree Mason. So I don't speak with him ever.
So, what are the Masons believe in?
The 33-degree Masons?
Yeah, when
The
you say Masons, to me is like somebody that works with bricks,
Yeah,
makes because
no,
that's what they would do, right?
it's
Build
a
stuff in
like
certain cemeteries.
yeah, it's a Masonic thing. The Masons are also what you would call the Shriners, and the Masons go up each level. The higher the number, the higher level they are, the highest level they are. And usually your 33 degree, those are the ones that they're bad people. They do the sex trafficking. They do really bad things. A lot of our politicians are 33 degree Masons. So they're real bad people. And I don't speak to my uncle anymore because of things he put me through when I was a kid. And yeah, so they're not good people. They do a lot of rituals, sexual ritual abuse. So they do sacrifices, everything. Horrible people. So, yeah. But I didn't know about all that stuff on that land out there. I mean, I know the land is cursed. Just couldn't
I was
figure out.
always trying to look out for the children that would go to the park, and I would tell them, "Hey, don't be out there late at night." You know, not. I would warn them because of what happened to my son, that he got lured into the woods by a dark shadow figure. So I would tell Dimitri, Tatiana, my nephews, all the kids that would come over that I knew from the swimming pool. I would just tell them, "Hey, don't be out here too late at night because certain things are there."
Right.
Just looking out for them.
Yeah.
Because of course there's this wildlife out there also,
Right.
like wildcats and cougars. But what I was worried more was about the dark shadow figures. I didn't want them to get lured, like my son got lured into the woods. So,
Yeah.
but I've seen them all grow from when they were kids to teenagers.
Yeah.
And worried about everybody. I would warn people. There was one girl. Her name was. Well, she was with my nephew. Her name was Ali. What's her name? Boone was her last name, and they live like on the other block across the swimming pool.
Yeah.
I remember she was playing on the swings one afternoon, like around 5:30, and she came running to her house, looking for my nephew, and she was crying. I was trying to figure out what was happening. I mean, she ran to our house, and she was saying that there was a man calling her name, calling her into the woods. That he was a man in black calling her into the woods. So me and my nephew, we went over there, ran, and tried to see what was going on, but we couldn't find nobody. So, you know, I was just looking out for the kids' safety because these things, man, they do have the ability to bond and possess people. Which, and sometimes what's sad about this is that the people that are being bonded by it, or if it's tracking them or seeing what they do, and if it finds that opportunity
It
or
knows. It knows your son.
then it's going to attack, and it's going to try to take out the vessel.
Right.
Because that's what the mission is. That's what the mission was before, when there were the Nephilim. So if somebody has a spiritual opening, like if they're drinking, doing drugs, or they have anger, or there's division, like unforgiveness and stuff like that, all those are spiritual openings that it can use to attack.
Yeah. That whole area there. Well, I mean, Colleen's bad, period. I know that my ex-husband, his brother was downtown one year on Christmas Eve, and he was walking home, and they found him down there over by 8th Street, just in the gutter in the street on Christmas Eve with a
Wow.
bullet in his head. Yep. So he said that as far as anybody knows, somebody drove up and shot him and kept going. So it was pretty sad. There's a lot of bad things that happen out here. I hate it. I came here with my ex-husband because he joined the military, and I have been out here for 24 years, and I'm tired of being around Florida. Hey, knock it off. Mm-mm.
I was like in limbo because that's where Elms Grove is, like in limbo. You're not actually in Killeen, because when you pass the Killeen city limits, and then you're caught in between the Killeen city limits to the Harker Heights city limits. So I'm not, that land doesn't pertain to either or, you
Right.
know. So it's like being in limbo.
Yeah. I haven't seen a whole lot of good come out of here. Not in a very long time. So I think that it is time to move on.
Just to move to Elms Grove.
Yeah.
They got brother Scott Baker,
Oh.
because I seen what the shadow figures did to a lot of the elderly people that live in my block, where there was the person who lived behind me, Miss Kim, a man in the RV, the Orientalator up the street in her house. Then 2 blocks down, or a block and a half down, there was this man that lived in a. He had a yellow truck, and he always had his dog drinking beer. Well, he had inherited the house from his brother. His brother died in his bed,
Yeah.
so he inherited the house, or the mobile home, should I say. Then he was found dead in the bed also. So then the third brother came, and it's like, screw that. I'm not going to live here. I'm just going to sell the mobile home and get out of here.
Right? Mm-mm.
So,
I wouldn't
yeah.
either. I know that is just it's a real weird place. I never had a easy feeling whenever I was over there. It was always a very uneasy
And then
settlement.
that's where you're at is just at the entrance. Uh, where I lived, you could see the whole park and the creek and all that. And
Yeah.
that's where the activity was hot and heavy. But
Mm-mm-mm.
even there, in the outskirts, by the embark and all that, if you went around the big square, a lot of activity at nighttime in that location. That's where I
Yeah.
seen the shapeshifter skinwalker.
Yep, that's true.
Did you ever stay late at night to see anything like that, like old man, like a hunchback old man walking?
No, I did hear like noises, kind of like a hissing a couple times. Um, Looked around on the ground. There was no snake. It was kind of loud, so I would think it wouldn't be. A growl here or there. But I never got a chance to actually see anything. It was always getting in or out of the car, and that was about it. You know, if I'd have told everybody, wait, be quiet, I think there's something over here, I'm going to go look. They would have been, get in the car. So, but, and then when I worked and was behind the club out by the creek back there, that was really weird.
Oh yeah, lot of activity there.
Yes.
I would see even when the sun was still out, when the sun was setting, I seen this druid like people that look like people, but they were real tall, like in brown druid with the hoods, walking along the edge of the wood line. But on the other You know the entrance where the Domino's is.
Yeah.
You go to their left. There used to be a house to the left.
Yes.
But in that area, that's where I seen them. I seen them
Uh,
walking along the wood line, in their I guess jewelry like capes or whatever. But as they were walking, they disappeared. There was like 7 or 8 of them that I seen. One evening that I was walking to Domino's to pick up a pizza, and I was like, "What in the hell is that?" And as I'm looking at them, now I didn't have my camera, my cell phone on me. I'm looking at them, and it's like they just disappeared.
that might be why the kids that work at that Domino's, they don't ever go outside by themselves. They hate going out and taking the garbage out. That might be why.
There's a lot of activity there. The shadow figures, they probably hear their names being called from the
Probably.
woods. From the woods, yeah.
Wow. That's just
So the kids don't
crazy.
like taking out the trash from the Domino's at
Yeah.
nighttime.
They don't like it. They don't like to take the garbage out
So
at night.
how'd you know this?
I know a couple people that used to work in there, and one of them was one of the shift managers. She used to sit there, and I would run into her at a club, and she'd be like, "Man, I need to get new people." And I'm like, "Why?" I mean, it's an easy job for these kids. She goes, "Yeah, but they don't like to take trash out at night. They come running back in and slam the door behind them and say, 'I don't want to go out there by myself anymore.'" So yeah, I'm guessing they would hear things and just be afraid of it.
See things and hear things, most likely.
Yeah, I do not doubt that at all. I heard your kitty, Scott.
Little guardian angel.
Gotta make its appearance.
Watch out, Dick Richards gonna get jealous because you got your pussy gato there.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment, B, about this Aquino character. It really behooves me to think that the military, would allow, this type of, these people are screened, by the CIA, by the FBI, um, Department of Justice, and it really, like, again, it blows my mind to see a person with that background and that affiliation to be in the U.S. military, and be
Where do you
decorated.
who do you think
And
that he worked under? The
Clinton.
well,
CIA and all of that.
yeah, and it gets me so, you know, it and I remember too recently, with the military, um, that they allowed a lot of other behaviors into the military, including um, like witchcraft. And I'll give an example. I dropped by an office, and this woman in military attire had like a tarot card board or something like that, and I just kind of like shook my head, going like, wow, infiltration to the max, allowing, and I don't want to really go into my background on work and what my eyes were open to, and but it just behooves me to think that, this man, over a lifetime in the military, decorated, and nobody said anything about this.
No.
Nobody, political people,
Scott,
it's
you know that Satanism is one of the biggest religions in the world. Our politicians are
Yeah.
Satanists. Our CIA, Satanist. FBI, Satanist. I mean,
Yeah.
it's there. And
Well,
you
not
can't
all of
really,
them.
I mean, you
Not
can't
all
really
of them,
say
but
much.
it's the top tier that
Right.
make the decision. But let me
That's
tell
right.
you this. I saw C-SPAN 2 a few years ago. It must have been, I would say 5 years ago. C-SPAN 2 is like when they show the government, and I'm getting just a little off topic, but it does dovetail in with what you're saying, that they show the voting and that sort of thing in the congressional hearings or the meetings that they have, and it's on live television, right? So
Right.
there was a woman. I don't know if you ever saw this, but they probably scrubbed it or you can't find it anymore. There was a woman that came in and she was live on the microphone calling out all those Masons, to
Yep.
surrender their oath and, exposing all that on the House floor. I don't know if you guys remember that, but it's like, that was like unbelievable. And then she got hauled out of there, and she was like saying her piece, but I think God was like using her, to expose on live television, C-SPAN 2 or 1 or whatever it was, where they have this, this congressional stuff. And she was exposing the whole ball of wax of those people there. And she was exposing those politicians to give up, their oath and calling out those people too live. So, and I just wanted to say that,
Yeah.
adding up to your little, the infiltration of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing of it is that what makes it to where nobody can do anything is our Constitution. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion. So they can't stop them from doing it. They might tell them, well, you can't do it on government property. But when the government's involved in it, there's not really much you can do about it. Drive them out. I mean, then it goes back to that whole, well, I'll sue you because this is against my constitutional rights. So, what do? Pray for them?
Well, Jesus says, money is the root of all evil. So all these politicians are making six figures, they don't pay, they get free health care for life.
Yeah.
All these perks that they get and the money that they make. It's a sad state of affairs where we're in right now. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But I wanted to tell a short story. If I do, I might have to get off soon, but I wanted to make an addendum to the story about this half ghost black entity that I saw. And I did a little research about, now they say that if you buy a house, the realtor's got to tell you if the house is haunted or that sort of thing. I don't think that's true. Because I looked up where I lived and one of my friends, he was kind of, and I'll go into that shortly, but he said it was an Indian burial ground. And the apartment that it was built, anyways, but here's the story. So, generally, these condos have they're off the main road, but the parking is kind of in an alley, but it's kind of a private alley, and there's private car spaces where you pull in and you can either go around and enter to the front of the condo or go through the back way where they have a little porch that has, it's wooden fenced around. So it's a little privacy. I would say it's 8 foot long by, 5 foot wide or something like that. These little short things. So anyways, I was inside the house, and my son. It was nightfall, and probably around, because I wouldn't let him stay out, past 8. That's for sure. In the carport area, where there's, and then our particular space. I didn't park there. I parked out on the road or something like that. So he was bouncing his basketball, and he was probably about 9 or 10 years old at that time. So I came out to see him, and he said, I just saw a male figure that was half a body from the waist down, in a black, the figure was in black, and the reason, in carports, they generally have this type of lighting. It's condensate lighting, which is your normal lighting, but it gives off a real, really low hue. So it's kind of like, you can see, probably you can see shadows too, but it's very shadowy. And this was dark. I mean, it's the sun's down and everything. So my son tells me he sees this character walking with long strides. And because I asked my son, well, how long was a stride? Because generally a stride, you could figure out, how tall this person would be. So I estimated the height of the stride, which he saw, and he was real calm about it. He wasn't real scared or anything about it, but he just, a matter of fact, saying, hey, Dad, I saw this shadow without a body, half a body, kind of walking, in front of me. And it seemed like this character was probably close to 6'5" or even taller, maybe 7 foot, as far as the stride goes. Because I asked him, I said, well, how long was his stride? So, but it was a half a body. And so I had a friend who worked for Jet Propulsion Laboratories. He retired in northern Phoenix area. And he came down, because I told him about the story, and he came down, and he was kind of a mystic, psychic type person. And his background a little bit was in the being out in California. He and his wife used to go to all these seminars and these people speaking about their books on spirituality, mysticism, UFOs, all this sort of thing in California, because California had a lot of that, those people out there. And like, I think there's Jack Parsons. He also worked for that. He was one of these occultists that worked for the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Anyways, this person came down, and I was friends with him because he had a library that had all these books. So I started dabbling into getting these books and reading, and that was my walk with Jesus. It was kind of like I met this guy, and he was into, I met him through somebody or something about dowsing for water. It's called water witching. And it's a person that goes out with a stick and looks for water. And this is a proven thing. So anyways, he came over and told me that, I told him what was going on, and he came and told me that, and I didn't believe everything he would say, because he was into a lot of this far out stuff, New Age mainly, and different stuff like that. But, it's like, well, you have to just put everything on the shelf that you learn, and you have to see what's true and what's against God. It's really, you have to learn the enemy's tactics. You got to, you have to learn all this deception, because you can get misled so easily on all this stuff. So he came over and said, this is an Indian burial. That's what he said. This is an Indian burial aerial Indian burial ground. And it's like a discarnate entity, walking, in this realm. But it was the lighting that was a very subtle, dull lighting, in those car parks, where you park your car over this, metal awning where you park, it's very dreary, lighting, what I'm trying to get to.
Right.
And so he saw this. And so that was kind of the story a little bit about this person that came down to a dinner. Now, I went online to look about, well, okay, so he was saying this is the Indian burial ground. But you know what gets me? You go on the internet and you start looking for, you start, and I'll give you a quick example. I met a Hispanic woman where I used to work, and she was military. She said her mother, back in the 1900s, had books that were teaching about mathematics and English, all these subject matters that were so in-depth and heavy and true that, like she was saying, like, today's books are nothing like the old, early 1900 books. Right. I mean, I'm getting off a little subject, but I'm trying to tie this into that the knowledge people had, like Abe's mother, she probably knew this about spirituality too. I'm just bringing that into the picture. But getting back to the story, so this guy, so I went and researched this about, graveyards, are these buildings built on graveyards and so forth? And guess what? You don't see anything. It'll say, and for example, I'll give you an example. When I went to college, I learned, my professor in English, he told me, you always have to put footnotes down to prove where you got this information. And guess what? So I went on the internet tonight before, because I was making comments, but I didn't come on, but I went and researched about Indian burial grounds, in particular Central Arizona. And guess what? Whether it's AI, it doesn't matter, AI or what it says right off the bat, this area, I'm not going to name the area, this area has no relationship to Indian burial grounds. I mean, it's there's no footnote. It's just right in your face, like, shh.
Yeah.
We can't tell the public.
Now it all depends on the state, because I know that a while ago some laws were changed. I believe here in Texas, that the reason why they have to tell you if there's been any reportings of death or any kind of mysterious stuff, hauntings or what have you, is because you can sue. If I were to buy a house and that thing was immaculately haunted and it was horrible, I could sue the realtor for selling me a house that was haunted, or sue the other owner, and they would have to give me my money back. So I think it all depends on the state. I was just looking that up. I'm sorry. I just had to know that.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, B, but to a certain extent that there's a lot of instances that people, when they buy a house or rent a house, they end up leaving or not paying rent and moving away without paying any back pay or whatever, and getting the H out of there.
Yeah.
So, so here's the thing. What's the percentage of that? Wow. We don't know.
I mean, me, myself,
could be a
I would get rid of them. They would not be moving me out of that house. It would be my house now. You want to stay here and you want to be peaceful because you just want to stay here. that's fine. But the minute anything bad happens, get out.
I have
That's
something to
it.
weigh in.
You what?
I have something to weigh in on with this.
Okay, go ahead. Way away. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Brenda. So I have knowledge on all these different cemeteries across the U.S. Many of them started in the early 1800s. The earliest gravestones that I've seen of these mass cemeteries are that, like, they have people that were born in the late 1700s, and that's as far back as some of these go. Others have been destroyed, and prior to that, burials happened on the property the people were living on. And that could account for these different hauntings and the lingering spirits, especially if they passed away early. There's stones that I've seen, like grave spots that I've seen where they bury an infant that was only alive for a few days. They didn't even name it. One of them is in Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. It just says infant daughter. And there's a lot that are unmarked, though. And as I said before, these mass cemeteries sprang up. A lot of these burials happened on the owner's property or the family's property. And there's this whole thing about these public cemeteries being a way to further tax everybody.
Yes.
And, yeah, like there's a whole deep dive rabbit hole you could go down on that. But that's the general gist of it. Because I went on my Texas trip for the past 2 weeks. I went and on my way down there, I stopped in Pittsfield, Illinois, which is right on the border of Missouri. It's the town where Abraham Lincoln had his attorney's office. And I didn't know this when I first stopped in there. But they had a cemetery there, and that's as far back as I could see the dates going, are the late 1700s for the people who were born that were buried there. So it's my impression that the cemeteries sprang up in the first half of the 18th century or the 19th century. And I can't find anything older.
Well, you know, the thing of it is way back in the day, people used to bury their loved ones in plots that they made for their families. And, you know, nowadays, if you can get it approved, like I told Susie, I'm going to do this for her son. Anything ever happens to her, we're getting the backhoe. We're going to have a service and bury her in the yard. That way her son will never have to pay property taxes ever again. Because once you can make it into a family plot, then you never have to pay property taxes again. And that's one of the reasons why in the old days, they stopped letting people bury their loved ones on their own property. They figured out that if they use cemeteries, then you can still charge property tax. And this stuff has gone on for a long, long time. They got smart and figured out how to squeeze as much money out of a turnip as you could get. So, yeah, that's why we have cemeteries. You know what I get to thinking about is when they move a cemetery so they can build on that land, where are they putting all these people? How are they doing this? It's like it takes years to fill a cemetery. It takes them not even 3 or 4 days, and they have the land cleared. Now we can start breaking ground and build. What are they doing?
Most times
is wrong.
They're not even exhuming the bodies that they find. Like I know,
don't think so.
Like some of these buildings, they go to dig down to plant the foundation for the new buildings, and then they run into like these old bones and unmarked graves, and sometimes they halt the building, but other times they just keep on moving forward.
Yeah,
it's kind of sick to think about.
Yeah, I know that when I lived in Arizona, the nursing home that I worked at, we had a lot of strange things happen there. Cold spots in the room by the walls, cups falling off of tables and levitating in the room. like somebody caught it. And I ended up doing research and found out that that was an Indian burial ground. And nobody knows where they moved that burial ground to. Well, how do you go and see your relatives? So I think that a lot of them do that. I think they just throw houses, they move the headstones,
Yeah.
and they just go ahead and start building on that property. So, you know, I mean, for all we know, you could be living on top of whoever.
Yep.
And it's sad. You know, one of the things, like a lot of these missing persons reports and all that, a lot of people just, they want their family's bones back at least, so that they could bury them and have a place to go and visit them. Okay? So we don't know what they're doing.
Nope.
I seen an ad the other day for used caskets. How do you have a used casket? Why would anybody want to buy a used casket? I wouldn't, because I'd be afraid they're going to, okay, everybody's gone. Let's open it up and dump the body out, and we'll take this one and resell it again. How many times do you resell this casket? I mean, it's so, it's, to me, it's a dirty business. I say you go back to using family plots.
Yeah. We need to retrend it.
Right.
Make it fashionable again, because then also like the whole property tax thing comes up. I wonder if like anyone were to do that in Illinois, like how much backlash they'd get from the government. Like, would we end up in court over this for months on end just to see who's right and who's wrong? Like, ultimately we'd be right, because we're not, I mean,
right.
It's just that it's been suppressed for so long, and then everybody's distracted with the current events going on today. Like, they're not spending enough time looking into this stuff. And then if you do get somewhere with it, you unfortunately sometimes have people knocking on your door, but it's all fear tactics.
I've told Susie we should check into seeing if we could deem her property a pet cemetery, because all of her animals that pass away, that's what they do. They
Yeah.
get the hoe out there, or the skidster, they dig a deep, big hole, and that's where they go, and she buries them back up. She says a prayer for them. She puts a little, you know, cross on that for them. And I told her, I said, you should find out if you could do that. You've got enough cows and donkeys out there and dogs and everything else. You got a whole pet cemetery going on here. So, I mean, I just think that the way that they have ran things to where we have to pay to get a job, we have to pay taxes when we have a job, we have to pay taxes for where you live. If you own your property, you don't really own your property. Don't pay your taxes for 1 or 2 years. The government owns your property. That's not the way it is supposed to be.
No, and not enough people are pushing against it. If we had more people saying no to them, it would change.
Right?
And then people just end up saying, oh, I don't want to deal with it. So that's where it ends then.
That's what Susie says. I got to pay my property taxes. I said, you want me to go talk to him? No,
Yeah.
Brenda. I'm like, oh, come on. Don't be scared. I'll go tell him. What you're doing is illegal. I want to see it in writing.
Yep.
Show it to me in the Constitution. That's what I want to see. Your property taxes. Show it. So, yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't even know. But yeah, we could all be that place up there that Abe talks about on Elms Grove. If that was a Indian burial grounds, and supposedly they would move them, you know, I don't think so. Not with all the activity on those grounds. There ain't no way. You cannot convince me of this. I think what they need to do is they need to get a shaman or two, and they need to go out there and try to kick out whatever's there. So yeah.
Yeah, I think most, just taxes overall. Taxation is theft,
Oh,
and
yes.
you have all these examples of these people with larger incomes that have tax write-offs. You think about like just the fact that they make us jump through uh, hoops just to get stuff evened out. So like some of these guys don't even have to pay taxes because they say, oh, like um, there were costs for running the business, and then all of these other fees and stuff, and that negates the amount of taxes they owe. It's like that's the game that a lot of people play. And so
Yeah.
that's why you have like people like Donald Trump that don't pay taxes for a certain amount of years because they lost so much money on their investments. And then it gets twisted to the point where people are like, "Oh, he's doing wrong. He should pay tax." No, it's the wrong line of thinking. No one should be paying tax.
Right.
The income tax was started in the Civil War. It hasn't been changed since then.
Right.
So we're paying income tax as if we are still supporting the Civil War. It's ridiculous.
Lauren said something about in Boston they still pay 2% or over 2% for tea tax. What is this? You have to pay to drink tea? You have to pay taxes? What?
And also, the no taxes on tips. Well, guess what? That's if you make over 25 grand a year, then no tax on tips. So guess what?
They're not going to get it.
Teachers, our people, you think they make 25 grand a year?
No.
No, I thought it was under 25 grand a year. If you get under 25 grand.
No, it's you make over 25 grand, no tax on tips.
Well,
I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong. Look that up again. I could be wrong, but somebody told me that, and I kind of shook my head. So I could be wrong, but check that out again. Maybe I wasn't hearing it straight, but it does make more sense.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, look that up. But yeah, I was thinking about, I did my final paper in college. I did Why Are Funerals So Expensive? And
yeah,
I guess I still had this macabre type thinking even back then when I was 19 years old or whatever. And today, look at it. These funerals cost so much. All these caskets with their fiberglass. I mean, they look like a Ferrari.
okay.
And
it says that you can the limit is you can deduct up to $25,000 of qualified tips. So basically you have to make a certain amount, and after that you can deduct up to 25,000. Like, let's say the people that are going to hurt from that are going to be like your dealers in Vegas, because I know those dealers make mega money. So in order for them to deduct up to $25,000 a year in tips, then they have to make over 25,000 to be able to get that, to claim to get the 25,000. So yeah, they can to deduct it. So they got to make good money.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wonder, like, a little bit more information on that too. Like, maybe there's some other stipulations that are not revealed yet.
Yeah.
You might have to dig. There's always a trick. There's always a trick.
Because he said, I know when I heard it come out and the way it was explained, like the people that are going to be able to be okay on this are like your food waitresses and your bartenders, the ones that only work for $2 an hour. Because waitresses and bartenders, that's what the company pays them. The highest I've ever seen a bartender get paid, and they had to have been there a while and be very good, was $2.50 an hour. So basically, people that get paid to do food service and all that, they live off their tips. That is what they live off of. because you get a check once a week for $2.50 an hour. You work 4 to 6 hours a day. You're not making crap that the company's paying you. So, of course, you have to have your tips or you just don't live.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My first job, I was getting $3.25 an hour.
Sounds about right.
When I first started smoking cigarettes, I was paying 75 cents a pack.
1974, working at a bakery. Oh my God.
Wow. Yeah, I remember when I first started smoking, they were 75 cents a pack. And I said, if they go up to $1, I'm going to quit. And before I knew it, I was paying over $5 a pack. And I said, yeah, I think it's time to quit.
I'm glad you're vaping now.
Yeah, and I'm not doing that much anymore either. I'm just, so that's good.
Very good.
Eventually it'll all go away. But yeah, I think I've had one cigarette. No, I've had a half a cigarette in 9 months. And that's it. So yeah.
Good accomplishment.
They used to have that machine. You could roll your own cigarettes. You remember that, B? They had that machine. You put the paper in, put your tobacco in, and
yep. Of course, I was a rebellious child, so we used to use that to roll our pot. Worked for that too. I think that's where that slang word came from, when they would say, "Hey, we're gonna go roll a fatty." God, when you sit and you think about the crazy things you did when you were a kid, it's like, wow.
Yeah. So my first job, I was a golf caddy, and we had a really low hourly rate because the tips at the end, it would be anywhere from like $20 to $40 per game. But I absolutely despised that job. I didn't ever look forward to going in. I was constantly worrying, like, after I was off shift, when my next shift was. I never got along with any of the other caddies. I was more of an outcast there. I remember the meeting room they had for when you came in before you went out on the course. They had a stand-up arcade machine, and the guys were playing that all the time, and like it was all hooting and hollering, but like I just didn't fit in there. So I only lasted a few months, if
Right.
that. But it was kind of interesting, but I never really caught on to like the idea of like handing the different types of clubs off to the players. And but yeah, that was heavily reliant on tips. And that, I mean, what, like over 20 years ago now.
Yeah. Sage Cooley, let me tell you something about vaping. It's not healthy for you either, but the day that I went to go see one of my doctors, and he turned around and said I had COPD, right? I quit smoking that day when I left his office and went and got a vape. Do you know that now all of a sudden they have no idea why I would have had COPD? I breathe better now than I have for years. Yep. So it's better. I don't wake up in the morning anymore hacking up a lung. I don't have a bunch of crap in my lungs. It has been better. And you don't use a vape like you smoke cigarettes. It's an entirely different thing. Like after I eat, I'll hit my vape a couple times and I'm okay. If I'm stressed, I'll hit my vape a couple times, I'm okay. So, but if I was smoking and I was stressed, I would light 2 or 3 of them and smoke all 3 of them while I was sitting there at the same time if I had to. But yeah, so I've done really good, and I quit once before I got hypnotized. Oh, and I quit for 2 years, And all it took was I had to get on a plane and fly somewhere without sedation medication. And I walked off that plane and lit a cigarette, like got a cigarette from somebody and lit it and smoked it like I never quit. So that didn't do me any good. Well, $25 for 2 years, I guess, wasn't too bad.
The main thing with the vape is that there's only 3 ingredients for most of these juices. And one of the main ingredients being nicotine. That's the thing that keeps you coming back to the cigarettes. But there's also a lot of health benefits for nicotine and having that in your system. Actually, I think during the whole lockdown stuff, that was preventing people from getting sick was nicotine.
It did me, and I never wore a mask. I tried to get COVID. I never to this day got COVID. I was around sick people that had COVID, and I couldn't get it for nothing. And somebody asked me, "Do you smoke?" I said, "Yes." And they're like, "Well, that's why." I'm like, "What?" Yeah. I was like, "Well, crap. Don't tell me smoking's bad." But
yeah, I wanted to make a spoiler alert. I wanted to make a spoiler alert for myself. I looked up the minimum wage in Pennsylvania, 1974, 75. It was not $3.25. It was $2.30. I'm a little more sad. $3.30.
Amazing.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's scary.
Yeah.
I'm sad. I'm going to cry.
oh my gosh.
I think I think my second job after caddying was Dairy Queen, and that was I was underage at the time, so that was like $4.25 an hour. It is crazy. It's only gone like that wasn't even the minimum wage back then, but like minimum wage is still under $7.50, isn't it?
Not here. You can get a job at In-N-Out Burger flipping burgers for $20 an hour.
Yeah.
It's $20 an hour now, yeah.
It's not no, but it's not just that. You see, we have to break these concepts of like flipping burgers at fast food. No, you're taking the trash out, you're cleaning the floors, you're cleaning the machines, you're interacting with customers, you're handling money.
No, the
It's
ones
all
that
stuff
cook-
I've done. I've been in food service. I had many jobs in food service.
with In-N-Out, you hire people that do certain jobs, and trust me, the cooks don't ever go and they're never anywhere near the customers.
When I worked at Potbelly, I cut meat in the back. I had the meat slicer machine, giant sharp blade. You had to plug it into the wall, power it up. I was the only one that would be designated to slicing the meat there for the cold cuts. No one else did that, but I was expected to help out with cleaning the dishes, cleaning the bathrooms, cleaning off the tables, and sometimes interacting with customers. So I think as time went on, even in the movie theater industry, they made it a catch-all job. So you were hired as staff. And the last one I was at, ArcLight, they had us doing ticket taking, purchases, concessions, making all the food in the back. A lot of the time, you just stuck it in the microwave there.
Yeah, who stopped that was OSHA, because you're handling money and you're handling food, and a lot of people would not wash their hands.
Well, they made that part of the requirements for OSHA. Like they made sure like you got trained and knowing that you had to wash hands after handling money. But most people probably didn't even do that, which is gross.
Right.
But like, and I feel bad for the hypochondriacs, especially after COVID and everything.
But you know what that did?
Everyone forgot about them.
But you know what that did when they would handle money and then go handle food? Secretly, these people were building up our immune systems. Okay?
Yeah.
For all the junk that we have to eat now, they were building our immune systems. We actually can thank those non-hand washing people now.
I'd rather not know about it, honestly.
Oh, I don't know.
It's like what the most you can do to people in the bathroom if you see them not wash hands, you give them like a stern look, and that's about it.
Yeah. I was talking to
But
somebody.
that's, I was going to say, B, that, or Steve, that's just not like restaurant business. I mean, this is every type of business. It's multitasking.
Yeah.
They want you to do everything. So
I have another
the higher ups,
example.
man, I mean, it's. I just wanted to say that because I worked in, my brother owned restaurant. I know that's the hardest business there is, but I worked in the airline industry, and it's like I was doing everything but fly the airplane. I mean, unbelievable. So, it's including maintenance, gassing airplanes, you name it. I mean, we were trained for everything and had to do everything. But, again, I was going to bring up that word, privatization, and so, you run a restaurant business like Potbelly or whatever. But I agree with B. I think, In-N-Out, I think they have the best food and their ratings are the best. Well, but, all these other ones, but they do. Steve, you're right. They you make $20 an hour flipping burgers, but guess what? You're on your hands and knees with a scraper, scraping the grease that's about an inch thick. You can come in a weekend.
Well, do they?
Or not the weekend, but yeah. So I'm not. I'm just going to cut off on that subject matter. But it's it's a multitasking world. They want everybody to do everything.
Do they still have a In-N-Out University out there in California?
I'd assume so.
I know they used to have one in Covina where my uncle lived at one time. And it was a place where you went, and it was a training place. They taught you anything and everything you needed to know about In-N-Out. And then I know when they opened them out here, they brought supervisors from California out here, and they stayed out here for 3 or 4 months and worked in each individual store to train people how to make In-N-Out, And that's all they do is burgers. It's not like it's that hard. So, but yeah, they used to have an In-N-Out University out there in California. But I was talking to a friend of mine who lives in a different state. And I think he does live in California. And he says, man, I got to move somewhere where I can go to college and not pay what I'm paying for rent. And I said, well, what do you pay for rent? He goes, well, I live in California. I said, oh my God. He said, yeah, I have a 1-bedroom apartment and I pay $1,300 a month. I said, I live in a 1-bedroom apartment and I pay $800 a month. He goes, oh my God. I said, yeah. And I think I pay too much. I would not do it in California. No way. You tell me you're going to charge me $1,300 for a 1-bedroom apartment. I still have to pay electricity, water, and trash.
It's about $1,000. No, it's more like $2,300 to $2,500 now, from what I've seen.
Oh God,
it's nuts.
Yeah, B, you're way behind times in California.
Way behind times. You guys are just thinking everybody's rich.
About your. No, I'm talking about your person that you found in California. That it's not no 1,300.
Well, he lives in a little college town, and that's what he pays.
Well, yeah, maybe, but yeah, it's very expensive there. Very expensive.
Yeah.
Hey, Sage in the chat said that she owns a kettle corn company now. That's awesome.
Kettle corn company?
Yeah, kettle popcorn.
Oh.
Yeah. Salty and sweet. Oh, man, now I'm craving some of that.
Abe, did you bring the popcorn?
No. My one of the alarms kept on going off, so I had to I need to change the battery out.
Oh.
So I disconnected it for right now.
Yeah, my dog does that. I wish I could disconnect his batteries sometimes. That's my little alarm. He needs a new girlfriend. I keep telling Jesse we need to hook his dog and my dog up.
Yeah.
Have you heard from him? How's he doing?
No, I haven't spoken to him.
Okay.
He hasn't called me or nothing, so I'm just gonna give him his space, till he feels better.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to um I told Gilbert that I wanted to help him when he starts having to do all his paperwork for stuff for his medical and things like that. They don't tell you everything that you're eligible for. And there's a lot of things that could help him that he's going to need. And I don't want them screwing him over because I had to help another friend of mine. They took his bone out of the upper part of his thigh. He had bone cancer. And so basically, it left that leg completely dead, right? And they were arguing with him because he was like, well, I have no way to get around. And I told him, I said, they'll buy you a wheelchair, one every 5 years. They need to get you one because you can't walk. And he said, I know. He said, what do you mean they'll get me one? They never told me that. I said, yes. I said, you need to get with them and tell them what you need, give them a list, and they'll send it to you. So, yeah. Oh, what we got here?
Possible native Indian burial ground. I've seen things like that stacked up along the side of the creek, where they're literally stacked like a mound. I just never went to unstack anything because there could be snakes underneath there or anything. But by the creek, there's a ledge because it goes up. You can climb to go up to the higher part of the creek, and there's rock formations there in this nature. I will have to go and take a picture so I can show y'all what I'm talking about. But I'm just giving you examples of possible native Indian burial grounds. There's one like that. Let's see. And
Oh, that's definitely something.
Oh, wow.
possible, I think that one they called it a circle burial ground. Possible burial ground. But you see the formation of the circle? I remember the story I told you all that I was walking and that I was tired because I used to walk around the big old quad, Brenda, where the embark is. I used to walk it like 10 to 12 times a night for exercise. And as I was walking in the road itself, there was a circle formation of rocks that were placed like not even like 30 seconds because I turned around and there was some big rocks in a circular formation in the middle of the road.
Oh,
And
wow.
I was like, who put it out here? And I'm looking into the edge of the woods that's right there. Of course, it's like a drop because it goes downward. So I'm yelling to see who's out there playing a prank on me. But the rocks were pretty big. They were on the road. But I didn't go into the circle formation. I went around it and went home.
Yeah. I bet.
So
I
the
bet.
markers is for when the people are going to cross over, or sometimes the markers are placed like a circle round formation. You hear a lot of that in the dealing with Bigfoot, dealing with this round formations of rocks or banging of rocks. Also, uh, they would make a round circle formation, but it would probably be bigger than this, enough for the person that's either sick or that's dying, that the only one that's able to enter to be in there with that individual would be the shaman, in which he would go in there and pray, either help him cross over or Helam, one of the two. I'm just giving an example.
I would know what I did if I was walking and didn't see anything and then turned around and all of a sudden there was a bunch of rocks there. I'd be like, oh, that is nice. Time to leave.
I've seen some mounds like this over here in this land where I go investigate. I've seen some different, like this kind of rock formations, but smaller, but like in circles, like they're piled up like this. But this one here is a big rock formation. Yeah, I'm just giving an example of
Wow.
how it might look if you were to run into one out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be messing with native grounds. I used to date somebody that lived on a reservation, and I was allowed to sit with them, and they would have an elder come in and talk to us and tell us stories and stuff, and it was pretty neat. I learned quite a bit from them. It was pretty awesome, actually, just listening to all their old ancient stories and different things like that. It's crazy. For sure.
Yeah, my brother in California, he lives in California, used to go to powwows.
Yeah.
His wife is Cherokee, so he goes to the powwows and stuff like that. She's native.
What did Matt put some of the rocks?
He got married up in San Diego when he was in the Navy. My brother was in the Navy. My other brother was in the Army. Jack, he was a combat medic. And I was a tanker. Then my younger brother, he was going to join also. He was going to go to be an officer. He had to show as an officer, and he wanted to be a policeman. But then I said, those are, dangerous jobs, but you can do it if you want to do it. Because, he was athletic and everything, very smart. But then he chose to be the profession of being a teacher. Right now he's a principal. So that's a path that he chose.
Well, I guess it wouldn't be too bad to be a principal. I think I would hate to be a teacher right now because some of these kids are so unruly.
Remember, brother, what Mom would say when I wanted to join because you had joined? She would make fun of me, my mother, because I was real skinny. She would say I was too skinny to join.
That's good. It was not left to her to decide, right?
Yeah, my brother was a combat air medic in which he would have to jump off with a parachute and stuff like that. No, bro?
Oh,
Hello?
no. I was in a clearing company.
Like what?
But our mother would always never let us get into sports or anything. Because she would say that we will get hurt.
Yeah. She let me do track, but she didn't want me to. I was real good in football. I was going to be the starter, and my mom didn't approve of that. So
it's probably one thing that she was right about with the sports, because I did play football and I quit like mid-season because of the impact. I was playing left tackle. It's like running into a brick wall. Like your whole body gets that blow from the people running at you. And we know of all the CTE stories. It's I think we're better off having not done that. Because I could have played all 4 years, but I probably would be very banged up at this point.
But by the time you graduated, yeah, I would see guys break their legs and their arms and stuff, the wrist.
Nah, it's not good.
Sister Cecilia says, look up Guadalupe, Arizona. I grew up there. It's like a res. There was nothing around but miles and miles growing up. Lots of black shadow entities around there. The man in black suit, the hat man.
The Hat Man.
So what do y'all think about the men in black?
I think they're part of our government, that they are special. They're special. No one's supposed to know about them.
They could get sent to your house and tell you to pipe it down, or else something bad might happen to you.
Probably.
Yeah, a
Well-
lot of the like the firsthand accounts I've read, a lot of these aren't even human. The men in black, like they appear and disappear without being seen on footage in like hotels. They have like pale white skin, almost like they're wearing something over their real skin, and their eyes looked all messed up, which is why they're wearing sunglasses all the time.
You got a picture of that, brother? That you might look up.
Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, there was one in particular, the hotel one.
Yeah. I would also comment that I read this UFO research about men in black, and they came to a woman's house that she had seen something, or I don't know what the story was, but they showed up at her house, and she reported back to this UFO investigator that their pants that they were wearing, they had turned, and their pants were a little bit short from the shoe up, and she could tell it was not human. It was some kind of alien, demon. I mean, I'm just saying, speculating, but it was not a human leg. There, the pants down by the shoe was like it came up or was running high anyways, but she reported to the person that it was not human. The leg was not human. So
I'd be playing it cool, saying, "Hey, can we take a selfie?" Just to get a picture.
Of course you would, Brenda.
I would.
Living on the edge day in and day out.
I tell the FBI I don't understand anything they say, and I hang up on them. I slam the door on them, so I don't care. Hey, there they are. Oh.
Yeah, this
There
is
it
the
is.
one that came to mind. They're going to zoom in on it here.
come on, lift those pants up.
All right. They wear them
Is it
extra
the-
long now.
Is it the Blues Brothers?
Yeah,
right.
They look like the Blues Brothers. What the hell? They never died.
I don't think they have a mission. I don't think they have a mission from God, Abe.
Wow, they got a mission from the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
Are those all the children of the corn grown? Malachi?
Yeah. That's what happens when they grow up.
It's got the little hat for children of the corn. Let me see if I can find a picture of Malachi. Can you find a picture of Malachi?
Malachi.
You know the kid that was in charge with
The
he was dressed
children
in
of the
black
corn. Yeah.
with a hat.
I started watching that movie, Abe, but I had to turn it off, man. No way.
Oh, that one wasn't
No
bad.
That, I don't know. That was, to me, I said, no way. I don't want to watch this movie.
Yeah, that guy was walking kind of funny, like he had jock itch or something. The guy at the front, he was
Yeah.
walking like there's something wrong with him.
It's because he had all four of his legs shoved into two pant legs. I don't know. I think they're pretty strange, anyways.
Try to take a selfie with them, Brenda. You might not come back.
Oh, I would do it in a public place. There'd be other people around. I'm not stupid. You're like, yeah, can you pull your pant leg up? I want to get a picture of you trying to catch a bus. Let's see your sexy legs. Come on. Yeah, I don't know about them. They just and then if you tell the FBI, people have already been there. They're like, nobody's been here. Oh, okay. So I just imagine two guys dressed in black coming over here and talking to me. Tell the FBI, well, you're about useless. Go away.
There's a lot of books about, they're called the enforcers. Like if you see this UFO or, any kind of information and, you want to bring it out to people, whatever, these characters show up, if they've, I think Frank Stranges, I think he wrote a book about that. A lot of these paperback books, they're really creepy, I tell you. You get your hands on these old books that, it's hard to find these books anymore, but this stuff goes back, 60s and the 70s, and these authors used to write a ton of books about, these entities, the black, men in black. And, but I think as we know today, I think they're alien demonic beings that are impersonating, the human.
There he is.
I don't think his name is Malachi. He's called something else.
Oh, man.
I thought he was Malachi.
Well,
Don't it look like the guy from Facebook?
yeah, if that was my kid, I'd whoop him and put him in the corner. If he didn't want to sit there, I got duct tape. He just looks mean.
He's got that black hat. He's got a little black suit. We just need to color his eyes black, and we'll say it's a black eyed kids, or what do they call them?
Yeah.
That's
what they're...
I'm kind of surprised that they didn't do that in that movie. Make their eyes black.
I guess I was working with a low budget.
Yeah, right.
That movie came out in the 80s, I believe. Children of the elote. Children of the corn.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a book written about that way beforehand, wasn't there?
Yeah.
The original, like a book written.
Yeah. Think who's the creator, Stephen King?
Yeah. So I guess that kid that used to be Theo Huxtable died, and then Ozzy died today.
Ozzy.
So they always come in threes. So you need to see who's next. I don't know anybody that's old enough now. I'm trying to remember.
Let's see. Yeah, Ozzy. It was Ozzy.
Yeah.
The Huxtable guy. He passed away yesterday.
Yeah, and Ozzy died today, didn't he? Or last night.
So his wife stayed with everything now.
Yeah, I've been actually waiting on that one because 2 weeks ago he did another show.
Cool. Yeah.
And I guess he called it his goodbye show. So he must have known that was going to happen. But he's been in poor health for a while. I think he had like Parkinson's and something else. Used to crack me up. You can't understand a word he says when he talks. but when he sang, you could understand everything that came out of his mouth.
I got a question. Do
Yeah.
you think he was into the cult?
Yes.
And so he knew about the demons, dark shadows, and all that.
Probably. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't summon some of them.
So do you think that maybe what happened to him was dealing that his time here on Earth was over and they came for him?
Probably because, like I said, he actually knew about it. He did his last show 2 weeks ago, two and a half, and they had him come up off the stage. He was sitting on this big throne, of course, because he was the father of darkness or whatever they used to call him. So yeah, and who said that? Oh, Lawrence said that his wife is sick now from Ozempic. Hey, that stuff almost killed me. I can't take that stuff anymore. None of it. That stuff did me bad. But yeah, it's I think he knew, you know. They usually say that when they're older and it's getting close to their time that they usually know. Like I worked in a nursing home and I used to have a lot of people that would tell me that they I would say put them to bed at night and say see you in the morning, and they would say no you won't, and I would say yes I will, and they would end up passing away that night. So I think they say that they kind of know when they get a certain age. So maybe he knew. I mean, you never know. He might have made a deal.
If he made a deal for fame and
Yeah,
fortune,
I was
he
just gonna
knows.
say that.
He knows what time when his time is up.
Right.
He knows the exact date.
Yep. I was just gonna say that.
They
When
know
you
the exact date because the collector, the soul collector, comes for him, or the demon
Yep.
will come for him and tell him, "Hey, it's your time. Come with me." That's it.
Yep. Well, a lot of these
That's for people that make deals with demons
yeah.
for power and fame, or
Yep. A lot
for
of the
witchcraft and necromancy.
a lot of the people in Hollywood, a lot of the singers, not all of them, but a good majority of them. So apparently money and fame is worth their souls, I guess. I wouldn't think so, but
I wonder if we're screaming Sharon's name about now. Where is that?
what is it?
I mean, it could have been it was just an act, but to my understanding, wasn't he the one that bit the head of a bat?
Yeah, years ago when he was younger, yeah.
We think about it. We're talking about Ozzy, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
He had his last show, and it's like he knew.
Yeah. Because he said goodbye to everybody. It was his goodbye show. That's what they said. So.
And then his son at the show Portal to Hell.
Yes, his son I think, and one of his daughters is a paranormal investigator.
Do they still have a show on?
I
know they
don't.
used to have a show, but somebody with bifocals took a lot of people out of the industry. I ain't
Yeah.
saying which person it is, but all I know he did a show called something about a house, supposedly a house that was possessed or had a demon, and he tore it down. Now he's got big old bifocals that are like Coca-Cola bottles
Oh wow.
because he supposedly lost his sight. I don't know.
Well, I know that that one guy's a fake. I know that for a fact. And his museum that he has out there in Vegas is crap. I've been in it.
Who?
Zach.
That's what I'm talking about. Um,
Yeah.
well, I remember there was a show. Then even the other guys where they were in a prison, and they said, "Do y'all see that?" And they see like a dark shadow running, but it's really one of his guys because you could see the dicky pants, the light bar pants, and the white shoe
Yeah.
was underneath the thing. I said, "Man, get out of here with that crap."
Yeah.
They had all kinds of gadgets, but they couldn't find a. They had all kinds of gadgets, but they couldn't find a dark shadow being. They should have come to Texas, and I would have showed them where to go.
I know, right?
Nah, I think they will get attacked there.
Probably. Yeah, I first started watching that. What was the name of his show? Ghost Adventures or something like that. And
No.
I
Yeah.
would just die laughing when they would hear something and they would all run out of the house screaming like a bunch of women. And I'm going, what are they doing? Like, do they not know like that that's just going to make it worse?
I think what they were doing. I mean, most of the shows, what they're doing because it's scripted, they're following the orders of the people in charge
Yeah.
of the
Right.
show.
Yeah.
See,
So if
I
they tell
think
them to scream, they're going to run screaming. If they tell them to act scared, they're going to act scared because they
Right.
got to follow what the producer is saying.
Yeah.
there was the creators of Ghost Adventures. They originally were online. They had a good forum. It was called the Atlantic Paranormal Society, or TAPS for short, and it was based out
Yeah.
of Rhode Island.
No,
And I
no.
think their
That's
credibility tanked down once they started doing the shows, because you have to get approval to be broadcast and stuff. So there's a lot of limitations, and like
well,
they're committing forgery on a lot of this stuff, like what Abe said with the Dickies
like
pants thing.
Taps is a different show from Ghost Adventures. They're
No,
different guys.
but I was talking about Taps also because that's always show where they used
Yeah.
to have a goofy guy that he was always getting in trouble with his girlfriend. Well, that's a guy that wore that because I recognize the pants and the shoes.
Yeah, I'm mentioning it because they originally started around 1990, and they
Yeah,
were mostly just online. There were no TV shows of it until like I don't know how long ago. It's been over 10 years, I think, at this
yeah,
point.
they went about 10 years.
Wow. It's a long time. Mm-mm-mm.
Mm.
Well, and you know what? They're the ones that make people think that they're the ones that make people think that you could just walk into a haunted location and shit just starts happening. And it doesn't always work like that. Some of those people that really go and do this, they could be in that house a week before anything happens. So, but they just make it sound like, you just walk in this house and right when you shut the door, here goes everything. Bicycles going down the hallway and wheelchairs moving, but it isn't always like that, you know?
No.
So, yeah. I don't know. What do they call them? They call them hosers.
But you do hear some people that go out there to investigate and they never come back. I think Brother Yezimizel was talking about a guy that was doing an investigation at a cemetery and he passed away. What happened to that guy?
Yeah, Pete Crapia. He was the basically the caretaker of Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, like unofficial caretaker. But he was starting. He had a lot of information and knowledge that he was going to slow release, but he was revealing shortly before he stopped posting, and then there was like a year that went by with no posts, and then eventually we learned that he took his own life in the forest nearby there.
Oh wow.
But he was posting about, he was making video posts saying that he had contact with interdimensional beings. And I think Abe mentioned this, and it wouldn't be too far-fetched that they tried to tell him to, like, end your life, come to the other side, come join us. And who knows if he was under influence of alcohol or drugs that led him to make that decision under those conditions. But it's just really unfortunate, because I did meet the guy. He was a very sweet individual. It's just that stuff happens, unfortunately. It shouldn't, but I wouldn't have thought that guy would have done it, because he was more out to set the record straight with some of these paranormal investigators that were falsifying records. I know he was talking a lot about Ursula Bielski, who's done a lot of Chicago haunting books, and I think he actually was romantically involved with her at one point. But,
Well, I mean,
yeah, like he had found like the cloaks that she'd wear, and she revealed to him that she went and did seances at the cemetery, and that was like pretty much the end of their relationship. So
I
at least he had
wonder,
discernment.
I mean, could it have been that something in those woods got to him,
Yeah.
and made him do it? Or maybe there was people that followed him there that were mad at him for doing what he was doing. I mean,
It could be a number of things. Yeah. I mean, if
yeah.
he claimed he was communicating with these beings, he was doing like, he had devices where he was trying to pick up different light frequencies and different sound frequencies, and he was doing experiments with them. He was releasing a little bit of the footage. Let me see if I can find the YouTube channel, because there's still a lot of good stuff on there, but he was the only one running it. And
Did they ever talk about that he ever encountered any dark shadows out there in the cemetery?
that I'm not sure of. Oh, I hope the channel's still up. Yeah, okay, it's still up. He said that he's seen these different beings, that they're not human. There's different orbs that have been seen, different colors. You've had like the white, blue, green, and red. And I don't know about the dark stuff. There's stories of like houses that appear and disappear. One in particular, a white house with a porch with a light on it.
What the
And
hell?
yeah, I put that more in the category of time slips, which isn't too far-fetched with the ley lines, where you just have certain land that reverts, or just it separates what we know as time, where it could show stuff from the 1800s and us at the same time, and that passes in waves. There was also methane deposits underneath the cemetery that's probably still there and active, but the methane releases through the ground, and so that's some
Gonna
of the,
affect.
yeah. I mean, I don't know how that interacts with the paranormal, but there should be some connection with it there. I'll type in the chat here just to look up, or no, you know what? I'll share it, and then I'll share it in the private chat for you, Abe, and then you
All right, I'll
could link
post it there.
it, because it's more of like a back catalog now. The last video was posted 2 years ago now. It sucks.
I've got a creepy story.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I was I was a director of building grounds at a church for like 4.5 years. And so basically, I did everything. I did the landscaping, the custodial work, bringing Bibles up and all this sort of thing. And I lived in the parsonage, which is in the old days, the pastor, rector, or the priest would live in a home next to the church. And so later on, when these pastors would retire in the 50s, or it could have been the 60s, 70s, I don't know what year, but they did not own that house. The church owns the house. So that's where I lived. And they had this job opening, and I guess the title of my position was called church sexton. And if you look that up, SEXTON, when you look it up in a dictionary, it'll say bell ringer and grave digger. So wow. I said, you know what? If I go to another job, I'm going to have to change that job title because, you know, I mean, it's kind of, it's a very old term that they used. And it's like, well, I got to get, you know, because I knew this would be an interim job. So, you know, my future lives, well, you know, it may look kind of weird to have that name if somebody would look it up. So anyways, let me get to the story here. So I changed it to director of building and grounds, and we would have property meetings and all. This is the second largest church, Lutheran church in Des Moines, Iowa. So, you know, we had quite a few members. So this is the story. So we had a funeral going on, and so I went in to check, because you were your own boss. You know, you did everything. Kind of, again, I'm going to bring up that word multitasking. So, you know, I went in, got the vacuum cleaner to touch up the, you know, the church. So there's lighting that you put on, and I didn't want to put the lighting on, all the lighting on. I just put on certain switches. I just wanted to get in and out of there. Well, the funeral was going to happen the next day, and there was a casket down at the front of the church. So I'm like vacuuming, you know, like real quick, da-da-da, and I got to take the plug out, go the other way. And so I'm down at the front of the church where, you know, the pastor preaches. So you can kind of visualize this. So, but back further, they have this thing called the pall. The pall is like, they drape this over the casket, you know, it's part of the funeral, and we get, you know, we get paid separately for weddings, and this is kind of like going back to that tips things, but, you know, I never declared any of that, you know, tips on, you know, the weddings and burials and, you know, doing the work for the, you know, working for the funerals and stuff, because you still got paid for these things extra. So it was really a sweet job. But I knew I couldn't really stay there forever. So anyways, so I'm vacuuming, you know, real quick. And so the casket's open. And so I'm vacuuming. And then, you know, I happened to glance and just like look inside the cabinet or in the casket. The guy was there in the casket.
Oh.
They had the person in the casket there. You know, and this is, you know, the funeral is going to be the next day, you know, to see, you know, the husband or the man that died, you know, and the casket was open, you know. So I looked at that and I'm going like, whoa, you know, like, what? Oh my God. I mean, I got startled because, you know, I thought, well, the casket's supposed to be closed. Even if there's somebody in it, you know, it should be closed. But it was open, and I'm there, you know, vacuuming real quick. And I just looked, and, you know, you had, you know, the guy with hands over and, you know, so forth. And, you know, I was like, I wasn't really scared, but it just like, I was startled by, there was somebody in the casket.
Yep.
You know.
Well, I'll tell you.
So I thought I'd share the story because you're talking about, you know, all these stories kind of come to my head because I have so many stories, but, you know, bringing up these, other people bringing up, it kind of, you go back and you remember, oh, I remember that. So I thought I'd share that, but that was pretty strange that, and I didn't say anything to anybody about it, because I was in and out, and I didn't say to anybody, that I was there, at night vacuuming, touching up everything to make everything straight and stuff. And yeah, I just thought I'd share that little creepy.
I got a funny one for you. When I worked in the nursing home, we would get new people in all the time for training, right? And this girl was brand new, and they stuck her with me, of all people. So, she's like, how do you do this? I mean, what happens if somebody passes away? Well, it just so happened that night we went on our rounds, and somebody was there, and he passed away. And so part of our job is to clean the body, clean the bedding, get everything ready for when the family gets there. So she's like, oh, I don't know if I can do this. I said, it's okay. He's not going to bite you. So I told her, I said, grab the sheets, pull him over towards you so I can put the clean ones underneath him. Well, he still had air in him. And when she rolled him over, he burped. And this girl threw him down and ran out of the room screaming, grabbed her purse, and left. The head nurse walks in and says, what happened? I said, I think she just quit. It takes a certain type of person to be able to do that kind of job, and she just didn't have it. And I knew it right away, because going to go clean somebody up, and she's, barely touching them with 2 fingers with a rag between her 2 fingers. And I'm like, what are you doing? Just take the washcloth and wipe their face. What are you doing? Oh, man. And she never came back. She didn't even come back for her paycheck. She wasn't having it. Scared the living daylights out of her.
Long gone.
Yeah. And she's like, you didn't tell her that could happen? I said, I didn't think about telling her that could happen. She was worried about him coming back to life. And I said, he's not going to bite her. And all of a sudden he burps, which turns him over. And oh my God, she flipped out, dropped him on my arms. I'm like, what are you doing? She just took off. She never came back. I was like, man, stop putting people with me.
It's kind of like the movie. What was the name of that movie with the guy with the sunglasses that was dead?
Oh, yeah.
Weekend at Bernie's.
There we go.
Bernie's.
That was funny as hell, that show right there.
I know, right?
The guy that played the part, man, I don't know how he did it, but
I don't know. The only thing I could think of, like every time they had to carry him around or do something, maybe they had some kind of stunt dummy, that they might have been carrying around.
Oh, some of them for sure. But yeah, that was real funny.
He did a good job. You're right, Abe. He did do a good job acting that part. He didn't have to say anything, so he didn't have any lines to memorize.
it was just a funny movie.
It was. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, Madeline. I've actually seen bodies do that. That does happen.
What, the dancing?
No, when they sit up.
Oh, popping up. Yeah. The what's the name of it?
Rigor mortis.
Yes.
It's a part of rigor mortis. Oh, okay. So I got a funny one for you too. Here's another one. So this older lady we had, she passed away. Okay. So she was on a resuscitate. Like, she didn't have a do not resuscitate signed. Okay. So automatically when we found her, we had to start CPR. Well, I knew she was gone, but we had to do it anyways. This woman had implants on her breast from the 1920s, I swear. And so we had to start CPR, and I was doing the chest compressions, and the ambulance had came in to take over. Well, they had a rookie with them. So they told him, take over the chest compressions from her because those are the hardest. And I'm like, oh, thank you, because I was getting bruises on my arms from her implants. All of a sudden, this kid looks at them and says, wow, I didn't know rigor mortis set in the boobs first. And I looked at everybody and I said, should I tell him? They're like, no, don't tell him. It's okay. They thought it was hilarious. I was like, oh my God, tell this poor kid that's not so. It was terrible. Poor guy. That probably would have ruined his night, thinking he was stupid.
Was his name Mike?
No, actually, it was.
Oh, there we go. That explains it all.
That's funny that you said that. It was.
I guess I must be a psychic.
All right.
Nah, I don't know. For some reason, I'm doing like the shows. Does Mike resonate to you?
I know, right? Do you feel it?
I've got another grave story. I worked at another church. The Lord kind of, the saying, the Lord works in mysterious ways, right? So over my life, I had worked for 3 churches, and also I worked for a Catholic school and convent. But anyways, let me get to the story. So I worked at this church in Arizona, and I was the facility manager. And I had a custodian, and he primarily dug the urn where you put the urn in, because they had a small little cemetery kind of area where it was partly grass and partly rock. And, the soil in Arizona is caliche, and it's very, it's you have to use, a pick.
Yeah.
And it's very hard. The ground is like super hard. And then they have walls where, I would mount the plaque on, because, I started digging some of these plots with urns, and I'm going to my custodian, you got paid for like $150 or something. I said, you go ahead and do this, because when I had that pick and I hit the ground, sparks flew out of the ground by hitting these rocks. And I'm going like, and my teeth, that vibration went up to my teeth. I'm going like, I'm going to lose a filling doing this, But I telling my custodian that you go ahead and do that. I'll do the plaque and get paid $75, and then you can do, that, because you need the money anyways. But it's like, it's really hard. I mean, you get through a certain soil, maybe, 4 inches down, and it becomes a little easier. Anyways, let me get to the story. So the plot was dug, and the funeral was, I ended up doing the funeral, which means that, you get everything prepped up for people coming in. There's people come in with the bagpipes. Right. And if it's a military, if they belong to a military, and the former governor actually went to this church. So it was a big wig church. It was out in Paradise Valley and Arizona, and, very ritzy area. So anyways, I was out there, and over the urn spot, there's a board with artificial grass over it, artificial turf, let's just call, and it's just to make it, nicer looking, in case somebody comes out, and checks on things. And so I'm out there, and, I'm looking at my watch, and people are starting to pull in, the cars are starting to come in, and, I get a little nervous, like, oh, wow, and I think it may have been my first time, because generally I'll let the custodian, like, you handle everything. Well, he couldn't make it that night or whatever. And it was after, it was after 4 o'clock or something like that. So, so all the cars are coming in, and I'm looking around, making, sure, the gates are easily accessible to come in and everything. And because there's a lot of people coming in to the parking lot and stuff. So I said to myself, well, I'm going to check on this, this grave and, where you put the urn in, that make sure it's, done right. And, because I've seen them do it before and everything. Well, here's what happened. The night before, there was a big rainstorm and the artificial turf was still over it. But when I nudged the artificial turf board over, to look into the hole, it was filled with water. It was flooded up to the top. Now in Killeen, when the water is full up there, it doesn't sink. It's, it's like a swimming pool. The water does not sink into the ground like Florida, where it rains, it's all sand and it all just goes right into the ground. Well, this soil is so, it's like cement. So I'm like, oh my God. And the people are coming in, right? With the, the urn, and then, the priest, the rector is there, to give the rites and different stuff like that. And I'm going, oh my God. So I ran real fast, walking real fast, not to really show anything, but the cars are just coming in. So I went into the dining hall and I'm looking around for something that I can use a pail, to get that water out as fast as I can. And I see like a can of Folgers coffee there. I pour that coffee out of that Folgers can, and I go running out to that, to the little, cemetery. And I get down on my hands and knees real fast. And I'm shoveling that water out of that hole. Now you can imagine this hole is probably it's like 12 by 12, but the depth is it's like 24 inches. So this, there's a lot of water in there. So I'm getting the water and I'm like, it's like a boat going down, sinking, I'm trying to get the water out of a boat, right? So, just to give you kind of an idea. And I'm on my knees and I'm throwing that water into the bushes next to it, I'm just going 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm just getting that water out as fast as I can. So I'm booking with this pail and I'm getting the water out, getting the water out. So finally I get down to the bottom. It's pretty good. You can't really see, any water left in there. So I put the board over with the artificial grass, the green, and I stand up, and I throw the pail behind a bush and people are coming through the gate. Now I'm saying this is only about 25 feet away and people are coming in and I'm standing there I put my hands up like this, real calm, but I'm breathing. So I hold my breath like nothing's happening, and I say, hello, this the mannerism and all that kind of thing, and I think also, I had my tie on, I was dressed up too, It's I'm trying to look good, and I'm standing there people are coming in, here comes a guy with the bagpipes, and, probably a Scottish, barrel progression or army, I don't know, military thing. And so I stand up and I'm after a while, I walked out of there. I'm going like this. That was a close one.
Oops.
Oh my God. Crazy, man.
He was out there digging a hole while it was raining.
Well, yeah, but in Arizona, it doesn't rain. You got tsunamis or, haboos or what they call them, but I guess that was in when I moved, and that was in 1998 or 99, between those dates, something like that in that era. And So, yeah, I mean, I got some other stories about that, but I thought I'd share that because, we're talking about these graveyards and stuff, it's just coming to mind. I mean, it's kind of funny when you look back at some of these stories because I'm not really a storyteller, but I have a lot of stories to share about. You never know what's going to happen on a job,
Right.
Things happen, and you just have to react to, acting accordingly to the situation.
Got to do the best you can do.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and jump off of here, guys.
Right.
I've got to go run into the little powder room there. But it's been fun up here talking to you guys. Thank you, Abe.
Thank you for being on, Sister Brenda.
Hey,
Yeah,
not
thanks
a
for being here,
problem.
Brenda.
I'll be back in the chat after I get back. Good night. Well, Jack, there you are. haven't heard much out of you.
You're just listening.
Yeah. All right, guys. Bye.
All right, have
Bye.
a good night.
Bye.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, I used to see. I had so many encounters with this dark chat. I think the cemetery had an encounter. It was I think I was like 17. My brother was still there, so maybe 16. And we had this 3-speed Ford with the lightning bolt up on top. But what kind of engine did it have, bro?
Cylinder. It was I think it was a 54 or 56, and it had a 6-cylinder in it with
3-speed up here,
a
up on top.
3-speed on top. Yeah, steering wheel.
Yeah, I remember I had an encounter with something out there. Because we lost our mother. I lost my mother. I was 15. I think my brother might have been 17 already when it happened. But I was feeling sad, and I got in the truck, and the truck was illegal as hell. Yeah, had no
Yep.
stickers. Everything was illegal. So I would use it at nighttime. So I'll go down the dirt roads. There's a lot of dirt roads, and I was going down this dirt road, and I passed by an old cemetery, and in that old cemetery lies my grandmother and grandfather on my mother's side. So I did the sign of the cross. I get to a main highway called Highway 77. I cross that and keep on going down the dirt road, because down that dirt road you have to go all the way to where there's a ranch and then take a right. It'll take you to the new cemetery. So I got to the ranch, and that ranch has a lot of lights on, right? So I take a right, and I'm driving. I could see the lights of the ranch on the rearview mirror. So as I'm driving, I could see 2 poles that I'm coming up to 2 poles. But next thing you know, the car stops going forward. I mean, the truck stops going forward, and I'm still pressing on the gas. I'm looking at the speedometer. Speedometer's got a lot of caliche. I mean, the Doro's got a lot of caliche. So I'm going 40 miles an hour, and I'm pressing on the gas, and the speedometer is going up, and I'm looking through the rear mirror, and the only thing I could see is something dark behind me. I can't see the lights of the ranch anymore, but something dark behind me. As I'm pressing the gas, I'm going like 45, is going up to 50. It's like something drops the rear end of the truck on the dirt road. When the tires hit, they spin, and I go out of control, and I almost hit this pole. So I'm freaking out, trying to figure out what's going on. So I don't even stop by the cemetery. I pass the cemetery. I go back on the main road and make it back into town. I get to the house, and I'm freaking freaked out because of what happened. And my cousin Jesse's there. I think my brother's there, and they're like, "Hey, what's the matter?" And I told them the situation, what happened to me. Is like, they didn't believe me. So they go out there to look at the truck. So when they go look at the truck, the the tailgate is ripped off. You know, those trucks at the metal gates, but with chains, you know, hooked up to it. Well, that was ripped off. It was hanging. The tailgate was hanging. So something had to pick up
Chains were all tangled.
had
Yep.
to pick up the back of my truck as I was going 40 miles an hour. Like literally be on the move to be able to pick it up. Which that's like a hard one to explain, man. Like how did it do that? You know, that was it that big that he just grabbed it and lifted it up? But then you're going 40 miles an hour, well, that's a pretty good amount of speed, you know. But whatever it is, it lifted the back of that truck and then slammed out on the ground. And all I could see through the rear mirror was a big dark silhouette of what we call Bulto negro, dark shadow. And yeah, how did the back look? And you know what? There was a smell also. There was like a beastly smell to the back. I think there might have even been like some kind of fur on it, on the tailgate. Whatever picked it up. To this day, I don't know. You know, was it a manifestation or something that did it? Was it? All I know is it's a dark shadow figure, and of course, we did have an encounter with it. Me and cousin Jesse later on that night, but what we seen was just a dark shadow figure, and it was huge. We was playing chicken with a truck in town. You know, me risking playing chicken with this dark shadow figure. I was passing right beside it with cousin Jesse's window right beside it, and cousin Jesse be like this, and he's like, "Hey, stop doing that!" And I turn around. It's like I was playing Matador with the truck with that dark shadow because he followed me into town. But that's all I would see was a dark shadow. I didn't see but it was huge, a big dark shadow figure. You remember, bro? How scared was it? I mean, not that I was
I didn't.
scared. I was more like
You
freaked
told me
out.
all of that and everything, and I was like, oh. And then you're like, yeah, you don't believe me? Let's go. I was like, no way. And Jesse was like, I'll go. Can you take me to the store?
Yeah, because you wanted to buy
And
a
then he
beer.
was all scared. Yeah. When y'all
You wanted
came
a
back, I
beer.
already knew. Nope. But I had an encounter like that too, but it was in Killeen. I was going, by Fort Hood at
Yeah.
night, where there's just school over there. And I saw something dark going across the yard, and there was a stop sign. I stopped at the stop sign, and then when I tried to go, the car wouldn't move, and I was giving a lot of gas and a lot of gas, and the car like went down, like something heavy got on it, and I was flooring the gas and nothing, it wouldn't move. So I started praying. I started saying the Our Father, and then all of a sudden it let go, and I took off, and then I was going through another street, like where there's a creek, um, and I could see something dark right there coming across there. But yeah,
So, do you think that this things, because I know they can zap us, that if they get near us, they're going to zap our energy. They can zap the energy of our equipment, phones, cameras. I mean, it didn't zap the energy. I mean, the battery power, but it lifted my freaking truck. But I've heard of instances where people lose the battery power or the car just completely shuts off. Have you heard of incidents like that where the vehicles just completely lose power and they won't turn on in this kind of locations
I heard that when
like cemeteries?
those UFO things. I've heard about stuff like that when UFOs are around. But what if it was a werewolf that was chasing you and lifted that thing up? You said there was black fur. I don't know. It's just a theory. But those things they're saying,
Well,
they can run real fast. And,
it's
the power
it's
that
no
they
real
have.
missing. It was like a beastly smell.
I mean, it could have been a manifestation of a werewolf or what they call a dog man or these hellhounds or whatever, chased you, saw the red lights behind your truck, started chasing you. And with the supernatural power that they have, it got a hold of your bumper,
Do you think
while
it
running.
might have gotten the power from because I was going to the cemetery, or maybe you seen the opening because I was
I don't
feeling
know.
sad,
I don't
The
know.
opening, yep.
because I was feeling sad, so you could have used that as a spiritual opening to attack because I was feeling sad.
And then back in those days when we were in
This
high
is like in
school, yes,
1986.
that back in those days, kids were going to the cemetery and doing all kinds of rituals and stuff, and and recording, in the cemetery in the middle of the night, trying to prove things. Remember that? We would hear other stories in high school.
Yeah, I knew some brothers. Their last name was Ariano, and I'm not going to say the first names, but every time they went to start drinking or whatever they were doing, right? Because down in the valley, there's a lot of everything over there. So next thing we could be chilling, be in a dirt road, just drinking a beer. We're underage, drinking a beer. Next thing you know, they're fighting amongst each other, like brother versus brother versus brother, and they're acting like if something entered their body, and they're talking a different language. So there I am, three brothers fighting with each other, and I have to go into prayer and pray. So praying to our Father. Next thing you know, whatever's there takes off, and they become normal, but they don't know what happened to them. Just strange things like that. I know there's a lot of limestone down in the Rio Grande Valley, so I'm thinking that the limestone is like a absorbs and it's got energy, so these things are able to manifest. But I never thought about that one, Scott. That it could have been a werewolf,
That's
or to me,
That's
I
what I'm
mean,
thinking.
so it's
I mean,
physical.
Those things have been
The
clocked,
truck
or
is
in the
physical.
physical realm.
because when
Those
we
things
were
are
kids,
supernatural.
we would
You
get
know,
chased by those dark shadows on the bikes and stuff. Remember?
Since we were kids, yeah.
Yeah,
Tell them, bro.
we would get chased. We would have to go to they would send us to the store, and we'd be like, "Oh shit!"
At nighttime,
We'd be going. Okay, we'd have to make a plan how we're gonna make it to the store. We go from light to light. We could see the things, the shadow. We could see like red eyes, and we could see like the shadow in the black. It's a black shadow within the where the shadows are moving real fast. Yep.
it's like they'd be waiting for us.
And
The
I would
reason they
be.
would send us to the store is because we'd be fighting,
Yep.
and my mother would tell us to stop until she got tired of us. Okay, you don't want to listen? Go to the store. Go get me this pack of gum.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see that cosa mala's
Punishment.
going to be out.
Yep.
The evil one's going to be out there because you didn't listen to me.
Yep.
was it kind of rural, Jack? Was that rural area? I mean, like, how many houses were, when you were riding your bikes, was it house by house blocks, or, I mean, what kind of area are you describing? I'm just trying to get the picture.
It was a neighborhood, and it was like the store was like maybe 1, 2, maybe like 3 blocks away, and we would be trying to stay in the light poles.
We live at the edge, the
We
farthest
would
street
pass
to the
through
right, to the edge
a
where the
funeral
town
home,
finished.
and the thing would be in the bushes in the funeral home. I could see the red eyes. He could see the shadow things following us, and I remember seeing the red eyes in the freaking bushes.
They'll be following us even by the church there, because
He'd be
right
like,
across
it's
the
waiting for
funeral
us in
home,
there.
there was a church, and you could see this dark shadow figures looking at us, and they start following us. We remain within the light, and they're following us in the darkness, through the dark. Yeah, because we could see their.
What month of the year? What month of the year was that? What month?
Oh, I don't remember.
Was it summer or spring or?
It was fresh, so it had to be like around winter time. But they'll be there during. It didn't matter whether it was winter or summer. They surface up.
No, but I mean, like when these entities that were watching you, there was no snow, right? You're riding your
Well,
bike,
there's no snow.
so what's
No, it
Down
wouldn't
in the
snow
Rio
down
Grande
there.
Valley.
No.
Well, now there is, but back then there wasn't no snow.
Yeah.
Just freezes. But that time when it happened, brother, it was during the summer because it was hot that day, that evening.
so it was pretty hot at night then, riding your bike there, or I'm just trying to get the kind of the atmosphere around that situation
It was
where
around the summertime. They sent us the bike that we had the banana seat. Remember the banana seat?
yeah, Stingrays. Yeah.
And my brother would ride the pedal the wheels, and I'll be riding on the seat.
He'll be like,
So he'd
hurry
be
up, it's catching
standing
up.
up. So as soon as we and he had this little bar, like the little metal bar on the back where you can hold on.
Yeah. A little, they call it sissy bars.
Well, I was a sissy because I was holding onto it, and as I was holding onto it,
I had one of those. It had the small bar. I had one of those, a small one. Yeah.
we hit and then he had those little things that make noise on the spokes.
Oh yeah, the clicker things. Yeah. I mean.
So
yeah.
then we go, and next thing you know, as we're riding, here it comes, man. The freaking shadow comes from our yard and starts chasing us. It's running behind us, and I said, bro, it's coming. And you look, it's like, oh shit. So we start pedaling real fast. Tell him, bro. He sees it and he starts pedaling real fast and he's chasing us. He's trying to.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I used to ride my bike a lot. Nothing I saw like that, but I can picture that, in my mind, like, because I used to ride at night. And I also get a little scared. I used to ride like faster at night to get home. I don't know why. I never saw anything, but it felt, no cars around or whatever. And we'd be playing, chase at night. That's what we called, Abe, like if you touch somebody, then you and him are it, and you go after people. It's like a team. We called it chase. And we would play, man, for hours, and at night, pitch dark, and I'd be riding my bike home 10 or 11 o'clock at night, but I always felt it creepy. But I'm just saying that I can relate to you guys, man.
Right. So then we go to the store.
Plus,
and we gotta make it to the store to buy the gum, because if we don't take the gum home, that's a ass whooping. Right? So she's putting us to make sure we go to the store. And then we're there in the store, and we're just standing in the light, and we're just like, we'll go outside. We start talking about a game plan. I said, hey, bro, how are we gonna make it home?
We will come out the
just
store.
stay in
We
the
will be
light.
looking around to see where it is. We'll be going slow, looking. Then pushes by the printer home. Don't you see the red eyes? Oh shit! Yeah. We would take a turn.
We'll be standing in the light, and my brother, man, that's why his legs are big. He'd be hauling ass on that bike, and I'd just be riding the free ride, not wasting no energy. I was skinny.
But he's real fast. He left me in the dust. When he runs, I'm running full speed, and he just leaves me like I'm not even running.
So there we go, and we get to the block, and then the light finishes. So there's like half a block we have to travel, where it's pitch dark, and the goal is to get to the pole that's got the light. So as we're going through the block, man, that thing comes from one of the houses from the left and start chasing us. We get to the light, and it's dark within the darkness, but then it gets lighter when the light hits it. Man, the bike doesn't even make it into the yard. My brother abandoned ship, starts pedaling. I had to jump off the bike because he's already running inside the house.
Yep.
And I freaking tumble and roll and shit.
Yep.
Excuse my French. And I get up and I start running inside the house. And then my mom's like, did you get the gum? I said, yes, Mom. So what's the matter? You look like y'all scared. Yeah. And we're like, the shadow figure chased us. And she's like, "That's what you get for not listening to me."
Oh,
He's like,
gosh.
we couldn't go to the store at nighttime because it was always waiting for us.
Yeah, that's creepy. Wow. Really creepy.
Jack was gone, man. That's about the only time he was fast, when he was pedaling, because you jump off the bike and take off, and I'm out of control because he let go of the freaking what do you call it? We call it, what do you call it, the quackles, so he lets go of
The
that,
handlebar.
the handlebars, and
The handle grips.
I fall on my ass. And the little thing's running after me, the shadow
I
figure.
jumped off that fucking quick.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's I mean, it's not a funny story, but it is scary, because you guys are actually you're seeing these interdimensional, entities that have, these eyes. And it's like, what is this? This is not natural. This is not natural to our world. And it's it's something that
Yeah,
a lot of people don't, they haven't had these experiences. But again, this platform is a great platform to share, these stories that we've lived our
I got
life
scratches on my
to,
back, on my face from the attacks, man. My face, I got scratches. My back, my brother. We were talking the other day. Then I started remembering when I got my back scratched, also, which was two different occasions,
Yeah, he had
because they were
forgot
coming
about
after
that
me.
until I reminded him.
Tell him about that story, bro. About what happened to my back. Because he's older than me. He's older than me, 2 years old. 2 years older than me. So
Uh,
he remembers a lot of things that I don't remember.
We had gotten my dad had brought, my dad worked at a feed store way back then, and he would only get paid like $1 something. So we were poor.
Purina Chow.
And
Purina.
yeah, he would only get paid like $1 something. And he, he got from somewhere, and they were made out of 2x4. They were just plain, but it was something to sleep on other than the couch or the floor. And but we all slept in the one room because you know, the story of that we would get attacked, the lechuzas would be coming at night and all that, and the witches were out to get us and get out our family, and all the paranormal activity that would happen, the lights flickering on and off, the doors trying to open. That's nothing new. The thing on the roof running back and forth, that's always been there since we were little. And the pounding on the walls, the day that my daughter committed suicide, there was a loud pound on the back door. And she looked at me with her eyes open, and I told her, "There's nothing to fear. You know that we're not alone in this world, but there's nothing to fear as long as you believe in Jesus Christ. They can't do anything to you." And that's
exactly,
the last thing.
exactly.
That's when I talked to her, and then, that one day, and then I had to go to work, and I told her I love you, and she told me that she loved me, and I told her I would see her later, but she had other plans. But those poundings, they happen. Um, when I first had met her mother, there was poundings on her door, and I looked at her, and she looked at me, and she said, "Oh, it's nothing." And Killeen. And then one day I heard the pounding, and I looked, and there was like some kind of big giant fruit that was right there on the sidewalk where you walk up to the door. And there was some, I don't know what kind of fruit that was. You couldn't eat it, but it was a big giant thing. And I was like, I wonder what threw that. Yeah. But I'm just glad that I can't remember at what age uh the lechus coming around.
It was when
Because
I was
before it
like
was like,
around. Oh shit, we lost them. I was in Little League when that happened. when they stopped coming. I was already like 11 years old, but from the age, as far as I can remember, if I was 3 and things were already happening because my brother's 2 years older, it's literally all my life. You know, this witches, lechuzas been coming over. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, my screen disappeared for a minute. It went up. It went all blank. That's weird. But yeah, I can't remember at what age they stopped coming around. But I remember being small and everybody crying and huddled in the middle and all this banging and everything going on at the same time. And then even when I was a teenager, the all my brothers and sisters would get terrified when I was asleep. I would be asleep, and then they would wake me up and saying that something's pulling on the door, and the spring on the screen door was going ding, 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 and that the poundings on the, and I would wake up and it would stop, and they would be like telling me, and then I would open the front door. I would always be trying to see, but this one time, I opened the front door and I was gonna go outside because I would always go outside pissed off. And this one time I felt it. It was strong and it was evil. I could feel it. And then I just faked it and I said, "There's nothing out there, see?" And I didn't unlock the screen door. I didn't go outside. And then I just closed the door. And then after that is when I went and I talked to my aunt, the nun, and she told me to do that with the holy water and pray. And that's what I did. And that calmed everything down.
Yeah,
For
my
like 5
brother
to
had
6
already gone
months.
to basic training and everything for. He's already graduated because he was in the joined the reserves. So he had already. My parents signed a piece of paper. How old were you when you went to a basic?
Oh, 17.
17. So he had already done all that, the basic and everything. Come back all jacked from basic training.
I didn't know that there was things going on because she didn't tell me. She told me everything was okay. I didn't know all this stuff that was going on until after because nobody told me anything.
And when there's fighting, arguing, things of that nature, or even if people are dabbling in the dark arts, all you're going to get is, because all that is a spiritual opening. The sense of evil, the presence of evil around you, the heaviness, how you feel weighed down, or sometimes like you're in quicksand. It's not a good feeling, you know. When things like that happen and it surfaces up. My brother missed that time where, because he was in basic when that thing happened to me up there in Lubbock, Texas, where my parents had been arguing all day, and there's already like 10 o'clock. They're arguing and arguing and arguing. So I'll go outside. I'm tired because we'll work from 6 in the morning to like around 6 in the afternoon in the fields, so my feet are hurting because we have to walk miles and miles back and forth all day. So they're arguing, and as I'm sitting on the porch on the chair because I didn't want to hear them. They're arguing. I could see a dark shadow figure by the pole. This is in a ranch up in Lubbock, Texas. It was a yellow house. It was a ranch. The boss had his tractors and the what do you call it? Like a barn, and where he keep his cotton seeds in those containers. So I see this big dark shadow figure looking at me from the pole where the light is, and he's looking at me. And I said, "What?" I'm just staring at it, and like, "What is?" And I'm just looking at it. Next thing you know, when I look to the right, I see other shadow figures standing by the pine trees because this ranch has pine trees in the front of the house and pine trees, a line of pine trees on the side of the house. But not close to the house, but in the distance. So I'm seeing this dark shadow figures standing by the pine trees with red eyes looking at me. They're huge. Then when I look to the right, I see other shadow figures with red eyes standing by the pine trees on the right. side of the house. So when I seen that, I started seeing them all come forward. So that really freaked me out when they started coming forward towards the house. So I get up, I go tell my parents, hey, la cosa mala, the evil one's here, is coming. They said, they said, stop arguing, it's coming. Better go start praying. They didn't believe me. So when they looked out the window, they seen them. They were all coming to the house. They locked the doors. My mom got up, ran like the kitchen, the other door in the kitchen. And as she was locking the door, she could see them coming towards the side of by the kitchen. And there was a room where nobody slept. They had a bunch of windows where you could see some coming from the rear of the house. So we're being literally surrounded by the shadow figures with red eyes. So we're all praying and praying. And then next thing you know, you're seeing them looking inside the house through the windows. They got the house surrounded. You can see the red eyes. Just nothing but red eyes looking through the windows. So we're praying and praying and praying till finally you don't see them no more. But I didn't want to go back inside the house. So they stopped arguing, and we went to sleep. When we went to sleep, I'm having this dream that I'm falling in a hole or a pit or like a well. And I'm praying in the dream that I hit a soft landing. So I finally hit the soft landing. When I opened my eyes, well, I didn't open my eyes. When I woke up, I feel my face pressing against something. I thought that I had fell off the bed. So when I opened my eyes, I'm literally elevated up towards the ceiling. My body is pressing against the ceiling. My brother wakes up. My brother Robert wakes up and he says, oh shit. He gets up, takes up running to the other room and tells my mom that something's happening to me in the other room. So by the time he's telling her, whatever has me elevated in the air, let's go. And I fell and I fall from the ceiling and I hit the ground. And that's when my mother comes see what's going on and stuff. But something had me elevated up towards the ceiling, which I believe it was these demonic entities that even though they prayed, there's one thing that they forgot to do. Tie, bind, and rebuke him in Jesus Christ's name. And, and after that, things continue to happen, where certain events will happen where, the thing about the red eyes, we were working in the cotton field and my mom was ahead and I heard her scream. And she says, it's a rattlesnake, So I go running because I was fast and I go around it and I'm looking at the snake. It's coiled up, ready to strike her, a diamondback. When I look at it, it's got red eyes. So I had my whole said, when I hit it, you move. And I hit it right on top of the head and my mother moved. When I hit it, the only thing I seen was white smoke. It smelled like sulfur, but there was no snake. But arguing, being mad, when there's division, you're going to have this kind of activity. That's why I created Spiritually Cryptid Encounters, because I've been through it. I've lost a loved one. We've lost loved ones to it, to the balance. We lost our mother. My brother lost family members, also to the balance. The spiritual warfare is very real. That's why I created this side, just to bring awareness, to let people know that these things, they don't care. They don't care if you believe in God. They don't care if you believe in Lucifer. The only thing they care about is to see how much chaos and division they're going to cause, to see how many souls they're going to collect or how many people they're going to take. That's all they care about. Just like when there were the Nephilim, that's all they cared about then too. So when I hear people say that the Bigfoot is a friend, the Dogman is a friend, well, I suggest you should do a cleansing, because you might be spiritually bonded or might have a negative attachment on you. Because if it's making you think that way, then there's a problem there. Because anything that I've seen of this nature, the Heavenly Father blesses you with the spiritual gift of discernment to see. And He showed me the true nature of these beings, just like what I encountered at Elms Grove. They wasn't there to be my friends. They were there to try to destroy me. I fought many, and I'm still here, thank God. But I'm here to make a difference. That's why I share the stories, because I've lost somebody. I lost my mother at the age of 15. My brother was 17. And the youngest brother I had was 2 years old. Was 5 years old. My sister was 3, I believe. So
she was 2 years old.
Yeah, 2 years old. So, so what does it become? It becomes spiritual warfare for me. I lost somebody I loved, and what's more to get them pissed off more than what they're trying to do is to have my faith and relationship with Jesus Christ and continue for Him to use me as a vessel to fight, to do the good thing, to fight, the spiritual fight. And I gave myself up to Jesus Christ a long time ago, and I continue to do the works for Him. He can use me however He wants to use me. But that's what I know is that the balance starts as soon as you're born into this world. So as far as I can remember, it's always been that way since I was a kid. The battle between good and evil is very real. Can't live in no fear. Have no fear. Doesn't matter what manifestation it takes. I know there's things at the cemeteries. I really don't go to cemeteries. I know there's locations where there was old cemeteries. I didn't know the cemeteries were there. I had an encounter on Fort Hood. It was an area where we do land navigation when I was a sergeant. They put us there to we're doing a cleanup in which we had to go into the woods. Any trash is in the woods, we have to pick up with trash bags and wrap them up. And then at the end of the day, we load up everything with the supply sergeant because he's got the deuce and half. So we got stuck at this graveyard. There was an old cemetery in front of this area. So at the end of the day, we're all tired being in the sun, the Texas heat. The soldiers come, they're all happy because it took a while by the time the supply sergeant got there. So he got there around 6:30. The sun's already setting, and everybody said, "Go ahead, get on the vehicle." So they ran and got on the deuce and half. So as I'm walking, I feel something beside me. And as I looked beside me, I see an old lady. She's got this rag on her head, like back in the old times, and she's got a smile. She's got a smile on her face, looking at me. And I was like, "Where did she come from?" Then I look beside her. I see a little girl, a little boy, and I see another woman, but they're dressed in a different time era. And then I start hearing sounds like boots on the caliche, on the road. So when I look to my right, I see like 3 or 4 guys, tall guys, with suspenders and like the clothes and the boots that they got are of a different time era. So I look at them, I just do the sign of the cross, and I hurry up, get in the deuce, and I tell the supply sergeant, "Let's get the fuck out of here." So what do you mean? I said, "I'll tell you on the way out of here. Go, 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 go." We take off, it peels out. And I was telling him, he's like, "What the fuck?" But I was out in the sun all day. So was it really something that I seen, or was it a hallucination or side effect from being in the sun all day? I follow my spiritual instinct, and I believe what I seen was spirits from people of that old cemetery that was in front. It was like the stones were very old and stuff like that. I never seen what years it said, but it was an old gravesite. That was close to where, what's the name of that bridge? Ooh, what's the name of the bridge where it's supposedly haunted, bro? Maxwell Bridge, near Maxwell Bridge. There we go.
And then remember when our mother was scared to go, she didn't want to go to this field because she said she would see a man there from the old days that had the, you know how people wear the bullets around their shoulder and across their chest and back. She said she would see a man there that had bullets like that across his chest and
Yeah.
back. And she didn't like going
This
to that field because she would say she would see him there.
this field's brother uses Mizzle. They used to be, some of these fields had old forts from the U.S. Cav when they were in horse regiments, historical markers where some of this activity was happening. There was one where you could hear natives chanting, like natives would hear drum beats. We could hear this from the old fort. It was still standing in place and everything. You know, it said historical marker, but at the same time you could hear the rattlesnakes. There was holes all underneath the fort,
Everywhere, yeah.
but you could hear the rattlers of the snakes. There was a snake's nest, and we had to work there, in the fields. I killed a diamondback that I didn't even know it was a diamondback. You know, I was young. All I seen a snake going down my road. I ran towards it, and it seen me. I guess he had eaten something, and it was trying to go in the hole. So I killed it because it was huge, and my little brother and sisters were in the truck. So I was afraid that something was going to happen to my little brother and sister. So I killed that big old giant rattler. When I pulled it out of the hole, my other brother pulled it out of the hole. It swung its tail, and I guess he had lost his rattler. It had like a hook, a little nail, and it ripped my shirt. And when it ripped my shirt, it tried to hit me with his fangs. I dodged it, and I started hitting it on top of the head, and I killed it. When my mom came, you know, from the road that she was working in, she's like, "Huerco pendejo. If se te fuera morido, you would be dead." She said, if that would have bit you, you would have died immediately. It was a diamondback that I killed. You can see the diamond on the head and all along the back. It was a diamondback rattlesnake that I killed. I didn't know no better.
Wow.
But yeah, we had to work at a young, you know, we was always working just to make money to go to school. You know, for the summers, that's what we do for summers. Since we were kids, go work, make some money to have money to buy school for clothes. Every summer, that's what we do. What else do you remember, bro?
Our cousin Juan, there was an old abandoned building, and it was in a different area, and it was to the south. That was to the north where that would happen, and to the south there was a field, and we went in there to look, and he found a coin, right? An old coin in the wall. It was in the wall where it used to be a wall because it was torn down, and he found an old coin in there, and he took it. And then things started happening to his ass. He started getting haunted. He got rid of that coin.
Who was this? Juan?
Juan, yeah, our cousin. Things started happening to him. And he knew that it was because he took the coin from there.
This is in
You know how people say how there's
West Texas. Well, this happened West Texas.
Yeah, you know how there's a river where people would always be making witches and throwing coins. Yeah, don't be picking up no coins.
Yeah.
A lot of activity. We had a friend. His name was Ricardo. Well, we knew him from school. Ricardo Guzman was his name. And I guess his parents had gone to the store because we all lived in the ranches where we go work. And when the parents came back to the house, they found they found all kinds of satanic markings on the walls with blood, and they found their son dismembered all over the place. Remember that one, bro?
Yep. They never found out what happened.
They never found out what happened to him. And that was over there in West Texas when all these things were happening. Yeah, we've been to this. I've seen so much stuff, Brother Scott, that is crazy. But now I know it's not just here on the earth; it's in all the elements because of what I encountered up in the air with that witch. That it's even up in the air, in the water. And I was thinking about taking a cruise. If I ran into a witch up in the airlines, hell no, I ain't going on a cruise. In the water, run into a freaking. With my luck, it'll probably be sirens or something, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
I need to
Abe,
put like a body cam on me
God's trusted
so I
you
can
with
turn it
this.
on.
You know, Abe, God's trusted you with this task. You know, no doubt. You know, no doubt. It's, you know, trust. You know, God is trusting somebody, you know, to take on, you know, and bring out through these videos and experiences. There's just no doubt about it, man. I mean, yeah.
All our lives, man, all our lives has been like this. I'm happily married right now, and you know, things try to surface up. I ignore them, or I say I type on the rebuke of Jesus Christ's name to leave me alone. Just like the bruja up there in the air. It was, man, the way she moved her feet, like I don't know if she was moving her claws or the way she was moving her feet, like she was getting ready to scratch me with her feet or something. I don't know. But I tied and rebuked in Jesus Christ's name, and she sat on her seat for the rest of the ride. Never looked at me again. Kept on looking towards the window.
Was that audible or was that silent prayer?
Oh, I said it audible so that you could hear me. Because when I started saying the Our Father, she's like telling the guy that was with her behind her, because she was standing in the middle. There was 3 people behind me, and she's telling that guy, "Do you hear him? Do you hear what he's saying?" She started getting mad, mad dog at me, looking at me real ugly. She started chanting something, and then by then when she started chanting something, I said, "That's it." I looked at her and I said, "I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name." I said it 3 times. I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. And then when I said it the 3rd time, I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. When I was saying those 3 times, there was bangings underneath the seat. Something was hitting from underneath, kind of like when they would hit underneath our home or when it was on pillars. It was hitting so hard that the guy woke up beside me. So when I said I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, looking straight at her, when I said that to her, she sat down, and that was it. It's like she couldn't move.
I was going to ask you a question, Abe, about that. Like at that moment that you're in that, you know, at that time to rebuke that spirit, you know, if you were to step outside your body or feel kind of like, do you think like you notice something physically that you sense that is attacking that person, like, you know, like it's you're being helped by an angel? I'm just giving that as an example, but something that you're feeling, this urge, this intent, to stop this attack? I mean, do you feel something? What do you feel?
It was automatic, even though the coming, I'm still got love in my heart. So when I did that, it was an automatic thing that I did. And what I did witness is something that left her body. When I did that, I could see black. It's like disembodied form, shadow figures, uh, unclean spirits that left her body. Where you put the luggage, you can see them going through the sides to the front of the plane. That's why I kept on rebuking to make sure they left the plane. So if she was being used as a vessel because she practiced in that or whatever she was, whatever was giving her the power, when I rebuked it in Jesus Christ's name, it fled and left that vessel alone, right? It left with what she thought was that she had power. She found out that those things really don't have power, not unless you give them power over you, because they dished her. So she stopped doing the things she was doing. She stopped, and that's why she sat down and looked out the window.
Wow.
Those other spirits that took, I kept on rebuking them because so they wouldn't attack the people or go into somebody. So I kept on saying, I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. And I seen them leaving like that towards the front of the plane. So I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. And I didn't see him no more. And I stayed awake all throughout the flight.
Use that word automatic. I mean, can you break that down? I mean, do you feel like on you to like build your power? Or I mean, I'm just trying to understand. I know you're spontaneous, but is there, I'm just, I'm going to use kind of these secular words, is there a whisper or kind of a confirmation like, I got to serve, God is telling me to do this, or, something that you feel inside,
She had already been for about 30 minutes saying things, looking at me a certain way, standing up in the middle of the airplane, right? And I was trying to ignore her. I said, well, maybe this lady has mental issues, right? That's one. For 30 minutes, she's standing and just staring at me. And she's telling the guy behind me, let's get him now. Let's get him now. So if that's not a confirmation for me to defend myself.
Okay, I remember you telling the story. I just like to hear that again because it's a very strong story.
The guy that was with her, that was sitting behind me, because she was sitting in the opposite seat. She's telling the guy behind me, let's get him now, let's get him now. And she's talking about me because she's staring at me. So, the Heavenly Father is letting me know, hey, the guy behind you and that woman right there that's saying, let's get you now, is your enemies.
Right. Okay.
What are you going to do about it? Are you going to let them? So I said, I know I'm protected by the Heavenly Father, the Heavenly Love Foundation. But when she started chanting something to me, that's when I said, okay. I gave her a chance to not to do anything, but she continued. So that's when I stood up against her spiritually. She gave me no ultimatum but to defend myself, defend my wife, defend the guy that was beside me, and all the people that were on that plane. That's why.
Okay, let me ask you this about the other people that you may have not observed them, but what was their reaction to, that situation? People that were not involved with it, what was their type of reaction? What did you see anything on those people?
Well, it's late at night. It's like 11:30. Some people are asleep. But when it's a spiritual battle, brother, it becomes like a like a space or a bubble, and it's between you and the people that are coming up against you spiritually, in which maybe people did not witness what happened on that plane because spiritually they wasn't able to see. So this battle that happened up there was between me
or here,
and
what
the
was
other
going
guy.
on?
So it was a spiritual battle, which it's like a where there's no time and no space.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I like to break this down a little bit for the viewers and the people listening. Like, this is a teaching lesson on a lot of what you're telling, Abe, is a lot of facets involved with the beginning, the intermediate, the start of the problem, the ending. So it's got a lot of segments that are broken down into the story. Like, it covers the whole kind of it just covers the whole situation going on, instead
At
of
the
like,
beginning of the day, we're supposed to leave at 6:30 in the morning or 7:30. That's our flight.
mhm.
My wife lost her purse. We couldn't find the purse. By the time somebody found it, she lost it at the ticket booth where you get the ticket, because she opened the door, her purse fell. So by the time we got to turn in our luggage, they said it was too late, that we would have to travel in different flights. But as we were trying to decide, somebody got one of the seats. So I said, well, one we have to go and the other one have to wait till 7:30 tonight. So then I said, man, that's messed up, but it's like, I say, okay, we'll just wait till 7:30. I thought it was 7:30 in the morning, but not 7:30. It's 6. Was it? Yeah, no, 7:30 was going to be at night. So I said, okay, I was upset. We waited. 7:30 came along. So at 7:30 came along, they postponed our flight till 8:30. So at 8:30 came along, it got postponed to 9:30. So as we're getting ready to fly, they say, hey, we're not going to be able to fly yet because we're going to fix a problem with the plane, blah, blah, blah. So by the time they fix it, we fly at 10:30. So there was several delays that happened.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
the plane was meant for a reason, for me to be there.
yeah,
Because
I mean, this,
the Heavenly Father works in mysterious ways.
this is the
Yeah.
complete story.
How my wife lost her
Very
purse,
interesting.
delay after delay after delay after delay. He placed me there for a reason. So I understood that. I wasn't mad or nothing. I understood what my mission was at that time when that lady came at me in a negative way.
Mhm.
I was placed there for a reason by the Heavenly Father. And I did what he would expect me to do.
Yeah. A
Because
lot
if
of
I would have taken the
sequence.
flight at 7:30 in the morning, I would have never encountered her. But the Heavenly Father works in mysterious ways.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good breakdown on all the sequence of events. I mean, it goes from the, it's the whole gambit here on just that one story covers a multitude of different situations and compiles into one story. It's like covers a whole short story book in a way,
And it's kind of like I was telling my wife, let's cancel the flight. Early in the morning, I was upset. So just cancel the flight, babe. That's okay. I haven't seen them in 30 something years. Maybe it's I told her, maybe it's a reason why this is happening. That maybe God is showing us that this is happening for a reason. But I just didn't know that the reason was that he wanted me to delay me to get in a certain plane at a certain time frame, because something was going to happen at the flight. Mind you, the other things that happened when was up there at the flight was all the flooding that happened in Texas. at the same time frame.
Yeah, that all
Now,
happened like a week before I went.
was there others like her in different airlines going to different what do you call them, brother, in the air? The lines?
Oh, the chemtrails.
No, not chemtrails. The grids, or where there's energy or whatever. What do you call them?
Oh, the ley lines. Yeah, those are in the ground. Yeah.
The bigger question is how many brujas or witches, right? People that practice the dark arts, were on the airplanes that day doing the same thing that she was doing. They were traveling to different coordinates within the United States. Were they all in the same mission? Were they all doing the same thing? Because that day there was a lot of events that happened all over the United States. But first it started in Texas, and it started happening in other states.
Yeah.
So were they doing the same thing? Is the bigger question.
Your concept of that really struck me the other night when you mentioned it. That, like, do they have to be in the air to say these spells? And are they all coordinating, like you're saying, and doing it all at once? And would you have encountered them if your wife didn't lose her purse? I mean, like you said, God works in mysterious ways. You were meant to see that person, those people, doing those things, even if you
Yeah,
had to battle it.
yeah, I've seen things like that when I got stranded in New York when I was coming back from to the States when I was 20 still. I got stranded in New York at I missed it was a JFK that's there from the airlines. So they said, okay, we're gonna send you to LaGuardia. So the guy put me in a taxi. By the time there was so much traffic there that by the time I got to LaGuardia, I missed my flight. So I said, okay, just go to the bench over there. There'll be a bus to come to pick you up. We give you a rooming for tonight to sleep at the Holiday Inn, and it's on us. So I'm sitting and waiting for the bus of the Holiday Inn, and there's this guy sitting beside me. He's there, and he gets up, and he makes this weird noise, and he's walking towards the alley, and as he turns around and looks at me, you could see red eyes looking at me, and I believe he was a demon. So he goes into the alley, into the darkness, and I just then the bus shows up. I get in the bus, But yeah, strange things like that happen. Again, like what do they call it? The principalities of air or something like that. I mean, just like the video that you got that I was telling you about yesterday. It's 3 in the morning and you're seeing this red orbs up in the air or red lights.
Yeah.
That's what they are.
Well, yeah, Susie had
Anytime.
mentioned it might be some sort of traffic because it was well more than one. And they
Yeah.
started at after 3 a.m. We were out there earlier the second night last Tuesday into Wednesday morning, and it didn't start until 3.
Yeah.
So beats me what it is. I'm still curious about it though.
So then I ran into this Saturday. I ran into somebody and they tell me this is what they told me, and it's kind of fishy. I went to the dance with my wife, and they come and tell me this. They say, "Yeah, we were in the air also when you were in the air when you and your wife were traveling to Seattle." That's what they told me. So I don't know if they knew what happened up there, but
Wow.
when they were telling me this, I see a shift in the face, and you could see something demonic in the face of the individual that was telling me this. And when they touched me on my back, I touched her right back. You know, so it's kind of like you could say they're everywhere.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
you remind me of something that's happened a few times to me on public transit. And this could be chalked up as like people are just nuts. But since we're talking about this stuff, like I've been in like on the CTA, Chicago transit, the L basically, and I'd be sitting in a car waiting, like taking the ride into downtown. There'd be this person that would be on the train. It's like they just start laughing, and then they look at me as if like they know something about me and they think it's funny. And I'm like, who is this person? Why do they look like they know who I am? And it's happened like that on the train. It's also happened in public settings, like out on the street at like major intersections downtown. Um, I want to say it happened to me in Denver on one of my 3 trips when I went out there. But yeah, these people who are, they don't seem like they're people. They might be something else. It, it's it's something. I don't think it's just people that are just they're clinically insane and they're just traveling along with
No,
us.
it's what they're about. You know, that's what they do. I got invited to a party one time. I took my son. My son was like 5 years old. They said there's going to be other kids there, right? So we go to this party, and my son is there's some weights, and he's trying to hang on the thing, and something happened and hit his nose, and I want to go check up on him. You know, put some ice where he hit his nose on the metal bar. So I'm putting ice, and then I hear this woman. There's like 4 women there. They're all looking at me, and this is what they're saying. I can't wait to taste. Or no, I can't wait to drink the blood of the saint. And they're all saying this. But you see, the Holy Spirit, that's how it works. The Holy Spirit will let you know who the enemies are. Your enemies are. They'll let them say something they don't even know they're saying to you because the Holy Spirit is working. So they're basically giving their position away when they're saying this. So when they said that to me, I got my son, hey, well, you have a blessed day. Y'all take it easy. And I grabbed my son and I walked away, left that party because they were up to, they didn't have good intentions.
Hmm.
I think my brother had an incident, something like that, no, bro? With that woman that you ran into? I know he's there.
Yeah,
What,
years.
what,
She took you. They always tell you something from your past or something like this one. She told me something from the future, and I didn't understand what she was saying. When I met her, she just laughed. She just laughed, and then she said, "Who's that? Who's that little girl next to you?" And I said, "What? What little girl? My daughter wasn't even born yet." And then she was laughing real ugly, so I didn't
Wow.
understand what she was saying. And then my daughter committed suicide. I had a daughter, and she was 19, and she committed suicide because she missed her mother, and she didn't want to live without her mother. And her mother didn't like for me to talk to her about God and Jesus, so I would only talk to her a little bit about it, which I should have talked more about it to her. But yeah, they always give away their position, or their, like he said, their face will change. uh like you go into a room and there's a lot of people and you scan the room, and then you can tell who the people are because they'll have this wicked smile, or their face will look ugly, so you can know who they are. And I just stay away from those people.
a
Yeah,
shift in the face, a shift in the face.
Yeah.
that happened when I was out looking for diecast cars. Well, I think it's been over a year at this point. There was one person who was getting very obsessive with certain stores, and one of the nights they had walked past me, and the whole face thing was going on, and I saw like the darkness around them. Their aura was really, really dark, and they were starting to like give hints of getting physical. Like they did shoulder bumps to me and my uncle to be first to go look in boxes and stuff, and like that was it. Like I couldn't do it anymore. I don't. frequent those stores. I try to stay away from them during, like, if I know they're going to be there certain times, I'm not there anymore. But yeah, I think that was a case of like someone was harboring these things. It was a person, but like they had a lot of this dark demonic energy around them.
Y'all seen that right on Scott Baker's, where he was sitting that the blanket moved by itself? Not unless his cat is there, but it like moved and landed. Some of it landed on the ground. Not unless his cat might be there. I don't know.
Yeah, Jaime says, Stephen, the people that were laughing, they already knew you, Stephen. They're not crazy. They were evil. Yeah, I mean, I recall one in particular that was on the CTA train, and they were laughing. It was like they were the only one in the car too. It was like middle of the day. I was pretty sure I was going to class from the suburbs.
They were looking at you when they were laughing.
Yes, they were looking at me while they were laughing, like they they knew something about me and they found it hilarious. So, but that's the feeling I got from it. It was just like, at first, you just think, oh, that's weird. But now thinking about it, it's like, well, it's probably a lot more to it.
Oh man, I've had so many encounters like that. So many encounters, but I don't give those encounters power. I wouldn't pay attention to the people. I'm maintain my faith and believe in Jesus Christ, of course. Wouldn't fear him either.
Yeah.
And I had a bruja. I was in 7th grade. I had just finished track practice. It was like 110 outside, or 112. It was hot. And I was thirsty, so I stopped at the little drugstore called Watson's because they had a water fountain. So I was drinking out of the water fountain. As I'm cutting through the store to go to the front to walk on the main road, so there's this woman that appears in front of me. She just gets in front of me, and she says, "Is your name?" She said, "My name." And I said, "Yes, ma'am. That's my name." "Is your parents so-and-so?" She said, "My parents' name." And I said, "Yes, ma'am. That's what my parents." When she said that, she went like that, dropped this amulet. He had feathers, he had bones, he had chicken claws and all kinds of stuff on it. And she started chanting something towards me. So as she chanted toward me, I could feel the presence of the heavenly angels with me, right? So I call upon the heavenly Father to send the heavenly angels to assist me spiritually. So when I'm praying the Our Father, that's when I see them standing behind me with their golden aura, orb-like aura, but I could see their bodies and everything. When I see them through my parallel vision behind me, she stops praying. Her mouth opens real wide. She drops her amulet. It shatters on the ground. She turns around and takes off running out of the store. So,
Wow.
I was only at that time 7th grade would be 12 years old. I was 12 years old and overcame a witch at the age of 12. And of course, I've overcome witches at the age of 3. So, overcame her spiritually. I don't know what happened to her. I never seen her again. All I know that she seen the heavenly angels, and she took off like a bat out of hell. She fled, just like when you say you type under because Jesus Christ's name. The unclean spirits, the negative attachments, dark energies, dark shadows, DDN, Bulto, negros, they flee.
You probably helped save a lot of other children that were probably planned on her behalf to, like, she was going to go around and do that to other children, and ended up breaking her device. Like, that at least stalled her. If anything, that's good.
And I was only 12, But as you grow, you learn from your experiences. People must say, well, they can say I'm a little bit out of the ordinary, but hey, that's been my life. That's my calling. Everything that I've been through has been there for a reason. and I just continue to grow spiritually. And I want to just bring understanding to the spiritual community, paranormal community, or any community that's willing to listen, you know, not to believe. That's the main thing. Believe in things that manifest. There could be a manifestation because demons, if you believe in the manifestation, and if it's a demon behind the manifestation, then what are you really believing in? So you have to be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what the manifestation, you just got to be careful. Or you want to be on the safe side, you test the manifestation, whatever you're seeing, whether it's in the form of whatever, a orb, a light, a UFO, an alien, a Bigfoot, whatever manifestation it takes, you put it to the spiritual test. You say, I tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. If that sucker disappears or it vanishes, like I said before, there's sulfur smell, a pestilence smell, then you already know what you're dealing with.
Yeah, and I'm
Something that,
practicing that in my daily life. Like I'm saying this out loud: tie, bind, and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ.
yes,
I'm trying. So, like, thankfully, I haven't had an encounter in my dream state yet with having to deal with that, like right now. But I'm trying to like condition myself so that I can speak those words in my dream state if that ever happens
yes,
again. Because like I had the one encounter in my dream a little over a year ago where I was like in this parking lot at night of a grocery store, and there was this old lady that was. I think I shared this before. The old lady was like at the back of her minivan with the trunk open, and it looked like she was loading in her groceries. And as I walked past her, she turned around and she asked me directly, "Would you like to sell your soul?" And it shocked me in my dream. And I'm like, "No, no, no, no." And I kept walking away from her after that. But I want to be able to say in that dream state, "No, and I tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ." Because I want to be able to use those tools to help ward off these dark entities.
and you'll be
'Cause
able to wake up from your dream too.
yes,
Yep.
that
And you also have to train yourself to be able to recognize those thoughts when they try to influence you. You have to be able to recognize, wait a minute, this is not me. I don't think like this. I don't think negative like
mhm.
this. And you have to tie, bind, and rebuke that too. It'll come in time.
Yeah, like I've been practicing a lot more patience with things too. Things would make me angry and upset pretty quickly in the past, and I've been practicing to be patient and just give things more time, and those emotions just kind of fade away. And it's not as intense as it used to be because I used to drink and smoke weed all the time. Like I don't do those things anymore. And I think I helped seal some open wounds that were letting like these dark entities have influence on me. And I mean, I'm very thankful that I'm not doing those things anymore.
That's good, brother. That's one of the reasons I stayed away from all that kind of stuff. But the only thing that I've done is drink, but I don't drink to get drunk. I just drink to socialize.
Yeah.
But smoking or none of that, I never done none of that stuff because, oh man, when you're dealing with all the things that I have been dealing all my life, you don't want to leave a spiritual opening.
No.
You know, it's kind of like the saying goes: "You damn if you do, you damn if you don't." So,
I have a question
after
for
everything
you.
that I've been through, I said I'm not going to leave a spiritual opening. I'll be ready to
I have
fight
a
the good fight.
question. So, like, do you recognize which angels that you have around you, or even like, because I know that I most likely have my departed loved ones helping me throughout my daily life. I can't recognize them, but like I know that they're there from time to time. But I know that they're probably there all the time. Like in certain situations, they're there. But like,
Yeah,
are you able to recognize like who they are, or is it just a general like they're there?
I know they're around. It's not about me trying to know them by name. It's more about having the relationship with Jesus Christ because He's the one that provides the help. So I'll call upon Him, then He
Mhm.
makes everything happen. It's like a domino effect.
Yeah.
If I call upon Him, so just know that when you call His name, things will happen in a positive way. I know Sister Brenda said earlier that witchcraft or people the devil is real big. Yes, there's people that are into that, and some people are into it because they don't know better. Because they're being bonded, they're in the bad path. But at the same time, there's a lot of good people in this world. That are trying to awaken the brothers and sisters. Which that's what I'm trying to do. It's not a big platform that I got, but so long I can awaken somebody and help somebody, that's all that matters. What's the saying in the Bible about the path into the kingdom of heaven? That is very narrow, right? Very narrow. That only certain people are going to be able to make it into that path, into the kingdom of heaven.
Broad is the way that leads to destruction. Narrows the way, the gate, something of that. I can't really remember, but narrows the
Like
way.
I have a needle. That's how narrow. There's all these things that this world has to offer. It's all to keep you preoccupied from the real deal that's happening around you. They don't want you to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. That's why they try to take them out of the equation. Don't be surprised if they start targeting religion or people that might be going to religion, trying to have some faith. That they're going to target, you know, anybody that believes in Jesus Christ. That's okay because just a matter of time before everything happens the way it happens. You just got to maintain your faith and play Jesus Christ first. Then with all the people that I've ever faced, they came at me negative way. I've prayed in true faith and true belief in Jesus Christ. Attend my Heavenly Love Foundation. And these people, I'm more sure they might be wicked in their own ways within their what is it called? The group? What's the group's called?
Coven.
Their covenant, right? Or is it coven?
Yep,
Coven? Within their covenant. They maybe have a reputation there, but I'm used differently through the Heavenly Father. So I've ran into people into warlocks where I had taken a hop from Killeen to the temple, and I was on my way back home. There's this Puerto Rican man looking at me, and this is what he's saying to me. He's looking straight at me, and he's got his hand in his pocket, and he said, "I don't want to do this to you. You're one of us." And he's repeating this, "I don't want to do this to you," and he's got this amulet in his pocket, and he's looking at me. "I don't want to do this to you. You're one of us." That's what he's saying. And then I tell him, "If you mean that you're my brother in Christ because I believe in Jesus Christ, then yes, we're the same. But if you're saying something else, that you belong to somebody else, then I'm not your brother." I said, "The only thing I say to you is if you have family and you have loved ones that you care for, I suggest don't try to do nothing because many have tried before and they're not here no more. So I suggest don't do nothing." And the guy looked at me, he took his hand out of his pocket and looked the other way. There was in a bus.
Wow.
It's kind of like the spiritual battle is very real, more real than you think. And just once you get blessed with a spiritual good discernment, you're going to be aware, more alert. You're going to see everything for what it is around you. That you're going to know what's what. It's going to be automatic. But yeah, spiritual warfare is very real. But yeah, I've run into all kinds of things, man. I've ran into angels where they'll come and assist me. Like the angel that assisted me when I was in the army. I've run into all things of the balance. It's just this. It's like the one question that I would like to say to the audience that's viewing here: if the heavenly angels come to me and come as me and see me and treat me with respect, if witches and warlocks and demons come at me, they come at me because they see me as a spiritual threat, because I have a talk with a love foundation and I place Jesus Christ first, right? That's the balance. That they're coming at you, they're trying to do something, but they can't because you're being protected. You figure, and this is what the demons, they have the people controlled, right? Through bondage. They make them think that they have the power to do something to come up against me. But if I place Jesus Christ first, and he's my protector and my avenger, then they really can come up against me because he's protecting me. That's how devious these demons are, or that they deceive the people that they say they're giving them power. So they come at me in a negative way, wishing me death, which they've done that before. And what they wish towards me goes back to them 7 times fold. So if they have a deal that says, okay, in the year 2026, your time in here on earth is over, because a deal we made a black blood impact deal. But if they come at me because they put it in their head that they're strong enough to come face me, they're trying to harm me, wish death upon me, then, and they fail, well, what they try to do is going to go 7 times fold to them, which most likely, if it's death, like certain people wish death upon me, that's going to go back to them 7 times fold, 10 times fold, whatever the case is, right? Which most likely their life, and I witnessed this, their life here on earth finishes. So what does the demon do? They said, well, you're going to continue to live. No, that's not what it does. I said, well, they messed up. Well, your time here on earth is over. You're not gonna continue to live to 2026. Your time here on earth is over. You went up against somebody that was protected by the Heavenly Father, and they collect that soul. So they deceive, they trick people. That's what they do. And it's not power that they're giving people, like levitation and things like that. It's the unseen forces that are doing that. That people don't understand that these unseen forces, that's what they do. They make a person think that they have some kind of power. But it's, the only power is through prayer. And that's the power of Jesus Christ, that he blesses us to be able to assist us through healing, through blessing, and through fighting spiritually. So that's what I've learned throughout a lifetime. And of course, there's been people that have been challenging me all my life, man, since I was a kid, till this day. But I just leave it up to the Heavenly Father. I don't wish bad upon nobody. I just don't accept the negativity. I don't accept the negativity, and I don't accept if, especially if they're doing witchcraft or necromancy. That's negative. I don't accept it. So it remains with them because I don't accept it. You know, because the spiritual warfare is very real. One day you'll get tested. I hope if you ever get tested that way, that you'll be ready for the spiritual challenge. But you'll know what to do because you watch the show here, Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I mean, I've been in a situation where I got dropped to the ground. I feel a lot of weight on me. My hands are being held back by an unseen forces. Like I'm talking about back. My head is being pressed down to the ground. I'm down to one knee, like something's trying to get me to kneel. And then I say, God help me. When I say God help me, my head gets free, my arms get free, and whatever was pressing me down, let me go. Just gotta have faith. Telling you, the Heavenly Father, all you gotta do is, like you told me once, tell your brothers and sisters, how do they expect me to help them if they don't have their doors or windows open for me? How do you expect me to help them out if they don't pray to me? They don't call me to assist them. You know, I can't help them get healed. I can help them get blessed if they don't call upon me. You know, that's all he needs once is a relationship, so he can show you that he does exist. There's a lot of people that are here say, if Jesus is, where is he? Well, he's amongst us. Trust me. You know, the only way he's going to show you something if you say, okay, I believe in you, Jesus Christ, and it's got to be done in true faith and belief. He knows when you're lying, you know.
Yeah.
I think that's why they made Santa Claus to try to mock the Heavenly Father. You know, he knows when you're lying. He knows. I mean, he knows what's in your heart. He knows what's in your thoughts. But yeah, I'm glad that one day when you have another pesadilla, how we call it in Spanish, a nightmare or a night terror, that you're able to say and look at what's being shown to you and say, I take authority over you. I tie bind and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. And then when you wake up, you're like, oh, it worked. It worked. I was able to get up. And then when you wake up, pray again against what was being shown to you in the dream. Whatever was shown to you in the dream, don't give it power or believe. Pray against it. And you say, if there's anything in my household right now, anything unclean, a succubus or incubus, whatever's here infiltrating in my dream, I tie bind and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Leave. And that's it. You'll feel different and you'll be able to go back to sleep and you'll be okay. A lot of people forget to go to pray when they wake up. Well, brother, we lost Brother Scott Baker.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I thought he had fallen asleep. All right. I might have to refresh that. How you feeling right now, Brother Yesivism?
What's that?
You feeling pretty good?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been spending the nights awake. I've been sleeping during the day, but like I'm still getting all the stuff done I need to do, running my online store. But
That's good, brother.
yeah, I mean I have so much free time to do things I want to do. Research. I've been looking into a lot of books. I bought a lot of books this past week.
Oh man.
It's been years since I bought this many. But I'm looking to understand things better, so that's why I'm doing that. And my current stance with like all the UFO stuff, it's interdimensional, it's demonic, it's a little bit of all that. But I'm trying to just find a better understanding of things, contextualize it in what I know now versus what I find in the books, and use my
Yep.
discernment. So I'm walking that path now. It's like you could only go and watch so many YouTube videos before you need to start doing the research on your own, you know.
Yeah.
But I say that I don't mean to say like this stuff here is any different. Like it's very good for the soul to be able to talk to everybody here live and share our experiences and our thoughts. Like there's a lot more to that than saying a 1 million subscriber channel that has 20-minute videos that are just scratching the surface of all these topics. Like I want to get into some like deep knowledge and again being able to use my discernment to see whether I'm being led in the wrong direction or if this is really what I should be looking into. So I'm using a lot of cross-referencing to make sure that I'm not like diving into like occult practices and stuff, you know.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. There's a lot of that. Scientology has a lot of that.
Yeah, I'm staying far away from
A
that.
lot of them.
Yeah.
You're like, hi, my name is Tom Cruise. Come join me. You can jump on the couch all you want to. I'm just playing.
I still
you gotta
remember
be
when that
careful.
happened.
There's a lot of cults.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Arizona, where I moved to, I could not believe the amount of, you know, and I'm going to say it, religious cults out here in the Southwest, I guess. Oh my God. And I was working with these people and what they believe. I'm not going to get into these, you know, they were working, you know, employees that was with me. And once I learned from one of the guys, you know, he had all these tattoos, you know, and he had Popeye arms. He was in the Navy and stuff. And he told me like, and I was a little naive about these, you know, certain religions. And he was telling me like, oh, that's you know, so and so, you know, that's why they do that. And I'm going like, so I went home and I got on the computer and started researching things, and I'm going like, wow, you know, really nice people that you're working with, but it's kind of like what they believe in, and I don't want to get too much into that because I'm going to sign off pretty soon. I'm getting tired. But it blew my mind. It blew my mind. Like then you go back on the computer and start looking at, you know, some of these, you know, religious doctrines or these, you know, the people.
Did his feet cut?
I think you froze.
Well, then that
You
sucks.
frozen.
Well, hey fellas.
Hello, hello.
Yeah,
I
I
think
just
he's
wanted. What were you saying, Abe?
No, he's frozen.
Yeah, seems like it. And he just got kicked out somehow.
I think he fell asleep. No, he got frozen. I don't know. I gave him a new link.
Yeah, I just wanted to expand on something that you said, that you need to call upon Christ in order to combat these beings. And I'm pretty sure that you know that I actually ended up doing that with some lights in the sky. I'm not sure if you heard that, Stephen. I told it before on another stream that once I did that, and these were lights that I kept seeing for at least a few years. But once I did, I haven't seen them. I haven't seen them at all. And I actually had something that was similar in nature that happened to me. I think it was a few days ago. I was actually in a doctor's office, and I ended up seeing something that was camouflaged in the office. It looked like it was on the ground, on all fours. And when I saw that, I called upon Christ, on the Lord in the name of His Son. The next thing I knew, right behind me, I hear a bunch of like, you know, where there's like a bunch of tapping on those big bay windows.
Yeah.
I ended up literally hearing some noises like that right behind me, and I wasn't hearing anything before that. And there was no wind or anything. It was like obviously very humid, but I wasn't sure if that was a part of it. And I'm just surprised because it sounded like it was right behind me, but I wasn't sure. So I'm surprised that something like that happened.
Wow. Yeah. Calling upon Jesus Christ really solves a lot of things with those encounters. And it's something that I know people I was researching this stuff with in the past, it's like you realize what people's intentions are, and then you have to go your separate ways. Because some of them like scoffed at the idea of bringing up Jesus Christ, and were sympathizing with Satan and all that, and it's like, what are you doing? You know, it's like, why are you going down that line of thinking? It's very bizarre.
That's all it is, man. Everybody chooses, right? What side of the balance I want to be on.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Daddy,
I don't deny Jesus Christ because I don't want him to deny me into the kingdom of heaven. That's why I acknowledge him every day. And I place him first every day to do the good works. And when he paid me, man, this guy that I fought in Germany, he had to be like 6'8", 6'9", man. I'm only 5 foot, 5'9", 5'10", somewhere around there. They placed me against this big dude that I seen bench over 600 pounds at the gym, and I was weighing 155 pounds. He comes through the crowd, man, after being in all those Bandingo fights and beating every opponent that I faced. I just see this big guy, and I recognize him for the gym. And he says, "Where's the guy that's been messing with my people?" And they point him, there he is. And he looks at me, and he said, "What's up, boy?" He says, "You know what I'm going to do to you?" I'm just looking and just studying him, seeing how he's standing, see if I could see a weakness. He says, "When I grab you, I'm going to break your back, and you're going to be paralyzed for the rest of your life." That's what he said to me. And he started laughing. And then just not saying nothing to him, man. I'm staying focused. And you say, this guy dumb? You got nothing to say to me? Me, I would always use my mother as energy. So I ask him a question. As I'm still studying him, while I'm asking the question, I said, "Did you say something about my mother?" And he said, "F your mom." And I use this as energy. Turn a negative into a positive. So then, when we get in the fight, I notice that he's too slow. Yeah, he's a big guy and all that. Too slow. I'm way faster than he is. So I let him waste his energy. Let him throw punches. He misses all the punches. For a good minute, 2 minutes, I'm toying with him and I'm hitting him in the back of the head, slapping him on the back of the head. Then I give him the opening. What he didn't know is that I know how to box. I knew martial arts. I knew pressure points. So I give him an opening. He misses, and I hit him one time with my phalange right on the temple area. I cut the circulation to his brain. So there's like, he weighs 290, 300 pounds. 300 pounds just falls straight to the ground because I cut the circulation to his brain. And I defeated that guy, and everybody's freaking out. Like, they're like, whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck? Doesn't matter. Like I said, what you see, whether it's physical, whether it's spiritual, you always got to maintain your love foundation. I had the love foundation even then when I overcame the guy. I wasn't mad at the guy. I knew I had to overcome him. I had no choice because we're going to fight regardless. But I was able to fight him. I would say, well, what's the fastest way to overcome somebody like that? That big, make him get wind out, throwing power punches, throwing power punches with everything he has. That's what I did. And then I just one hit, one blow. I didn't even hit him with a fist. I hit him with the phalange, temple area. That was it. Put him to sleep. But yeah, that I did with the love foundation, and I didn't do no more damage. No more damage to him in any kind of way, shape, or form. Once he was out, that's it. I didn't get on him and try to hurt him more, with anger or hatred. No, I'm going to tend my love foundation. I could have hurt him more, but I chose not to because I wanted to stay as close as much to a love foundation.
Mm-hmm.
I was younger, so yeah, it could have been bad for him. Imagine he's passed out, helpless. I had my fist. I could have done some damage, more damage than how messed up he was, but that's not what I was supposed to do. The Heavenly Father said, "Hey, you subdued him. Now just leave him alone. Let him learn his lesson, right?" It's not the size of not the size of the dog. It's the size of the fight in the dog. But it wasn't even a fight. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He was throwing punches, but I just hit him one time with a phalange, and it was out cold. I don't know whatever happened to that guy. I never seen him again. I felt bad. That's one thing. To that guy, I never went to him to check up on him to see how he was doing later on or nothing like that. This guy was a high rank person. So I was only like a PFC, and he was a high rank up there, like a E7, E8. So yeah, it was embarrassing for him, right? Or it is what it is, But yeah, you can't. Everybody's got to find their way in life. One thing that I know who gave me the speed that day was Jesus Christ. There was another, when somebody asked me about the people around me spiritually, there's another voice that was there also. When he said "F your mother," I heard my mother's voice say, "Dale en la madre, mijo." Like "Dale en la madre," which is like beat the shit out of him. I heard that voice of my mother, but at the same time, I still, maintain my love foundation. But because he brought her name up, so I just did what I had to do to overcome him. Thank you, Brother Scott Baker. Good night, brother.
Good night, Scott.
Good night,
Good night, Scott, and may God watch over you.
Yeah, just the only thing I got now is I'm old. The only thing I got is the memories, man, and that's all I'm trying to do here. Share my wisdom and knowledge to whoever wants to listen. Whoever's going through something, I can relate to you. I understand. I'm here to help to whoever wants spiritual help, spiritual advice, prayer. That's what I do here. I was doing prayer and all that through my groups of positive spiritualists and spiritual encrypted encounters on Facebook. I would do my videos there because I wasn't tech savvy. I didn't have a computer. So I would do the videos through my phone. Then I would download the video and I'd place it on YouTube. That's what I was doing. Till I said, I bought me a computer. So, okay, now I can do the lives and I've learned how to do that. In the military, they don't show you how to be a computer savvy. That wasn't my job. My job was all hands on to take care of business. It's like, but I know how to operate it more or less, somewhat. I'll let y'all have the floor if y'all want to share something. I can get, you know what I mean, man. I can get to talking and I won't be quiet. So let me be quiet for a little bit. See if y'all want to share something with a. We got 39. I think this is a pretty good viewership right now. 39 constantly.
Yeah, we got a solid crowd tonight. It's good.
Yeah, it is a solid crowd. I just hope, hopefully it's none of the ops. But if they are, well, unfortunately, you chose the enemy and continue to diss us, or A specifically, which is not good for you and will unfortunately come back to get you when the end comes. And I hope you resolve whatever issues you have within yourself and ask for Christ for repentance. Because we all do. We all will answer one way or another. It just depends on whether or not we repented and if we're being truthful with ourselves and with Him.
I think the times change. I think my grandfather got caught up in a time where things were different. There was a lot of racism and stuff like that. So he got up in that time where there was all kinds of things happening in the spiritual world. And yeah, we just have to, how's it say, bro, that you said, keep your eyes on me?
Yep. He said it doesn't matter. He said, keep your eyes on me.
Jesus Christ.
I asked 3 questions and the answer was the same. It doesn't matter. Keep your eyes on me. I asked him questions. What if this happens? Or what if that happens? Or what if... And 3 times he told me, keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. And I asked the 4th question. I said, are you God? And then I got kicked out. And I was back. I was back in the church. It was a light. I was in the church. And that's when he had called me and he put it in my heart to go to a church. And there's all these churches everywhere. So I didn't know what church. So I just said, he must be wanting me to go to the closest church. So I went to the closest church. And I walked in and sat down, and then I wasn't in the church no more. The service just started. When I got kicked back out, I went into, there was a bright light, and the bright light, I could feel like just hugs all over my body. Like somebody, when your parents hug you and show you love, I could feel that all over my body. And then I felt light like a feather. So I knew that he had forgiven me all my sins, and I had all these questions. So I asked him, what if this happens? And he said, it doesn't matter. Keep your eyes on me. 3 times I asked 3 different questions, the same thing. It doesn't matter. Keep your eyes on me. And that's what I tell everybody. now that it doesn't matter all these distractions or troubles that we have. If you keep your eyes on him, the storm will not be a storm. You'll still have peace in your heart, and they won't be able to take it unless you allow them to take your peace.
Mm-hmm.
He will give you that peace that you will be the rock, you will be solid in the storm. And he wants us to make it to him. He has his arms open there, but we have to traverse this field, this world to get to him. But like he said, everything here doesn't matter as long as we keep our eyes on him. All these distractions and troubles are too much for some people. But if they would keep their eyes on him, like my brother said, things happen for a reason, and people don't understand why they're happening.
I think yesterday they found three. You know how they had the flood? It happened on July the 4th. I think they found three girls. I think like a day ago or 2 days ago. They found them inside a tree. They had built a little door inside a hole of a tree, and they were staying inside the tree for protection from the wild animals and stuff. That they were able to save them. They were out there for 10 days, and that they were eating certain things that they had taught them in camp, and they built this door in this little tree a certain way, so the animals won't be able to get them and stuff like that. That they were inside the tree as protection. Three girls that they found. 10 days out there, no food. I think they were drinking water. That they showed them how to drink water. And they were eating something. Can't remember exactly what they were eating, but they survived from the floodings that happened here in Texas. So that's a good thing, right?
That's great to hear.
Yeah.
You know, even on like the weather.com website, it's all fear. Like constantly in the sidebar, there's different stories like
AIs.
flooding. You have like a camper being sucked under a bridge. Right now, they're saying like, oh, there's like a heat wave coming. It's all fear. It's all
Fear
fear
mongering.
based. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
A lot of AI in progress right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's a bunch of AI, and I go on TikTok a bit, and you should see some of the stuff that AI is getting too real. In some cases, with having trouble discerning what's not. So that's obviously a little disturbing. Unless they give us actions, that could never do in front of even the public eye. So pretty often
We lost you there. Who's speaking?
Andres.
He's breaking up. Texas Learning. Yeah, it happens like this sometimes when somebody's trying to send a message. Interruption. So they won't send the message that you're trying to send.
Really, I was breaking up. Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you were breaking.
You're very clear now.
Yeah, that's better.
I was just saying that some of the stuff that's coming out on like YouTube and TikTok, it's basically getting so real to the point it's very hard to discern what's real and what's not unless they do something that's literally even normal people wouldn't do, or criminals will do out in the open. So I'm having trouble doing that with some of the AI stuff that's showing up now. So I can't imagine what's going to turn out to be in a few years.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get weird. That's all I'll say.
And we've been on for 4 hours and 39 minutes, y'all. I guess we started early. That's why it's barely 2:58. Oh man, a lot of good topics here tonight, fellas.
Yes.
You got anything to say, brother Jack? Yeah, 4 hours and 39 minutes.
Oh,
Any questions from the chat? Any questions for anybody here on the panel?
I mean, has anybody else had experiences like we've had?
I'm more than sure they have.
I mean, have you heard of anybody else having to shovel
Oh,
poop
tell them about that one,
the
bro.
whole yard?
Oh my God. I think I shared it, but I don't know if I shared it with
Has that happened
Yuzumism.
to anybody else?
No, I don't think you have.
That's what I'm wondering, if that's happened to anybody else. And I'm not just talking about one pile of poop. I'm talking about poop every, covering the whole yard. Piles of poop everywhere.
4 lots, which was, we have 2 lots and my grandmother had 2 lots. There was different kinds of poop on the front, outside the gate, inside the gate, the backyard. Tell them how it happened, bro, the night before when that incident happened.
We could hear the brujas laughing. We could hear all the activity, the bangings that was going on. Then when we opened the door in the morning, the stench
But there was
flies.
other activity.
Oh
There
my
was activity where my parents were praying, but you could hear natives chanting. You could hear a whip. You could hear horses, a wagon,
Yeah, the wind.
and you
Yeah.
could hear the horses making the horse sounds. You could hear lions, different animals outside the house. A lot of activity, you know. And my parents kept on saying that the devil was there and all this stuff, right? So you're hearing all these different kind of animals outside, and it went like that for about 2 hours, 3 hours. Nothing but different noises, laughing, and you could hear somebody say, "Come outside," and all kinds of things, right? So my brother take it from here. When we woke up, the sun rose. We went outside. What'd you see, bro?
All that poop everywhere, and the smell. Oh my God! And then my heart felt when our mother said, "Go clean it up." Oh,
Me and my brother got tasked to get the wheelbarrow. You know those old wheelbarrows, the red ones with the tires. This is in the 70s. To shovel all the crap in the yard. It took us all day, brother Yizamizzle, all day to shovel this crap. So we take the wheelbarrow, dump it in the backyard. We had to go through the little gate, dump it. All day we spent. It was Saturday morning.
Yeah.
All day Saturday we spent shoveling shit. We put it on a pile, and then our grandmother made us put boards because my brother asked her, "How did what came in here?" She was saying that some animals got in the fence, but there was no way because we always kept the fence locked with freaking chains and padlocks, you know. So my brother was like, "There's no way, Grandma. There's not even openings underneath the gate." So we finished. We went home. We were tired. We went to sleep. We got woken up again Saturday evening. The same thing happened. It happened on Friday. All this freaking animal sounds, a whip, and the chanting of natives, just a lot of activity. When we woke up, there was more shit all over the yard. So we spent another day shoveling shit. 2 days happened, 2 days in a row. We're trying to figure out how anything got in there. You know, we had secured the fence and everything. So we shoveled all the shit. We took it to we had the shit. It looked like
alley.
the big pile of shit from the movie Jurassic Park because it was different shit in the pile, right? Guess what happened, Brother Yizamizzle, with the pile of shit after we placed the last shit on the pile?
Came back.
It disappeared,
Oh, it disappeared.
vanished,
Wow.
vanished. No
Yeah.
shit. It's clear.
They even came in the alley like,
We're like, Grandma, you see that? What happened to the? It just disappeared. Vanished. We spent 2 days shoveling shit, and it vanished in thin air, just like that. You know when people say they leave negative residue?
Yeah.
Well, just like they manifest and disappear, well, the shit was a manifestation, and it disappeared also. There was a negative residue that was left back, so that disappeared also. There was a big pile of shit that was taller than us. I mean, we stacked it high.
yep, it was huge, wide. That was a lot of it. It was there was shit like every 6 to 8 inches. There was shit covering the whole yard. Everything.
The outside of our gate, inside in the backyard, it was everywhere.
And the smell and the flies, that was the worst. They all disappeared. When the shit disappeared, the flies
Everything,
disappeared.
the pestilence, because that's what it is. Shit is pestilence. It disappeared, and my grandma didn't give us an answer. Couldn't give us an answer. She was there. She was right there when it disappeared. True story.
But people have reported the same sounds like the cowboys, the horses, and cows, and wind, and all this. One, don't you remember, bro? That they've said that when they find like things, you know how they were building the road and stuff, and they uncovered a treasure chest. Remember? And then all these noises started happening, and all the workers got scared and ran away, and then somebody just drove up in a car and saw that and took it, and they didn't ever find out who took it because the all those noises and shit scared all the workers away, and they all ran away. I've heard a lot of stories as I was growing up from my parents. I would always be listening, and they would be talking about all kinds of stuff like that. Just like when they would go and pray, they would be praying for sick people and casting out demons, and then my brother stowed away, and then he went over there, and I asked him what happened, and he was telling me about a big giant snake, and they were saying it was the devil, and it was in the tree, and it disappeared too. Tell him, bro.
Yeah, I shared the story. I think I shared it with you, Mizzle, about they want to go pray for, because they were the prayer group for the Catholic Church, and
Yeah.
they got a phone call that to get their stuff ready because they had to go pray for this old lady that she said that the devil was there to claim her soul. She was a reborn Christian. She used to be a witch. So they said the devil was at her house. So I got in the back of the station wagon. I hid, and they drove away, and I was in the back. And when we got there, I guess my mom seen me moving in the back. She told me not to get out the vehicle. She said, wait till we get home. You're going to get it, which means a whooping. So I seen them go out there, and they're in front of this White House. So I get off the vehicle, and I start going vehicle to vehicle till I got close to the edge, and I'm seeing all the people in a circle around this tree, but I'm not seeing nothing. So as soon as I get to the gate, I open the gate very slowly, and I put my foot inside the property. Then I see was speaking to him. I heard something speaking to him, and it's this giant snake that looks like kind of like brownish, like an albino snake, but it's huge, wrapped around this big tree, and it's got red eyes, and it's telling the people from the prayer group, her soul belongs to me. I'm Satan. I'm Lucifer. Whatever it's saying, right? And then the snake turns its head and looks at me. When it looks at me, poof, it disappears and it flees. And when it does that, they're all celebrating. We defeated Lucifer. We defeated Satan. When that happens, that was my cue to go back to the station wagon, because if my mom would have seen me in the gate, that would have been like a double whooping that I was going to get when we got home. But yeah, I witnessed it. He said I'm able to see things.
Because we lived on the edge of town, but on the outskirts of town, there was like a farmhouse out there, and that family was all possessed. The father,
Oh
the
yeah,
mother, the son,
we haven't shared their story.
and they would all go and pray
Maybe we
there.
should share
And
the story for a show of a possession. Or, why not? Well, you can share it, bro. Go ahead and share it.
I don't know. I know that they were always going out there and praying, and they cast it out of the father, and then it jumped into the mother, and then it was just jumping from
To
person
the
to
family
person
members.
and the family
There was
members.
a.
And then,
Go ahead. Well, I heard the story from Cooney. What he told me what happened. Because the only thing I knew was that my parents had gone there to pray for this woman that was possessed. That they were there. The phones were on the wall, so you could hear the whole conversation. And our house wasn't that big, so they went to this ranch, and they went into the room where the mother was possessed. She was like 31 or 32 years old, and as they were praying for her, that she turned very old, turned into old lady, and that the room got real cold, and that Lucifer, Satan said, her soul belongs to me. And when that happened, as they were praying, some of the people got scared, and they broke the circle, of holding hands, and they took up running with fear. So as they could try to continue to pray, I guess all the people freaked out and they took off too. They left the location where the woman was being demonized. They left. So for many years, I remember one thing, that one of the sons will go to school with us, both of them. Their last name was Elizondos. I remember I was a freshman when this happened. I was a freshman, and I was standing by the wall, right? You put your foot on the wall and just chill, waiting for school to start. I heard somebody whisper in my ear that says, "Believe in the devil, believe in the devil." When I look, it's that guy that's from that house from the ranch where the possessions were happening. So I say, "Hey man, leave me alone. I believe in Jesus Christ. I can be going to lunch in the bus." Next thing you know, I hear somebody whisper in my ear, "Believe in the devil, believe in the devil." And it's him that's in the back seat behind me. And I tell him the same thing. So this guy was following me everywhere I went to. I guess he knew that my parents were there, right? So years passed by, I found out later on in life through my brother's father-in-law. He told me a story. He says, "Do you really want to know?" I told him about my parents wanted to pray for him, and he says, "Do you really want to know what happened? How it happened?" I said, "Sure." Well, they were working up in West Texas, and there was this lake called the Devil's Lake. They were drinking beers. They were drunk. So the man said, "I'm going to prove to you that God doesn't exist, and the devil doesn't exist. That's what he said. So he was drunk, and he said, God, if you exist, show yourself to me. He kept on saying nothing happened. And he did the same thing with Lucifer. If you exist, show yourself to me. Said it numerous times. Well, when they stopped working, they were migrant workers like us. They came back to South Texas. The day they come back to South Texas, back to their house, was a day that the mother got possessed. Because he said, if you exist, show yourself to me. So he did show himself to him through possessing his wife and his whole family. There was many priests, many churches that came to try to get rid of it. I don't know if they ever did or what happened. All I know, one of those guys went
No.
to prison for killing somebody. I think it was a guy that would whisper in my ear to believe in, the devil, that he killed somebody and he went to prison. I don't know. All I know is that, that I think that's one of the main reasons what happened in my family was dealing with a prayer group that went over there to help, that the evil followed each person that was in that prayer group. And I believe
Yep.
that what happened in my family was my mother had to do with that. What do you think, bro?
Yep. Yep. That's what happened. They would cast it out one person, but it would jump into the other one, into the other family members, and it would just keep doing that, and it was wearing them down. But our mother had a spiritual opening, and then the other guy had a spiritual opening. The guy that she was having an affair with, and they were trying to cast out the demon. So the demon jumped in the guy after jumping around from family member to family member into the guy from the prayer group that she was having an affair with. And then when they cast it out of him, it jumped into our mother. And then they had to cast it out of her. And then the whole prayer group was all confused because they didn't know why that happened. But we found out that, yeah, they had spiritual openings because they were having an affair. So you have a spiritual opening, you can't go and do God's work because it's gonna jump in you.
You're gonna fail the mission.
Yep, you're not clean and you haven't asked for forgiveness. I mean, that's why they had the opening, so it jumped into them.
And
And if you do God's work, it's gonna push you back. So you better be prepared.
the story I told you about the guy from West Texas that they found him dismembered. Well, that family, they were in part of the prayer group meeting too, of the prayer group. It's like every person in the prayer group lost a family member. Spiritual warfare. Man, when mom,
Because back then,
yeah,
when we were growing up, we would only hear them say, "I rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name." We would never hear them say, "I tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name." So yeah, you're making it go away, but it's just gonna go and jump and attack somebody, one of your family members, anybody, even if they're miles and miles away. In an instant, it'll be there and it'll be attacking them because you didn't tie and bind. Because back then, that's how people would say, "I rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name." I remember hearing a dad say that. I remember when he was, like I said, that he was floating, his feet were not touching the floor, and he was up against the wall, and something was beating him up, and he had the Bible in his right hand, and he was arguing with whatever was there. I couldn't see what was doing it, and he was arguing, telling it, "You can't be here. Jesus Christ is here. You can't be here." And then eventually he regained. I covered my head, but he regained his footing, and then he went outside. So then every night that would happen, that they would say that the Bulto Negro, or where the evil one was outside, our father would grab the Bible and go outside to the corner, and he would be over there arguing and praying in the corner.
It would be a manifestation of a very tall native, like around 9 foot tall, that was sit down on that corner by the pole. He had the feathers and everything, the hairdressing. He'll sit there Indian style and start chanting, and not just chanting, making all kinds of animal sounds. So he would go out there and try to fight it spiritually. Till one day he come back inside. What did he tell him, brother?
Oh, I don't know, bro.
He came back one day, and my mom asked him, what did it want? And he said, I can't tell you. And he said, what did it tell you? And he said, you got to do, if you do this thing, you could be the richest man in the world. You can have all the money. You got to do one thing. He says, you gotta kill your whole family. That's what he told it. If you kill your whole family, you'll be the richest man in the world. So that night that everything happened in our family, it wasn't just my mother that was supposed to die. It was all of us that was supposed to die. We were seven. Four brothers and three sisters. But thank God that the Heavenly Father was there to intervene. I believe he was he was possessed, demonized, probably from the same thing when they went to do the prayer group. But yeah, he was demonized because I heard him when they came in the house, and he opened the door, dropped the purse, and I said, hey, Pop, and he growled at me. Yeah. I said, hey, Pop. He growled at me real ugly, and he slammed the door real hard. He got in the truck and he took off. But yeah, there was something that took it over him. It was a long time ago. This is like 19.
Because before they only wanted just me or you. They would always tell him that they would give him. He could have money, but they needed a soul. But I didn't know that the Indian thing wanted all of us.
There was a lot of things happening. That was happening. That there was an insurance fraud also. I think it was called Global Life Insurance. It was an insurance fraud where it would put the names of the parents and all the children on the insurance. So the guy that was selling the insurance would get people to buy the insurance with all the people's names on it. So what was supposed to happen is if we all died, then people will be able to collect on the claim. How do I know this? It's because when I was in the military, they did an internal investigation because of something that happened over there when I went after the war. They did an internal investigation, and there was a cop that told them exactly what was happening. So they told me not to go back to the Rio Grande Valley because there was a hit out for me, not just out for me, but a hit for my brother and sisters, because they were still trying to collect off that insurance claim or fraud. Just trying to claim on that insurance. Imagine that. Isn't that an easy way to make money? So I did. I got all my brothers and sisters out of there. When my platoon, my brother and ours found out, they wanted to go to my town and take care of business. They were telling me, hey, let's go, handle it. We'll take out these people, blah, blah, blah. But within me, I felt that somebody was trying to play me, So I said, no, I'm just going to leave it up to the Heavenly Father. And I left it at that because we're not supposed to have vengeance in our hearts, right? And that's what I've done. Most of these people, they're dead already, you know. The majority, yeah, they're all dead. The people that were part of that, they're dead already.
Wow.
But I left it up to the Heavenly Father. That's what we're supposed to do. Vengeance is His, not mine or yours. You know, because He's a protector and a revenger. Yeah, you know, that was a long time ago, man. It's about 1985. Yeah, people always try to
Yep.
cover
And
us,
then
man. Even when I was in high school. Yes, just a lot of things we've been through, but that's okay. What can break us will make us stronger.
after our mother died, our neighbor was like, "Hey, who's the man that comes every night to your house and knocks on your door, and you all never open the door for him?" I was like, "What? What man?" He's like, "There's a man that comes every night, and he has a rifle." I'm like, "What the hell?" Because I would always see the hoof prints in the ground, hoof prints.
Sorry we're getting sorry we're freaking people out here, but we're just sharing our story of the past. No, he wanted to talk about it, so why not talk about it the full way? And there was a lot of spiritual activity every night when all these things were happening, when they were still alive. Man, it was hectic.
I mean, it's
Man, I wish,
interesting,
yeah,
but
yeah.
how long do you know how many generations ago it all started? This type of activity, because it
They,
seems to be like a family thing.
yeah, we will hear the stories that they would hang our uncles. They would find our uncles
Oh yeah,
hogtied in the mornings. That they would drag them out of the window at night, and then they found one half under the house, and they had to dig him out. So how did he get in there, under there?
they
But
drug him under, and
hear those
he
stories.
was fat. He was like 250 pounds. He was a big man, or close to 400. So they would find him hog-tied underneath my aunt's car because she would come do the diabetes shot to my grandmother. And they were like, "How did he get underneath the car?" She had an Impala, you know. And then sometimes they'll find him hog-tied on top of the roof. But what's happening that he was messing with the dark arts,
Yep.
reading the black magic book. So he didn't want to finish reading it, so they came after him because I guess the demons wanted him to finish reading the book, and he didn't want to, and they came for him. You could hear it where we'd be asleep, right? And you hear boom on top of the roof, like something heavy got dropped on top of the roof. So we get up to look, we get the ladder. There'll be no ladder. We climb up the ladder, we'll get it from the ground, we come and set it up and climb up the roof, and we will find our uncle on top of the roof, uh, wrapped up in his boxers without a shirt, all scratched up, saying that the brujas were trying to take him, but he was too heavy. The brujas lechuzas, they were in the lechuza form or the harpy form. That they were trying to fly with him, but he was too heavy, so they let him go and dropped him on top of the house.
Wow.
Yep. That was the one uncle. The same thing happened to the other uncle.
He passed away already.
Yeah. Our other uncle, the same thing. He was reading the book, and when he was supposed to give his soul over, wherein supposedly Satan appeared to him in the form of a big lechuza, right, bro? And he was supposed to give his soul to him, he didn't. He claimed Jesus, and then he just went like crazy. They found him, and then as his life was just crap after that, and then he kept on claiming Jesus, and then he had a whole another family.
He lost his family, lost all his family. His house was, when we talk about pestilence, that's all there was, man. His house was pestilence. You see mildew. He was being demonically possessed. At one point in time, that we had to go pray for him.
They found him hanging. He had hanged himself from the tree, and they found him. They thought he was dead, so they cut him down and they called 911.
He had the rope.
So while they were on the phone, with a rope, he hanged himself. And they called 911, and when they were on the phone, and then the cops came, he came back to life.
Wow.
Then he wasn't leaving him alone. He kept on coming after him. Where he's dealing with my grandmother, but with a hoof, with a hoofman, a man with boots will come to his porch, telling him to come outside, but he was in boots, was hoofs. So he went outside. My uncle was pretty built, pretty strong, muscular. He went outside. He was being hit by something, and he was flying around, and something was hitting him. He was flying like 6-7 feet in the air, tumbling and roll, and he was getting bruised up real bad. So I prayed to God to show me the enemy was doing this to him. And I seen this thing, the same thing that I seen in my grandmother's house. But what is it? The ones that has the body of the horse? What are they called?
The goat man that's half man.
Centaurs.
Like
half goat.
Yeah.
Half man.
Yes, that's what I seen. And it was charging at him, and he was hitting him, and he was flying. And I even tried to stop the thing, but every time I try to push it, I will go through it because it was in manifestation. After that, my uncle got possessed by it, in which he was possessed for about 3-4 days, where he was acting like a lizard. He was acting like a rooster. He would be in his boxers with a cowboy hat on and his boots on. Then one day he was there. He started climbing the wall. That like the Exorcist. He was literally climbing the wall, and he was on the wall, and he started looking at us. He started sticking out his tongue like a lizard. So as we're seeing this, we start praying. We're praying. Next thing you know, he falls off the wall, and we see something fly out of his body. It goes out and breaks out the screen window, and he goes out. It was a dark shadow, disembodied form. It goes out the window. The unclean spirit leaves him, and my uncle becomes better, but he still believes in Jesus Christ till this day, right, bro? Do you think he still got a negative attachment?
God gave him a whole family. Yeah, bro?
Do you think he still got a negative attachment to this day?
Yeah, but he believes in Jesus Christ, but something's still around, because when I talked to him on the phone, I'm telling you, I heard something over the phone. He wasn't talking, and I heard a voice. You know how a demonic voice sounds? It came on, and it said, "Yes, bring her." When I was talking to him, that I wanted him to meet my daughter, and I heard that voice, and I was like, "Oh, hell no!" So I just finished the conversation with him, and then I meet my daughter, because that demonic voice came over.
I got kicked while you were sharing that story, Abe. About the crawling on the wall and the tongue sticking out. Everything went silent.
But yeah, he to this day he says, years ago, when I was there, they told him that he only had
Boy's heart.
3 to 6 months that his heart was full of holes and that they couldn't operate him because he would die on the operating table. And he pleaded Jesus Christ. And he had a whole nother family, a whole bunch of kids. And he's still alive to this day that I know of.
Yeah.
And he says that he owes everything to God, that God gave him everything just like Job. And he had a whole nother family and gave him everything back that he lost. But something's still there because I heard that demonic voice over the phone.
Well, when something possesses you, you have to go through certain, because he was Catholic, so he has to go through the ritual of the Catholic exorcism. We just did a prayer, but yeah, he goes to church and everything.
I mean, he would read the Bible in his house, and he taught his children and all of that, and his wife about God, and they did well.
True events, man.
Yeah, but I hadn't put it all together that all the people that were dying were relatives of the spiritual group that went to pray for the person that was demon possessed. I hadn't put that piece of the puzzle together. I only knew that all these people were dying, but I hadn't connected it.
Yeah, they're all part of the prayer group, bro.
They were all part of the prayer group. I already knew that when you serve God and you get pushback, that's why you have to be prepared, and not just you.
Tell him, bro, how he was acting when we were praying for him. He was making all kinds of weird noises too.
Only one other time that I saw somebody like that, and they were praying for this guy, and I went over there to they were holding him down and they were praying. He was acting crazy. I went over there also to help, and then this other dude jumped in front of me. Like another Christian, but he was possessed, I think, because he jumped in front of me and said, "Don't touch him." And I stopped, and I looked at the guy like, "What's the matter with you?" And he said, "You're not allowed to touch him." And I was like, so what happened? They couldn't cast a demon out of this guy, so this guy went 2 hours later and killed another dude, and then he got sent to prison. So yeah, it happens. It's real.
I'll be right back, yo.
Yeah, thanks for being here, everyone. If you haven't liked the show yet, please like. If you're watching not being logged into YouTube, please try to log in and like the stream. It definitely helps. We got a good crowd in here. I'm seeing 41 viewers live.
So has anybody else had any experiences like this?
It actually makes me curious on how many generations ago it all started. Because in your family, it sounds like a lot went down.
So did you notice that some of them, our uncles, were reading black magic books, and when they stopped, and then they turned away from that, that's when they got attacked worse and worse, and then it went on into their families also, and they got attacked.
Yes, but if you go up a few generations, like, do you have any information about like your great great grandparents? Maybe if they were into something. Just curious
All,
on.
all I know is all I know is my grandfather came from Spain, and my grandmother was from Mexico. And then you hear my brother say that when he was throwing the rocks, I remember he was outside, I was inside, and then I remember him coming inside and saying that grandma came and uh, said something to the witches, and they left. And he would say when at our funeral, our cousins, our older cousins, were singing that song, the the witch is dead, and then they were like, "Y'all don't know," and we were like, "We don't know what." So yeah, so I guess they must have made some kind of deals or something.
Oh, definitely sounds like it.
And then you heard the story about uh, when my brother was underneath the table. I would see that man that would come. That man would come once a year. I don't know who it was, but I saw him. And then I remember my brother being in there and under the table. And then my brother said he had hoofs. He didn't have feet. He had hoofs. I didn't see that. I only would see the man, and I saw him like maybe 2 times. And I know that he will come one day out of the year. He will come walking down the street, and when I would see him, he would have like old clothes on, and they were like real dirty. But my brothers would see something different. But yeah, that area down there is bad.
Oh, certainly sounds like it. Yeah.
And I'm telling you, there's towns down there where you don't want to get stuck there after dark. Our cousin will tell us, don't come. You gotta leave before dark. Go back to your town because the witches will get you. And we're like, what? And they're like, yeah, the witches will get you.
Wow.
Yeah. Talking about Hargill?
Yeah, I didn't say the name, but yes, that town.
Oh, my bad.
And not just that town. You know the other little
Oh yeah,
towns that
there's a lot of
they're
locations.
around, and where they have the freaking supposedly the table with the chains that we heard in high school, and the cross and all that stuff. Way down in the middle of the woods somewhere, down that river where everybody goes fishing. Yeah, because the poor people want they want to have something, so they turn to that because they don't know what else to turn to. So they turn to that to give them power or money or whatever, and that's all throughout our life. We would hear our dad always talking to our mother saying, they want to give me this, they want to give me that, but they want a soul, and they wanted me or they wanted him, and then I didn't know about the last one that they wanted all of us. I didn't know that you had seen him when he came in and dropped her purse. I thought nobody had seen him.
Oh, so wait. Because I heard you can miss a truck that old because it makes a lot of ruckus, especially when it's going on the caliche.
And then the worst thing is we made our peace with him, right? But even to this day, he never said that he was sorry for taking a life. And to this day, he still says that what he did was right. But we made our peace with him, but we just don't have nothing to do with him.
Yeah, I believe he's still being, well, wishing that they will want to go because he's a amputee. He's missing a leg. We seen something enter his body and literally possess him there at the house. Remember,
Yeah.
his eyes were back white, you know, and he's saying something in a different language.
They started arguing, Abe and our dad, and they were arguing, and I went to the kitchen and I was praying in there, and I was praying and praying and then
Spiritually, I was fighting him spiritually.
yeah, and I was praying in the kitchen, and then we were so upset that we were going to leave. Right, we were me and Abe are in the truck.
He was already out of town.
Yeah, we were driving, and we were going to leave, but guess what? God didn't want us to leave, and my truck started stalling and didn't want to move. And then I realized, and then I told him we can't leave like this. We got to make our peace. So then we went
told
back.
him, I'll never run away from a spiritual battle. Let's go back.
Yeah, we went back and we made our peace. Because
when we got there, he was sitting in front of the yard in his wheelchair, and he's like saying hi to us like he don't even know what happened. Like just a normal person. Right, bro?
Yep.
Wow.
He didn't even remember what happened. He was just sitting in the front in the yard, and he's waving at us. He's like, "Hey, what are y'all doing?" You know, like you don't remember. You know, when there's a possession, something enters you, you don't remember what happened. You know. And he was talking to us normal, and we just came to say. I said, told my brother we got to use love. So I said, hey, we're just gonna say we love you, and you know, check you out. We'll see you another time. We'll use the love foundation. Then we got in the vehicle and we left. He don't live there no more. He lives in I guess it's like is it a retirement home, bro, or a nursing home?
I think it's a nursing home, I think, or maybe a retire. I'm not sure. There's only one retirement home there, and it's in the other
To
side.
my understanding, once he left that house or that property, he's doing a lot better now. But I haven't talked to him or spoken to him. You know, I'm just trying to keep my space, you know. But
just like our grandfather's house, after she passed away, it was haunted. You would hear her walking around in there. She would shuffle her feet. You would hear that walking in there. And then
sometimes her lights would turn on and off, and there'll be no electricity.
And they sold the
no
house.
Electricity. Yeah. But the house doesn't exist no more.
Yeah. Those people that bought the house, they moved out and tore that sucker down.
Wow.
They told me that it was haunted. They would only live in one room.
They would only live in one room.
Yeah, they would only live in the living room. They would all be in there huddled. I went in there to talk to them.
And I hope we didn't scare nobody here tonight with the stories. You know, we're just sharing what we've been through.
And you
true
know,
stories.
when we went down there, our dad was like, "If you're tired, you can sleep right here in the other room." I was like, "Hell no, I'm not sleeping in this house. Hell no."
In that house, brother, using missile. When we went outside, you could hear women chanting, and there was no woman. You could hear their disembodied voices, la brujas chanting.
How many days did it take us to clean it, bro? Remember?
Like
And we made load after load to the
I
junkyard.
don't know, man. It was like
It
a
was a
hoarder,
big
a horde. What do you call them? Hoarder.
Yeah, he was like a hoarder. Every room was full of crap, like 6 inches from the ceiling, and he only had a little deer trail going through there.
Oh,
And he was crying and fighting us the whole time that we were cleaning the house up for him.
Getting rid of trash, throwing it outside.
Yep. It was bad. We filled up the whole yard with the stuff from inside the house, and then we had to take it to the junkyard and dump it.
Uh, well, we've been up for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I don't know if somebody's gonna watch the replay that long. I mean, I could try to cut it in pieces, the video, but it is what it is. I mean, it's about the viewers. I just want to say thank you for those that are tuning in. I appreciate y'all.
So, does anybody else got a story they want to share?
There you go. Anybody got a story they want to share?
It's just I was just gonna ask a question for anybody here. Was anybody here touched physically by like a spirit? Like I know like you guys have. I just want to know if it was just like quick or something. Because aside from Abe and Jack, you said you were just kicked, right? I mean, I kicked out of the stream.
well, I was kicked out of the stream like 20 minutes ago.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know what happened.
and Texas, were you?
I'm not. I wasn't kicked out of the stream.
No, I asked if anybody who was touched physically by the spirit of some kind.
Oh, sorry. Physically, no. Not physically, no.
I was just gonna ask that because of a couple of days ago, I felt like I was because what is it? I got goosebumps all over my body, aside from the place that was touched. Like I felt somebody grab my upper forearm, and everything else just went goosebumps. But just that spot, that was the only spot that didn't. Like somebody had their hand there, and I felt the pressure on it. That's why I asked.
So, what did you do when you felt that? Did you rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ?
I didn't say that. I was just wondering, like, who was that? Because someone in my family did pass, but I did not do the. I didn't test the spirit. I was just wondering that.
So somebody in your family passed at the
No,
same
somebody in
time?
my family passed a few months ago. I was just wondering if it was them because I know for a fact that she is sticking around, but it is around another member of my family.
Oh, I have something to share that I've shared before here. About a year ago, one of my cousins, there was a mass murder in the house, and I got their DVDs, CDs. The husband ended up killing my cousin and then taking his own life, and the kids didn't see it. They were in the house though. There was activity in that house after her brother went there, and one of the things was a pop can just flew off of the table, and I was invited to go to the house to pick up these items, and I brought back, along with the media, 2 bins of Legos. Um, I had them sitting in my front room, and the top, I had them stacked on top of each other, and the top lid kept, it's like it was getting flung off. I didn't see it or witness it, but it always was ending up on the floor, and it wasn't from it like sliding off or anything. And so eventually, my uncle and I thought we heard like a TV running on the other side of the house. Walked into the room, nothing was on. It sounded like an older woman's voice, just deep in conversation. And I had thought it was the TV because I definitely heard something, and he did too. And eventually, I shared this with Abe on this channel, and I had also gone down in the basement where I keep my other items for my eBay store. And finally, I just spoke out loud, and I talked to my cousin, and I said to her, "I know what happened, and we're all here thinking of you, praying for you, and we know how like devastating and tragic it was what happened, and the reason I have these things is that I'm trying to find them new homes for people to enjoy, like the Legos and all of that, because they really weren't. I didn't see them as being directly involved with any of this stuff. I just didn't want to see everything go into the trash. And after I spoke out loud about that stuff, all the activity stopped. So the lid on the bin stopped falling off, and that one time of us hearing the voice in the house, never heard it again. And I think it was attributed to me acknowledging what happened out loud and letting my cousin know my intentions with what I was doing. So it's wild that happened a year ago, and that it was such a negative thing that happened too. I wouldn't have ever thought that would happen so close to family, but it did. But yeah, I think right now, the children, the 2 sons, they're fine. They're living with one of their uncles, and I think they've been healing. Like just a general feeling that I get from it, and just based off of like the lack of updates from one of her brothers, I think everything's going well. Because I do keep in contact with one of her brothers, and we talk from time to time. But yeah, that was probably the most intense story I've had to share, besides seeing a UFO in the forest and saying in my mind, no, 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 like I didn't want it to land, and then it just goes up and leaves. And the only other person that witnessed that with me is no longer here. It was a friend of mine around the same age as me, and he was found face down in a supermarket. No one knows what happened to him.
Oh, wow.
And that was many years after that event happened, of us seeing the thing. But like, he was the only other witness. Now I'm the only one that has a story to share. But yeah. It's that's unfortunate. I wish that like there were more signs that we could have helped, could have prevented that tragedy happening from last year. Like, we could only say so much if only, right? It's just we're dealing with what is and what happened. And we could try to prevent more of that happening from the future from happening, you know?
And sometimes
But,
there just isn't much you can do. Because I have a great grandmother who was just done with being alive, and there was nothing anyone could have done about it. So it was actually a story in and of itself. She she was just done with it. She walked into a lake and was about like waist deep or so, and just put her head down to to be unable to breathe. And apparently she just stood there like that for like, well, at least long enough to finish the job. There's nothing anyone could have done about it.
Yeah, my mom has shared stories. She used to work at a hospital nearby here. She did medical billing. And so she'd work overnight sometimes in the ER. And she told me of one time where she was alone in that area where they're at the computers and everything. And it's right by the front desk of the ER. And she felt someone or something poke her back. She turned around because she thought it was one of her coworkers and no one was there. But I kind of expect that type of stuff to happen in a hospital. Like it's almost a given. And I've spent when she was working there when I was younger, like I'd spend overnight sometimes with her, and I'd see people come in, all sorts of things that need to be tended to with people. A lot of it I've probably blocked out because I can't really recall too much from it. But like I've been brought up to like the nursery, been able to hold like the newly born infants. That was cool. But a lot of activity in hospitals, I'd say.
Yeah, adding on to that, Stephen. I was in a hospital a couple years back for a seizure that I actually had. I was just talking some stuff with with a nurse who was obviously taking my vitals. I started talking to her about some paranormal stuff, and next thing you know, she tells me that her boyfriend that she was with at the that she's with, he actually ended up seeing some kind of a red face appear out of a closet. Apparently, I ended up saying the word "gin," and she said that's the phrase that he used. It's just a quick story. So, in terms of like creepy stuff, I'm just saying that because there's tons of people are in hospitals who also see stuff, or they're with someone who has. So there's a and even then, I want to also tell the apps like it's really easy to get stories, especially if you just talk about the paranormal around certain people, and obviously you're gonna meet someone who has. So that's an example I actually have.
Yeah, I try my best not to like share stories of stories, like things that have happened to other people that they've told me about. Like just just in general, I've been told about people seeing um like people's spirits just up in the corner of hospital rooms shortly before they pass. Like they're going to leave. And also I've seen like the wisp of a person leaving. Like the type of stuff you'd see in videos. on like security cameras or something. So it's definitely a thing that happens, but I've never personally seen that, thankfully. Like I've never had to be in a situation like that. Even though that's much more non-threatening in terms of seeing paranormal. I do feel a lot of protection around me. I know a lot of my loved ones that have passed, they're here protecting me and my family. And I know not to provoke the other side either. Like, I've gone on paranormal investigations, and near the end of my stint doing that, I was getting frustrated not seeing anything, so I was trying to provoke things, and that wasn't good. Like, I'd be like, just show yourself. Like, I was like calling them cowards and stuff, so it's not good. Not a good line of thinking to go down and actions to take. I'd say if you're meant to see something while you're investigating, they'll show themselves, and hopefully it's nothing negative, because that's a very good possibility. Just know what you're doing, know what you're getting into, prayer up.
It's one of these
Yeah.
questions you have to ask yourself twice if you go to investigate. You first ask, do I want to see this? But then, do I really want to see it? Because people sometimes go out and say, oh, I want to see stuff, and then they get spooked.
Exactly.
Did you
And
really
yeah,
want to?
I know most of the time when I was a teenager, that was the whole thing. It wasn't that I wanted to see things; it's that I wanted to get spooked. Because once I would like think I'm seeing or witnessing something, I'd book it. I'd run. So clearly, I didn't want to see it. So why was I there? Just for the thrill of it?
I used to work at a hospital, believe it or not, when I was a teenager. When everything happened with my mother, I had 2 jobs. I worked from 12:30 till 5 o'clock at the hospital. I was the groundskeeper, like the main, cut the grass, trim the bushes and stuff like that. Uh, then what they wanted me to do is go inside the hospital and help the people in the hospital do the floors, like wax, buff, and all that kind of stuff. Then sometimes they will get me to help them with patients that will come from the hospital, from the ambulances, and help them get them on the thing and stuff like that. Uh, but I would see dark shadow figures in the hospitals. It was a little hospital that we had, and I could always see them there. I guess you want to say ghost or whatever, but dark shadow figures. See them outside the hospital all the time. Sometimes I see them leaving the hospital. At the big hospitals, I was where when my grandfather passed away. I seen one went in there when the day he passed away. It was, I don't know, 2 DDN, 2 dark shadow figures that were huge. They went in there, and then I seen them come out. When I seen them come out, that's when my father comes out of there, and he's crying because his father passed away. But I witnessed what went in there. Is it a soul collector? What are they? But I witnessed them. You know, just my father didn't even see him or nothing. He came right out after I seen those things leave. You know, tall, probably like 9 foot, dark shadow figures. We'll call them soul collectors, reapers, or whatever. Death, and it's kind of like any hospital I go to, whether it's a VA to my appointments or to the hospitals in the area, I always witness the unclean spirits in there, that they're roaming around. Running. So when I see one, I say a type under rebuke in Jesus Christ, and then he takes off. And then so that when it takes off, it brings others. So there's like when I was in the ICU room, my mother-in-law that passed away, I went to go sit down in the lobby because it could only be a certain amount of people in the ICU room. I sat in the lobby, and all of a sudden, the lobby I'm sitting in turns pitch dark. And I'm looking, I could see the lights over there. I could see all the lights working in the lobby, but it was pitch dark all around me, which that means there's unclean spirits around me. I guess I got mad because I prayed for a little boy in the ICU room that I heard the little boy say, "Help me." So when I took 3 more steps, I looked to the left. The little boy is unconscious in the ICU room. So because I heard his spirit say, "Help me." So I prayed for him. So I guess those things didn't like me praying for him. I prayed for him to be healed and for the Heavenly Father to protect him. So when I seen the dark shadow spirits all around me, I say, I take authority over you. In Jesus Christ's name, I tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. And boom, the room gets light. They leave me alone. But yeah, I don't like going to hospitals. Activity there is pretty intense. I wish I could record it, but the things that happen that I'm able to capture. So when they moved it to a different room, and my wife is walking ahead of me, and there's a guy in the middle. So by the time I'm trying to catch up to her, she gets in the elevator and she's already going to the room. So I get in the elevator with a guy. So as I get in the elevator with a guy, he tells me, "You're following me." I said, "No." And he's like, starts cussing at me. And he said, "Bullshit, you are following me." And I look at him, and I already know what it is that he's got an unclean spirit in him that's trying to provoke me to get upset, even in the situation of my mother-in-law being in the hospital. So I look at him and I said, "No, man, you got it wrong." The elevator stopped. It said, "This is the floor I got to get off because my mother-in-law is in ICU. It's in the hospice now. She's, she don't got that much time to live." Then he said, "Oh, I'm sorry." And I walked out, and then I guess he kept on going forward to a different floor. But, sometimes people could have a negative attachment on them and are used to try to come up against you in a negative way. So you just got to know how to handle the situation, I know the other day I was kind of out of character. Like, golly, man, I just get tired of these people coming at me in a negative way.
Oh no, you turned it into something good last night. I
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
say.
I would just,
Like
just give
you
them.
added humor to it, and that really
Yeah,
changed it.
it's like I don't got nothing against nobody, man. I've been fighting all my life spiritually against things that they wouldn't understand because they're being bonded. That's what I'm trying to tell them, that they're being bonded by the negativity that they're doing. Right? They're being bonded. They're not awakening. I'm trying to get them to awaken spiritually. Maybe that they can see that I'm not their enemy. I'm trying to free them from the enemy that's got them bonded. That's what I'm trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
But so be it. Like we say, it's like an eye on a needle. There are only certain people going to make it in there. I'm not saying that I'm saved. All I'm saying is I'm going to continue to do the good works as much as I can. Okay, here we go. Yeah, my brother said he only had a little bit of power left. So yeah, he's probably might be listening. I don't know. Just want to say thank you to those that are here. I hope you're liking the show. Hospitals, cemeteries, but hospital. I'm talking the hot ones are hospitals. funeral homes, church, clubs, or anywhere where there's any kind of drugs. There could be somebody that might have a negative attachment there. So you have to be careful. Careful of your surroundings. But hospitals for sure, funeral homes for sure. Or a territory that you've never been. When I go investigate that, I'm able to capture all this shadow figures that looks like they got 3 heads, but it's a manifestation that looks like what was the name of the Cerberus? 3 faces. Just manifestations that they take. There you go, one for you, Stephen, right there. Stephen talking about books. I found one. A true story ghost investigator. A demon appears human. Body head. Has long conversation with demon. Said he knew King Solomon. Oh, wow.
Yeah, you got to wonder if these things are just making up stories or if they really are saying that's how long they've been around.
They've been around here for a very long time. So you figure if they've been here since the beginning, then they know every language, every slang. They know just about everything.
And unfortunately, to an extent, the future, what's going to happen. So they can use that to their advantage too.
I remember when the lady told me that she's been here on Earth for a very long time. Well, I said, well, ma'am, you are a little bit older than me. And she said, shut up. Sounded like Vince McMahon. Shut up. But it was a female's voice, but it sounded like a man's voice. Because she was being possessed, at the time. And she says, I've been here on this earth for a very long time. Said it was ancient. It's been here for a very long time. He said to believe in it. That's what he told me. To believe in it. That's when I tied bound and rebuked it in Jesus Christ and through Jesus Christ's name. And the Ifriter, because the unclean spirit or the demons that were in her, I think it was more than one. She fell to the ground, man, like straight down to the ground. Like she had no energy. Her face hit the ground. She started crawling on the ground. And she came, grabbed me from the pant leg and picked herself up, grabbed my hand and kissed my hand. That's the first thing she did, was kiss my hand. And she told me, thank you. And she said, you're a saint. She said that you could see everything that the demons were saying because they were using her body to do evil things. That they made her do a lot of evil things, but she had no control of it because she was possessed. I asked her how she became possessed. She said that her sister and her mother died in a car wreck. So the day that they died in the car wreck, she denounced God. The moment she denounced God, with the Heavenly Father, right, she got possessed. And she said that she was always saying, help me, but nobody could hear her because the demons had her possessed. They had her doing a lot of evil things, sleeping her, selling her body and all kinds of things. And she said that all the people that she was asking for help, that when she was trying to tell me to help, but she couldn't. that I'm the only one that was able to identify the demons in her, and that I'm the one that freed her from that. So we prayed and asked for her to ask God for forgiveness, repent for her sins that the things made her do. Uh, we prayed for the Heavenly Father to protect her, so this unclean spirits or demons wouldn't come back to attack her. And she was just crying and crying and crying, man. She said she was living in the streets, eating off of trash cans, like, and just doing all kinds of crazy stuff. But she had no control of her body. You should have seen. I'm more sure they had a camera at that Dollar General where it left her body. I'm more sure the camera probably caught the unclean spirit or the demon leave the body, and where she slammed on the ground. You know, and I don't know what the quality of the camera is, but she thanked me, and she was crying, man.
Wow.
Full control over her. She said that she was doing it made her do a lot of evil things against the commandments. Had full control over her. She said that she tried to get people to help her, but they couldn't hear her because the demons have full control over her. But she said that I'm the one that was able to identify them. Yeah, I rebuked them out of it. They messed up when they said that they were ancient, they were old. To told me to shut up. That he's been here for a very long time. That's why they messed up. That's when I knew that she was being demonized. I never got her name either. Didn't ask for her name. I just did what I had to do. I believe. And you know what? I had passed through it was a Dollar General store. I had already passed 2 times. And the only reason I stopped was because it was 75% off. They were supposedly going to close it down. So that's when it happened. She kept on saying, "You don't know more than I do. You don't know more than I do." I turned around. I think she's talking on her phone with somebody. Then when I turned back around because she's saying, "You don't know more than I do." When I turn around, she's looking at me and she tells me in my face, "I don't know more than you don't know more than I do." And I said, "Ma'am, I don't." I was gonna say, "Ma'am, I don't know your name," but I said, "Ma'am, I don't." She told me to shut up, you know, to listen. But that's when I knew that she was being demonized. And thank God that I was in the right path, man. You know, that I was able to free her from that. Nobody deserves to be bonded that way. Nobody. So I'm here just telling everybody here that your spirit, your soul, because we're children of the light, we're children of God, is that important. It's that important. You know, it's just you gotta awaken to be able to know who you really are, right? Know your true self.
Man, I feel I'm still on that journey, but I'm
Everything,
really,
everything will be, everything will come to you accordingly, brother. Just sometimes the unseen forces don't want you to hear. They try to get you to think about something else or whatever. But eventually, the Heavenly Father is going to bless you. But you got to have that relationship. Communicate with them. Like you said to me, tell them to open up their doors and windows. How do they expect me to help them if they don't open the doors and windows, which means your senses and your heart. That's your foundation.
some prayer also helps lead the way with that.
Yes.
Like I've been praying every day. I wasn't before, and I'm pretty sure it protected me on my journey.
Yeah. That's one thing about
Just pray for guidance.
yeah.
Sorry.
The Heavenly Father will guide you, man. That's right.
Yeah, if you pray for guidance, because that's basically what I do. I just pray or connect and say, okay, what do you want me to do? Because or how am I supposed to sort this out? And then later I get like a feeling of more like intuitive. Say, oh yeah, this is how I'm supposed to go. It also reminds me of a story because I was um, in at the former workplace of mine, and I was just really just thinking of I had a decision to make. Should I just leave this place or should I stay here? And I was just really just racking my brain about it. And suddenly, and I was actually alone at that job site. Suddenly, another coworker came in, and he said the exact right thing. It would just click for me, and I just knew, oh, he got guided to be here without him knowing. And he said the exact right thing, and I just knew what to do from there. Which eventually led me to quit that job.
Wow, guys, 6 hours, man. Just sometimes when you're having a good time, it just keeps on going, right? 42 viewers steady all night long.
Wow. Good job, everyone. Thanks for being here. It just keeps time flowing by.
Yeah, tomorrow is Werewolf Wednesday. You don't want to miss that. Werewolf Wednesday or Werewolf, Lycanthrope, Shapeshifter, Skinwalkers. That's what we'll be talking about tomorrow night. If you like what we did here today, well, Thursday will be another open mic night. Just got to think about a topic. I think tonight's topic was pretty interesting. We'll figure something out for Thursday, but tomorrow is World Wednesday. World Wednesdays, I can share photos, videos that I got here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Share Shapeshifter Skinwalkers, manifestations that they take. They look different. Every manifestation they can look different, because they have those abilities. Since they're demonic of nature, they can manifest to look like you or me, but not a complete form, because you can see right through the form. So you'll be able to see the unclean spirit that's manifesting to look like the manifestation it takes. That's why you place the spirit to the test through Jesus Christ. But I think man, I don't want to call it. Yeah, 6 hours is pretty good. Man, that's wow. And we still got 42 viewers, man.
I'm good. I'm wide awake.
Are you wide awake? Okay.
It's 10:30 in the morning here. I'm good.
It's 4:27 where I'm at, brother.
Yeah, same here.
4:27 in the morning. Oh, well, we can. Let me see. I'm trying to think of something that we can share here. I know my brother is the power that he had. It went out, so he's not here right now. Let me see. I can share a story with y'all. Okay. Back in 2004, let me see. This story happened in the second time I got a blood clot on my left leg, which was in 2011. I had a cane. I had a tree I cut and made a walking stick with it. So I was walking by the main highway, and I was going to the store. I would walk for exercise to build my leg back up, right? So I'm walking on the right side of the road near the bridge. There's this African American walking there. So I'm seeing him because he's in front of me. So as I'm walking, what I witness, so we're talking about, I didn't witness a dark shadow. What I witness is his body get elevated up in the air about 7 feet high, 8 feet high, and he gets slammed on the ground. And I was like, to me, I was like, did he jump in the air? And then he gets lifted up from the ground as he's laying down, up in the air again, and gets slammed. Then again, it gets slammed. It was 3 times. Listen, it was three. 3 times he got slammed on the ground.
Wow.
So I'm walking with my cane, and I see him laying on the ground by the side of the highway. And I yell, "Sir, are you okay?" He's not moving. He's unconscious. So I'll go to the middle of the bridge, and I'm looking, and I don't want to leave him there by himself because I feel that whatever lifted him up in the air that way most likely will drag him into the woods, because he would either to the woods underneath the bridge or into the creek. So it's like, I'm already going through what I'm going through, but when he's doing God's works, you're not too tired to do that, no matter what you're going through. So across the bridge, there's no rails on this bridge, just cement. So I'll stand in the middle of the bridge and I'll tell him, "Sir, do you need help?" He's not moving. And I said, "Sir, do you need help?" Then he finally moves his head a little bit. He's like in a daze. I said, "Sir, come over here. Let me help you." He gets up a little bit and he's stumbling. He's stumbling towards me as I'm in the middle of the bridge. Like I said, there's no rails. And I can see that's like a good 16-foot, 20-foot drop. So he stumbles towards me and then he stands straight up. And he looks at me and his eyes are a little bit reddish. And I said, "Sir, you okay?" And he tells me, "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." And I ignored him because I know that he got lifted by an unseen force. So I'm feeling that he's being possessed at the time. So I said, "Sir, come on." So I take a step back. "Come on, sir, let me help you." And he looks at me again. He says, "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." So I ignore him, even though I'm in a situation where it's a dangerous situation. I use my love foundation and I get him to cross the street. So what was there across the street was a Family Dollar. So as I'm calling him and following, "Come with me," he's following me. Imagine somebody that the vessel is being possessed and it has no choice to follow me because I'm using the love foundation. I'm not focused on him repeating himself to me that he's going to kill me. I'm ignoring that. And he's walking because what's in him has no choice but to listen to me because using the love foundation. So I'm able to get him into the Dollar General. So as I get into the Dollar General, I tell him, "Wait right here, it's by the cashier." I go, I grab a water, I pray over the water for the Heavenly Father to bless it. And as I'm praying over the water, he tells the cashier, "What's your name?" She said her name, and he told her, "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." But I already know. And she screamed and she's fixing to call the cops. And I said, No, you don't know what he's saying." So I give him the water. Here, have this. And I prayed over it and blessed it. He drank it. When he drank the water and he brought it down, the unclean spirit that was in him left his body and he was normal. Then he looks at me and he said, "Thank you, man." Like it was back to normal. Like you don't even know what happened to him. And I asked him a question. I say, hey, what were you doing walking on the bridge? They said, oh, my truck ran out of gas. I was pissed off. That's what he said. I was pissed off, and I was going home to get my gas jug to fill it up with some gas. So the opening that he had that he got spiritually attacked was that he was pissed off. A spiritual opening. That's why
Yeah.
you gotta be careful not to anger, you know, because that could be a spiritual opening. And I just made sure that he went to the direction that it was going. They didn't go back on the bridge or back to the area where he got spiritually attacked. But the demon that was in him kept on threatening me all the way. Just didn't threaten me, threatened that female. What he said. So at that point in time, I was just trying to get him to safety because I had a vessel that I had to bring to safety. So uh, I really wouldn't say too much about a type binary because what I did is I blessed the water to be able to free the man from the from the bondage or the possession. But now with the wisdom and knowledge that I got now, of course, you tie bind and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ, it's going to flee. I'm just giving you an example that I used water and prayed over it and blessed it for the hemlighter blessed it, and it cleared out the ugly spirit that had taken over his body. Yes, sometimes the Heavenly Father places you in situations for a reason that you don't even know. But I'm just like I'm the military. I'm a combat vet. Well, spiritually, I'm a spiritual vet because I've been doing this for a very long time. And I just want to say thank you for those that join in here, listen to the stories, those that join the panel, and share their stories. To my bro that he's taking the time to participate. To anybody that participates in here on spiritually encrypted encounters, I appreciate you, man. Uh, I'm just trying to do the good works, try to help out as many people as possible. And the people that come at me in a negative way is because they don't like me doing the good works. That's why they come the way they do. No difference than when the things that come unseen, right? They come in unseen because they dislike me trying to awaken my brothers and sisters, try to get you strong spiritually. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't know how long my time is here on earth, but it's so long the Heavenly Father gives me the energy to get up and continue to do the spiritual works. I'm going to continue. And of course, I always keep everybody in prayer. Cousin Jesse, you're in prayer every day over here in my family, the CS family. You're my cousin. We keep you in prayer. And I know that the Heavenly Father is going to bless you and heal you. I know He is. Maintain your Heavenly Love Foundation, primo, and everything will be okay.
The point you just made about the Heavenly Father placing people, I believe both sides are playing chess in a sense of a way that because the good side plays people in certain locations, but the dark side does so as well.
Yes.
And I'm certain that I met certain people, they were just placed by the dark side just to prevent me from achieving whichever I was after. Because I remember clearly one guy, and it's a bit not sure if it's a long story, but it had a happy ending, or at least from me, not for the guy. But in any case, I was at a job site like years ago, And the thing is, I can take care of myself. I'm not easily afraid of people. If a guy is way bigger than me, that doesn't really impress me. But I had one superior at work, and that guy creeped me out. Like, I was kind of afraid, but I always felt a sense of mortal danger. Like, if I dropped my guard, I would be something would have happened. And the guy always creeped me out, and I could never really pinpoint what exactly the problem is. He looked kind of weird as well. A bit of his eyes were just completely gray. There was just something really really creepy about him. And also, he was just very abusive to anyone he had authority over in that workplace. So I had to put up with his nonsense for months on end. And eventually, I left. And then, shortly after I left the country, came to live in the UK. And then, years after, I was actually still thinking about the guy. So I did ask, like, okay, how do I deal with this? Because this guy should not be relevant anymore. Why am I still thinking about it? And suddenly, one angel came in my room because I was in my room when I was asking that, and he and he said, "Just come with me." So I had to close my eyes, and I saw everything in a vision. And in that vision, I was standing next to my angel, the main guy I always contact, and I saw the person from work, for a friendly term. I saw that guy from work, and I saw his guardian angel. And the guy from work, he was just spewing hatred. It was all kinds of black goo. It came out of his mouth. He looked at me, was really angry, and I just looked at my angel like, "Yo, what's going on here?" And I had a knowing that the other angel that was with the guy was actually his guardian, and his guardian had a look of grief on his face, because they tend to, when somebody they are responsible over, when they go bad. Because if you with somebody watching over somebody for 50 or 60 years, you get attached to them. And that guy, he just shattered his skin, and then I saw his demonic form. And the best way I can describe it is like, I think it's called Lurker Skyrim, if I have to Google it. Yeah, if you Google a Lurker from Skyrim, that's exactly how he looks like. And he still was spitting out that black goo. And his guardian angel, he just manifested a white sword. Um, Not white, light sword. Sorry, that's what I meant. And he just stabbed the guy with it, just to finish the job. And slowly, that guy just evaporated. He just got executed on the spot because he chose the dark side and actually became demonic. Because how people turn into demons is when God declares them demonic, and that's why the color scheme is as it is.
Wow.
Well, this one,
And he
yeah,
just
like he did Lilith, and how he did the harpies, the women that slept with the Watchers, that he
yes,
gave them that image, demonic image, or man.
it's declaration. It's a declaration, and that's why the color schemes is as such. Because that's why demons are usually completely dark skinned and red eyes or amber eyes. And that's why angels usually have a lighter blue color scheme. And yes, it's never too late until you're declared demonic. It's never too late to repent. He has his arms wide open until you become a demon. Lots of demons are actually people who chose the dark side and got declared demonic. It's actually one thing I was thinking of as well, Ivy, because she asked he probably wasn't a human, maybe. He could have been a demon taking a human form, but he could also have been a human being declared demonic eventually. I'm not entirely clear on that one. But from that moment, the guy got evaporated. All my feelings towards the guy, it just went. Because I remember having trouble sleeping because I had certain fantasies. Let's put it that way. And from that moment on, I just slept normal. So yeah, that was that guy.
What a night, guys. What
Yeah.
a night.
I agree with Ivy. It probably wasn't human. You said they dissolved?
Yes,
Wow.
Like mist or
it. Sorry,
like mist into a sort of mist or into like a certain goo and then just vanished.
it went. Yeah, it kind of went misty. So if you think about, you know, any object, you just think of any object and imagine the top part of it. It slowly, it's it evaporates like steam from a kettle. It just goes and then it just disappears because that's actually how a spirit can die.
Somebody said, did you forgive him?
Um, yes, that was the same night I forgave him, and I didn't even have to do anything. He went, and by extent, my feelings towards him also completely went. Because that's how initially that night started. Because I was asking, okay, how can I move on from this experience? Because I don't want to carry this all my life.
Forgiveness is a big part of love. Heavenly Love Foundation. Tell you, it's there's
It,
so many obstacles, right, that get set in play to try to prevent us to make it into the kingdom of heaven. But it's important to maintain your love foundation, Heavenly Love Foundation, and watch your Q's and P's on spiritual openings at all times. You know, it's crazy because we got to live life and stuff like that. But once the Heavenly Father bless you with the spiritual good discernment, the awareness is automatic. It's you're already going to know what to do when you're placed in a situation. It's going to be an automatic thing. You don't have to think about it. 6 hours and 30 minutes. I think
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
call
just
it.
flying by. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking about calling it a night. I don't know. It's 4:49 here. Um, but I am thinking about calling it to save some energy for later on tonight for Werewolf Wednesday. That's what I'm thinking. Is there any final words you would like to say to the viewers? I mean, for a long time we're at 40, we're 37. Is there anything y'all like to share to the audience or to the new subscribers, whoever's listening here? It's still open mic night. I'll let y'all say what you have to say to the viewers.
That's not a lot. But just something for Steve. Um, your channel, are you doing your daily thing again?
Yeah.
How's your channel
I
now?
just did my Coral Castle deep dive earlier tonight, so I'm back to doing that. I have my Bermuda Triangle series. I'm continuing on Thursday, and Sundays I'm doing my my critique and review of Mr. Tom Althouse. So I'm always just trying to keep up on what he's doing and continuing to try to guide people in the right direction and not be deceived. So I'm covering a lot of stuff on the energy grid with Coral Castle with that series. I'm getting deep into like research and mathematics and all that. And on the Bermuda Triangle series, I'm beginning this week with accounts of missing ships. That's the chapter I'm working on for Thursday. And I'm approaching this very objectively, looking at things in a factual manner so that people can come to their own conclusions or do their further research on all of these topics. Um, Saturday, I haven't started a new series yet, but it'll be Chicago related once I decide on which direction I'm going with that. And I did my first members only live stream after the Coral Castle one tonight. Just I gave an update on the books that I've purchased. I gave everyone a rundown on that. But a lot of stuff I'm going to be reading personally behind the scenes here, and then organizing and seeing how I'm going to present the information on my channel. But I'm looking into a lot of the stuff with the magnetics, the energy grid, the ley lines, um, just stuff, just studying the physics of our reality and seeing what's there that's been suppressed and just trying to understand where we are. But that's where I'm at with my channel. And I love being a guest here, Abe. Thank you for having me. I
Oh,
appreciate
you're
it.
welcome, brother. Anytime, man. That's where you find me at nighttime here doing what we did. I hope everybody enjoyed the show tonight. Tomorrow's gonna be a good one too. Werewolf Wednesday. We'll see what we talk about. Dealing with, I got pictures and all. Today I didn't share no pictures. We just talked, which is pretty good. Good show.
Yeah, and thank you, Jaime, for the book recommendation. I'll be writing those down. I don't have a lack of things to keep me busy, so that's for sure.
All right, well, for my final words for the chat and for the stream, make sure to keep your mind open. Always keep it open, because in reality, we don't really know much to begin with, and even then, what we actually know is actually based on something else entirely. Demons obviously operate in a different way than we do, given they're from a different reality. Never keep anything off the table. Always keep it on. Always be open to whatever could happen. And for all the events that are happening right now, don't read into it. Always don't let the fear, don't let the paranoia get to you. Put your faith in the Lord and in Jesus. He even tells us, don't read into it. Put it towards Him. He'll guide us along the way. He'll give us the strength and courage to keep going.
Amen.
And if you feel that you're alone, that you don't know if anybody else experienced the same thing as you, there was or is, whether in the past or now, somebody else experienced it. Maybe not in exactly the same way, but close enough to know you're not alone.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
Exactly.
that's all I gotta
Jesus,
say.
Jesus Christ is always with us. You're never alone. When you feel alone, He's with you. Just call His name. Call upon Him. Whatever you're going through, call for His help to assist you. Pray to Him, and He will come and assist you spiritually. Then you will know that He's been with you all this time.
Yes.
I will thank you for letting me come on, Abe. It's good talking to you again, along with Texas and Steven and everyone in the chat.
You're welcome, Andres.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
great talking here with you guys, and I see you guys watching my channel a lot, so I appreciate that too. Thank you.
Yeah, likewise.
All right, well, good night, guys. Hopefully, you have enough energy for the next live later on today.
Yeah, I want to get me some rest. I don't know. I'm gonna go eat me a bowl of menudo with my brother. He's outside listening to the show. He's at 10%. He said. So I don't know. It's already going to be 5 in the morning. I think the taqueria opens at 6:30. Go buy me a bowl of menudo. If you're listening, brother, don't
All
go
right,
too far.
I'll sign off of here. I'll get the ball rolling for you to end the stream. But thank you for
Thank
having
you, brother
me. It's been
Yizumizo.
great as
Follow
always.
Yizumizo
Yeah,
on
follow my channel. It's in the chat. So I
follow his
appreciate it.
channel right there. He's got a lot of good content. Uh, YouTube.com Yizumizo.
You got it. All right. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, brother.
And God bless.
Bye,
God
Steve.
bless you.
All right, well, I'm gonna sign off next, Abe. See you later today, and make sure to noodle. All right, well, goodbye.
God bless.
Yeah, and lastly, thanks for having me on, and for anyone who was on the panel and anyone listening. Having a good time as always, and I'll catch you next live.
Thank you, brother, for being on here. God bless you.
No problem. No problem. See ya.
See you. Well, there you go, folks. These guys were full of energy. They wanted to go 12 hours. I probably could go 12 hours, but man, how are they going to watch the replay? No, when it's a good conversation and it's good talk, look, this is what happens. 6 hours. And thank you for all the night owls and early morning roosters that was night owls. I think that been here with us all night long. I appreciate y'all. Listen to the stories of what we've experienced throughout our lives. But yes, later on tonight, Werewolf Wednesday. You want to tune into that one? I can mix it up, or we can share stories, or just mix it up with I got short reels, I got pictures, or we can go like we went to today. I think it was last night. We started I think like at 10 something. So yeah, it was a good live, brother and sisters. Let me catch up on the comments. Well, thank everybody that was on the panel. I mean, Sister Brenda was on the panel for a little bit. My brother Jack for being here tonight. Sharing some of the stories so you can know what we've been through. It's the real deal. And there's still other stories, brothers and sisters, that we haven't talked about. A lot of other stories of our experiences of what we've been through. Yeah, I can probably go a little bit longer, make it till 7 hours right now. We got 39 years. I can share another story. Why not? I can share another story on another story, but you got to give me the thumbs up. I can share another story, or we can call it a night and save some energy for Werewolf Wednesday. I can share another story, something that happened to me in Germany before we go. If you want to hear the story, give me a thumbs up. Let me see some thumbs up, and I can share the story that happened to me in Germany, dealing with a dark shadow being a Bulto negro. This is going to be I'm going to send you off with a story here. You got your popcorn? Get the popcorn ready. If you're scared, turn on the little lamp light, leave it on. This is dealing with a dark shadow spirit. A phantom is dealing with an unclean spirit. The billets that I lived in Germany belonged to the Germans at one point in time. But we took over that base. So this was some old billets. Most likely they had underground mortar pools. There wasn't allowed to go under the ground to this underground motor pools. There's tunnels that run from underneath the billets. I tried to go into one of those tunnels that was in the basement. As I was walking in the tunnel, I could see the light behind me. I was deep in there, and as I was going deep in there, I heard something in the tunnel. I don't know what was in there, but I decided to get out of there. So this is dealing with when I was stationed in Erlangen, Germany. This is dealing with after I came back from Saudi Arabia, from Kuwait, right? Fighting the Battle of Medina Ridge, where I got sent to the States to go on leave for about I think we were on leave for about 4 or 5 months. And then I had to go back. When I got back, they were deactivating our units, and I was on the detail. On the detail was that I was supposed to take any wood out of the billets that was in the walls, and I was stuck painting. So let me see who we got here. So yeah, we got a lot of thumbs up here. So here we go. We got all the thumbs up already here. So I seen a lot of my buddies, a lot of my friends get their orders to leave back to the States because they deactivated a unit. So I was in detail of painting the whole hallway where all the rooms, which it was a lot of rooms, take out the wood, and at the same time, we had a classroom up in the attic. This 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 classroom, like I told you before, that I could always sense. It's like every time I would go to class up there, while I was in class, my hairs were stand up, straight up in the air. So I'm trying to pay attention to the instructor in the attic in the classroom, but my hairs are just going crazy. Keep on standing up, and behind the instructor, towards the wall, there's a room, and in this room is the real attic, where if you open that room, it's just nothing but old stuff inside there. Like old stuff. It's like a ceiling, right? The attic, you get the roof, and you just old stuff. And some of the supply sergeant kept some stuff up there, but there was some old stuff that looked like they were German, right? But I always felt the presence of something evil up there. So as I'm up there, I'm painting the attic. I'm tired, and all the time that I'm painting the attic, my hairs keep on standing up, but I'm ignoring it, doing the sign of the cross, and I'm painting because that was my detail, right? So I finally finished painting the attic, and I'm tired. It's like around 5:30. I sit down on the gallon of paint, and I fall asleep. I doze off. When I awaken, there's a number 666 in between my legs on the ground. Perfect sixes. So I freak out with that, and I get up, and I'm like, man, somebody's playing a prank on me. So I wipe that up. I go downstairs. I go to the other billets, and I'm pissed. I'm trying to figure out who's playing a prank on me. My first sergeant, well, the person who was acting like the first sergeant, is there, and he said, "Hey, what's going on?" I said, "I was up in the attic. Somebody put the number 666 in between my legs." And he's like, he said, "There's no way, because I let people off around 4 o'clock." So he's basically telling me that nobody did that because everybody was already off. So I went and took him up there, and he's seen the numbers, and we cleaned it up. Then we went out there, and we put a lock and put a seal, because I had finished what I had to do there. So we put a lock and a seal with a number on it. So later on that night, I ordered a pizza like around 10:30 at night from the pizzeria. They had moved me to the other billets, and I had a room on the first floor. So I'm waiting for the pizzeria guy to come and drop the pizza, because they will come to the window and give it to you, right? So as I'm waiting, he comes, giving the pizza, give him a tip. And as he's leaving and I'm grabbing the pizza, the light from that attic that I had painted turned on, right? So as it turned on, I see a dark shadow figure go to the edge of the window, and it's looking at me, and it's laughing. You could see, and what was weird is that it was laughing, right? But what was weird is that the light turned on, And as he's laughing, looking at me, then the light shuts off. So the following day, I tell my first sergeant, or person pretending to be the first sergeant, that I think somebody went up into that attic because I seen the light turned on. We went, the seal was still intact. We walked up there, everything was secured. So there was no breaking or entering. Then nobody broke into the area because the seal was still intact. The lock was intact. So we just went back, locked it up, and put another seal. But that right there, brothers and sisters, was a very, I believe it was a dark entity, dark shadow figure up in that attic. It was, I could see it, so it manifested and showed itself to me. Out of all the times that I will feel my hair stand up, it finally manifested and showed itself to me, how it really looked. After that, I got my orders, and I got the hell out of it. I left back to the state. I came back to the States. I just wanted to share that experience. I was 20 years old when that happened to me at Ferris Barracks in Erlangen, Germany. But in saying that, brothers and sisters, I hope y'all enjoyed the story. Does anybody have any questions for me before I go? Before we go, call it a night. In saying that, I'm going to call it a night. Good night, everybody. God bless y'all. And see y'all later on tonight. Good night to everybody that tuned in. God bless y'all. You have a blessed day from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Peace out, everybody.